Hello, 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 and a very, very warm welcome to India Voice Fest 2023. This is day four of India's biggest voiceover and dubbing conference and awards platform, possibly the world's biggest voiceover conference and awards platform. इंडिया वॉइस फेस्ट का ये छठा साल है। पिछले 6 सालों से हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं साल दर साल आपके साथ इतिहास रचने की। We've been creating history every year for the last 6 years by becoming India's one and only platform dedicated to celebrating the craft and business of voice acting in the country. India Voice Fest is conceived and curated by yours truly, produced and organized by Sugar Mediaz. Our main sponsors are Sound and Vision Studios, our associate sponsor Audio Magic, our industry partners MnM Talkies, Gulmohar Media, G-Corp Media, and Aural Arts. We are proudly supported by Neshma Academy of Acting and Voice Acting, Surabhi, Javeri, Vyas, KRG Kreative Studio, and Skylink Freight Forwarders, or Sabse Zyada. We are proudly supported by you, each one of you who's been joining the stream every year, every day, every week. And this year, India Voice Fest is a 10-day event, culminating with the grand finale and awards ceremony on the 17th of December at the Rangshad Auditorium in Mumbai. Khair, aaj ki sham, this is going to be an extremely exciting and power-packed evening. क्योंकि आज रविवार की शाम है, तो हमने सोचा आज का दिन जो है आपको पकड़ लिया जाए और आज की शाम आपके साथ बिताई जाए. 5 p.m. in just a few minutes. In fact, it is already 5 p.m. We're running a few minutes late, but in just a few moments, we have an exciting session starting with international voice star, British voice artist Rachel Naylor, who's also the CEO of the VoiceOver Network. This is going to be a fantastic session. We are really looking forward to chatting with Rachel. Uske baad 6:30 baje, we have the social media masterclass with our very own Sonal Kaushal, who also goes by the name of the Motor Mouth, with more than 1 million followers on Instagram. She is definitely India's biggest voice acting brand as an individual. और उसके बाद 8 बजे we have another session with world-renowned audio engineer Dawn Barnes, who's going to talk to us and help us understand how to produce the best voiceover recording. And in conversation with Dawn Barnes will be our very own Indian voice actor and actor Ashwin Mushra. तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं. एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेते हैं 10-15 सेकंड का. And on the other side, I'm going to invite Rachel onto the stream. So just give us a few moments. We will join you just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am delighted to introduce to you the very charming Rachel Naylor. She's a distinguished voice actor, entrepreneur, and editor of the world's only VO industry magazine called The Buzz. She's also the visionary behind the VoiceOver Network, a platform designed to empower voice actors globally. Through VoiceOver Network, Rachel aims to foster and expand the safe space she has created for voice actors worldwide. She's a well-known British voice actor for over 20 years, a multi-award-winning entrepreneur, casting director, coach, international speaker, editor of the Buzz magazine, as well as the founder and CEO of the VoiceOver Network, the first international community of voiceover professionals, helping to raise standards and unite voiceovers around the world. Rachel is also known for sharing her marketing insights to help others grow their business. And we are looking at all of these insights from Rachel Naylor this evening. Please join me in welcoming Rachel. Hi, Rachel. A very good afternoon to you since you're joining in from London. Rachel, I guess you are on mute. Could you just check on that, please?
There we go. I've muted myself. Can you hear me now?
Let's do a take two. Let's do a take two like every other voice artist. A very good afternoon to you, Rachel. It must be about 1:30 in the cold and wintry London. Are you in London right now?
I'm in London. Yeah, it's 11:30 in the morning. So yes, and the rain.
Of course, 11:30. We're about of course 11:30. How's it going? How's the weather? Let me begin by asking you, like every other Londoner, how's the weather?
Yeah, it's horrible. It's raining and it's cold and it's grey and typical London weather.
Let me give you some good news. It's beautiful in India right now.
Is it?
There's no better time to visit my country than the winters. So please
Oh,
plan a trip. Come down to Mumbai. It'll be lovely to see you. But for now, welcome to the live virtual India Voice Fest 2023. Rachel, I want to thank you. Let me begin by saying thank you. I don't want to end by saying thank you because I believe thank yous should be said at the beginning. So thank you for joining us and thank you for doing this. How are you feeling? And why don't you tell us a bit about you? Although I've given that formal introduction, but we would love to hear from you. What are you doing these days? And give us a little insight about you.
yeah. So thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute honour to be here. And thank you everybody for joining us today. So yeah, a little bit about me. Who am I? I've got a lot going on, as you mentioned. I came into the voiceover industry. So I'm an actor. That's, I decided I was going to be an actor from a very young age. My grandfather was an actor, so I was inspired from a young age. And I found voiceovers about, this was 23 years ago, 24 years ago, something like that. I was at drama school and my teacher at drama school suggested that I go into voiceovers. And at that time I was like, what? I'm going to go to Hollywood and win an Oscar. What about this, voiceover, whatever. And I came out of drama school and, did a few bits of acting, some films and stuff. But I came across this workshop about voiceovers. It was a 2-hour workshop. And I thought, I'll just go along and see what it's all about. And I got into the studio and it was just a magical experience. I just felt like I'd come home. I had this incredible moment and I'll never forget it. And I remember the smell, I remember the texture on the walls, the color, everything. And it just was this moment of just that I'd come home and this was where I was meant to be.
You
And
know, I need to interrupt you here, Rachel, because what is so amazing. This resonates so much with me because I can sense the passion. It's almost as if you're speaking about your beloved. It's almost as if you're speaking about your first love. And trust me, I say this very often. I've been a part of the craft for almost 25 years now, a little more than that. And I am often heard telling people that even today, I feel as if when I enter a studio or enter a voice booth or a dubbing room, the smell or the entire vibe of that room, it still creates a certain nervous energy as if I am on my first date. So
yeah.
this is what about the craft. So yeah, I understand that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it is, it's the best job in the world. Like, absolutely. And I am so grateful every day and every single voiceover job that I book. I am so grateful. And I do find myself in the studio often going, just pinching myself, that I'm being paid to do what I do. It's an amazing industry and an amazing career. So yeah, I came into the industry long time ago. It was a very different industry back then because there was no social media. We had to send things like CDs in the post. You had to have an agent here in the UK in order to get work. It was, you didn't have a home studio. So, and there was no help and support. So there was, and it was kind of, I think it was almost like a secret society. Those who were kind of in the voiceover world were all like, shh, don't tell anybody. And people outside the voiceover world were kind of looking down on voice actors like, that's not real acting. And the voice actors were all kind of behind the scenes laughing, going, ha ha ha, this is the best job ever. And it was very difficult to get into voiceovers back then. And I struggled and struggled. And I share this with you guys because I got rejected so many times in the early days of my career. It was not easy. I wasn't one of these people that sort of fell into it. I decided this was where I wanted to go, and I got told no multiple times. So agents were continuously for years telling me, no, you're not good enough, you don't belong here, off you pop. But I kept going. And I would send my CDs out to all the agents, and then I would I'd get rejected, and I would give myself a moment, a few months to kind of, just gather myself, and then I try again, and I get rejected, and I try again, and I tell that to all you guys because I know what it's like when you have this calling for voiceovers and you struggle to get your first foot in the door. So know that you keep going. If you believe that this is where you're meant to be, keep going, because there is a place for you. And it can be tough to get in, but once you're in, it's like woohoo. And so what happened with me was that
the last segment, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you again,
Yeah,
Rachel,
go for
but
it.
this was like a masterclass, an inspiring masterclass already in perseverance, because
Perseverance.
this is exactly what we end up telling a lot of young aspiring voice talents, that
Yes.
you've got to hustle, and it's
Yes.
and the journey till the time you break into the industry, or till the time you get your foot in the door, is going to be very tough. But if you can hang on there, and if you can give enough time, and if you do not give up, uh,
Yeah.
and then once you're on the other side, it's another story that once you are inside, there's another struggle to stay inside. So life is a struggle, but then, as they say, if there is life, there is struggle. So if you have struggle, it's
Yeah,
good news. That means you have life. So that's amazing.
definitely.
Amazing, Rachel. So please continue.
Yay.
I'm really, I think everyone who's watching this is already mesmerized. It's very inspiring, very interesting. Go on.
Oh, wonderful. And just on that note, guys, I do feel like we need to have resistance, in order to push through. So when you get those rejections, when you feel that things aren't going your way, know that that's just energy, and actually that brings out the strength in all of us when we are being sort of pushed. So yes, perseverance. So keep going. So what happened with me? I had an opportunity came about. It was actually my first big proper audition, and it came because I saw an advert for a voiceover job for a Spanish speaking voice actor.
Okay.
I don't speak Spanish
Okay.
at all, but I wrote to them anyway. Now, yes, I was but I did, before you guys all think I was completely crazy, I did say in my letters them, I wrote to them and said, look, I see that you're looking for a Spanish speaking voice actor. I don't speak Spanish. But if you need an English speaking voice actor, let me know. And it just so happened that it landed on the desk of the producer the day they were casting for the voice of Virgin Media here in the UK. So Virgin Media is it's a huge brand, mobile phones, internet, TV. And so they called me up and said, would you come in for an audition? And I was, okay, sure. Yeah. I went in for the audition. I had a wonderful time. I really enjoyed myself. And I think that was the key. I just went in and enjoyed myself. And I came out having no idea, I didn't know how I'd done. And it was a couple of weeks later, and I was in the gym, and I got the call from the producer, and she said, you got the part. You are now the voice of Virgin Media. And at the time I was like, wow, amazing. I have no idea what that means, but you're excited, so I'm excited. Great. And it was just one of those amazing jobs that I went on to record every week for 13 years,
Wow.
for Virgin Media, Virgin Mobile, Virgin Business, across all the networks. And I'm still on a lot of things now. I don't do as much now as I did, but it was an incredible kind of job to kind of come into the industry with. And very well known here in the UK as well. And it was fantastic. And again, that story is an important story because you never know where these amazing opportunities are going to come from, and you have to throw your hat in the ring. You have to step up to bat. You have to just go for it. And amazing jobs will come from places you don't expect.
Absolutely. I completely I agree with you, because I feel this resonates so much with my own journey, where I sometimes say that destiny plays a very big role. In fact, I remember when I made a TED talk, a TEDx talk. I was a TEDx speaker, and I think my topic was destiny is a matter of voice. And I spoke about how destiny plays a part, and how everything cannot be pre-planned. And what you're saying is how you threw the hat in the ring and you went at it and you kept trying and trying, and magic happens one day. So, Rachel, what you're saying, I have an interesting question here on my
Yeah.
screen. Javed, the voice artist, he's asking that, when you're talking about rejections, and you said you need to hang on, you need to keep trying. He says, what motivates you to stay motivated? So for me, it is, how badly I want to do this. But I want to know from you, what is it that works for you?
Yeah, I mean, how do I stay motivated? I think it's really important to know why you do what you do. That's really important, and I do a lot of coaching, a lot of teaching, and a big thing that I tell everybody to do when they start working with me is to write down your voiceover story. What is your voiceover story? Why are you doing it? Why are you here? And we all have our own voiceover story. I'm sharing with you guys mine. There are more elements to that, and there are things like, for me at school, when I was a kid at school, I was a terrible reader. I was terrible, and I used to hate getting up and standing up in class and reading in front of the school. That the class, that for me was just the worst thing ever. And what I think is really interesting, of course, is that that's now my job, and I get paid to do that. But what is your voiceover story, and why are you doing what you're doing? And I think that that's really important, because I think when things are difficult and times are tough, and they will, and they are, and we all have challenges in our lives, being able to dig into why you're doing what you're doing. And for me, I absolutely love what I do. I love inspiring people, empowering them, using my voice to educate, to empower. And I do have a lot of things going on in my world. As well as being a voice actor, as you said before, I run the voiceover network. I also produce demos. I edit the Buzz magazine. I am an entrepreneur. I also have 2 kids and a really naughty puppy. Oh, actually, I can't call him a puppy anymore. I don't know where he is. He's probably going to come and join us at some point. So I do have a lot going on, and people often ask me, how do you do all the things? How do you juggle it all? And there's one word, and it just comes back to love. I love what I do. And I have had many, many challenges in my career, in my life, some health things as well that have really kind of pushed me to kind of make it, am I on the right track? I had moments 5 years ago where I was really struggling, and I nearly, packed it all in and moved to the country and thought about getting chickens, but I came to my senses, and I think, we're always going to get those moments where we're being pushed, and there'll be people who'll come into our lives who maybe will rock our boats and say, oh no, you don't deserve to be here, or health issues, or all sorts of things can come along. And I think knowing why you're doing what you're doing is so important. I also think who you surround yourself with, so important. The people that you surround yourself with, and in our lives, we have all sorts of people in our lives, our family, our friends. But in terms of the voiceover industry, it's really important that you surround yourself with voice actors that support you, that inspire you, that empower you on your journey. Because, as I said, we're all going to have challenges, and there will be times, and we all have those moments. Everybody has that negative voice, by the way. It's not just you. Okay, it's not just you. Every single human on this planet has that negative voice that comes in every so often and says, you're rubbish, you don't belong to be here, you don't know what you're doing. And it's important to recognize that, and to understand that, again, everybody has that. The most successful voice actors, the most successful entrepreneurs, Richard Branson, all these amazing superstars, they all have that negative voice.
Absolutely.
And it's just about how you deal with that, and how you respond to that, and acknowledging it, knowing that everybody's got it, and just not investing your energy and your time in it, letting it go, and then letting the positive voices of the people around you as well in.
Absolutely. These are golden nuggets of wisdom. It's about, for us, especially as freelance voice artists.
Yeah.
So any freelance creative performer, whether you're a singer or an actor or a dancer, every day is a journey of trying to drown out that negative voice, and trying to not let the negative voice win over the positive voice in your head. And I guess that is the life of any freelance artist anywhere around the world. So I'm glad we are doing this. We are watching you in India, and we're getting to learn this about you. You are there in London, and now I feel that while you might be in a different country, but I think it's the same story everywhere. So when you were talking about the voiceover industry way back being a secret society and very difficult to break into, I almost thought you're talking about India.
Yeah.
But I guess it's the same story everywhere. But we've come a long way. We've come a long way from that time to an environment today where, thanks to social media, thanks to a digital world, anyone and everyone from any part of the world, any corner, can has an opportunity.
Yes.
Social media has opened up opportunities, a very democratic platform, but it also brings with it challenges. So, Rachel, I want to know from you. I'm sure, again, it's the same story in London or in UK. Thanks to social media, everyone and their nephew and their uncle, and probably their puppy, all of them want to put it on their social bio that they are a voiceover artist. So, but not everyone has talent, or not everyone is trained to be a voice artist. So how do you, now you are an absolute veteran, and I understand that from your initial days of struggle and finding it difficult to find your way in the industry, probably that prompted you to start something like the Voiceover Network, where you're opening up the world and bringing voiceover artists from across the world together. So I have two questions. The first one is, what are your views on using social media as openly, without any, without what do you say, any filter, or whether you even have talent or not? What does it do to the voiceover market? That's one. But the other bigger question is, what do you do at the Voiceover Network, and how did this idea of bringing everyone together and becoming like a support group and strengthening the community come to your mind? And then I have a follow-up question after that. So let's take the social media question first. What are your views on the current social media scenario when it comes to aspiring voice artists putting it up on their bio that they are a voice artist?
Yeah, I mean, I think social media, we're so lucky to have social media. It's an incredible tool to use as a voice actor. And I think it is used in the wrong ways for a lot of people. And they think that it's all about what they say and what they do and what they post. And I often say to people, actually, the key to success with social media is the interactions. It's about interacting with people. It's about commenting, liking, sharing other people's posts, people you want to work with, other voice actors, people that inspire you, casting directors, agents, getting to know other people in the voiceover industry. That's where social media is really, really important. It's not about you kind of talking all the time and shouting out there. It's about you interacting with other people. So I just wanted to kind of throw that in. And I think if you are, if you feel you want to put you're a voice actor on your social media, I think absolutely go for it. I think it's important to make sure that you feel ready and trained and prepared, and you are, it's an amazing industry. There are more opportunities now in voiceovers than there have ever been. Okay. There is more voiceover work. There are more opportunities. It's amazing. But there are also more voice actors now than there have ever been. So there's more competition. And the way to get to make sure that you are the best that you can be is to be professional, to make sure that you are training, that you feel ready, that you've got a home studio, that you've got the most amazing voiceover demos, and that you are continuing to train. So that's really important. So yes, social media. So in terms of the Voiceover Network, so what happened with me, as I said, I struggled to get into the industry, and then I got the Virgin Media gig, which was great. And then I kind of, I started kind of getting traction, and then I got a great agent, and suddenly things just took off, and it was wonderful. And I was having a brilliant time, like, loads of ads and documentaries and video games, and then I went through this experience, which some of you may be able to resonate with. It's called Feast and Famine. So one minute I was booking loads of work and everything was great, and I was in and out of the studios, and then suddenly my phone would go dead, my emails would go dead, and it would just go quiet. And I was like, uh-oh. So I figured it out. I don't know what I'm doing. Uh-oh. And then suddenly it would pick up again. And I'd be like booking loads of work and it'd be fantastic. And then it would drop off again. And I went through this feast and famine. And it was, when it was high, it was great. But when it's low, it's really difficult. So I tried to figure out, right, what is it? What is it about this? Because I knew when I was in the studio, people really liked what I was doing. So what was I missing? And I realized that it was the business side of being a voice actor that I didn't understand. And I went to I did performing arts at college. I went to drama school. For me, it was all about being on stage. Give me a microphone, and I'm happy. I never studied business studies, nothing like that at all. So at this point, I decided, okay, that's what I'm missing, is the business side of being a voice actor. And so I decided to start learning. And luckily, it was one of those amazing moments of kind of synchronicity, whatever you call it. I had an email from a company called the Richmond Business Expo, and it came through to my email. It was like on the Wednesday. It was for a free business expo that was happening on the Friday at Twickenham Rugby Stadium, which is just down the road from me. So I'll go along. It was free. Okay, I'll go along. It's business. It's all small businesses. It does not feel like my kind of crowd. But I went along and I bumped into someone I knew from school. So that kind of helped. And he said, "Oh, are you here to see Nigel Botterill?" And I was like, "Nigel who?" Anyways, we were all ushered into this huge auditorium, and this tall, bright shirt-coloured Yorkshireman bounded out onto stage. And he's an entrepreneur who's had multiple, over 8 businesses worth over $1 million, very successful entrepreneur. And he came out onto stage, and I was struck by how generous he was. He was just giving away information and advice, and I was frantically writing things down, and I was amazed. And he said something which I love to share with other people, because it was one of those moments that changed everything for me. He turned to the audience and he said, "It's all your fault."
Wow. Okay.
Right. So I'm sat there going, "Uh-oh, what do we do?" So he said, in business and in your voiceover business, guys, when things are going well, like, well done, celebrate, get yourself a bottle of champagne, do the things to celebrate, because well done, it is all your fault. But when things aren't going well in your business, in your voiceover business, unfortunately, it is all your fault. Now, that was just a massive moment for me, where it was like light bulb moment of, wow, because I'd spent years as an actor thinking that it was somebody else's fault. It's the agent's fault. It's the casting director's fault. It's the other actor's fault. And we live in a society, in a world where there is a lot of blame going on. It's not, there's somebody else's fault. And actually, when you take it in and you own that and you go, you know what, this is my life, this is my career, I'm going to take responsibility for the things that go right and the things that go wrong, and stop blaming other people and make things happen. Magic happens. And so that was where things changed for me. And that moment, 3 months after that moment, I went for a drink with a couple of other voice actors in West London. And I thought, wow, this is really useful. We should do this more often. And I started a little meetup group it was originally called the West London Voiceover Artist Meetup Group.
Okay.
Which is a terrible name. Luckily, I changed it. But it was just, let's get voice actors together, and let's have a few drinks and just connect and talk about voiceovers and what's going right and wrong. And it grew and grew, and people from other parts of London started messaging me saying, "Do you have to live in West London? I live in North London." And I was like, "Yeah, sure, like anyone can come." And then I made it Central London, and I came to my senses and changed the name, and it became the Voiceover Network. And it was just a meetup group that just grew and grew and grew. And 2014, I decided I wanted to make it a better networking environment. I wanted to get agents and casting directors and producers in the room. And so I thought, right, how do we do that? Okay, we give them free food and booze. right? So then I was like, okay, now I
That
need to
always gets
charge.
them. That always gets them in. Yeah.
That's it. So now I need to charge. And then we had our first summer party in 2014 where I charged people for tickets, and it was fantastic. And then 2014 was an interesting year in the voiceover industry. It was a real Wild West. You know, suddenly the kind of cat was out of the bag. People knew about voiceovers. So people were coming into the industry. You could set up a home studio, and then there were people in the industry who were getting quite cross, sort of, you know, and in the UK it was a bit like kind of get off my land. It was sort of, and we had the pay to play sites. We'd found out they were misbehaving. It was a real melting pot. And I looked at what I created, and I looked at the industry, and I thought I could carry on kind of doing what I'm doing, or I could put my head above the parapet and try and make a difference.
Okay.
And luckily, I had some great business mentors around me who helped encourage me. And so I officially launched the Voiceover Network as a membership organization in January 2015. Because I wanted to create a safe place for voiceover professionals from around the world to come together to get the right help, support, and advice, and to be part of a community. And you know, I'm a big, you know, a rising tide raises all boats, and I love that quote. And so so I launched it in January 2015. I was 9 weeks pregnant. It was me and a part-time assistant. I had no idea what I was getting myself into, but it was a really strong feeling like I had to do this. It wasn't even, I think back to that, I think, I don't actually think it was a choice. It was like this need, like I had to do this. This was really important. And yeah, we're coming up to 9 years now, and we have hundreds of members, thousands of members around the world. We've helped so many voice actors on their journeys, and I'm so proud. You know, I believe I love empowering people to follow their dreams and do a job that they love, because I believe that the world would be a better place if more people followed their dreams and did what they loved. And feeling that I'm a piece of that, and I help people on their journeys is everything to me.
That's such an inspiring story. I think what you're doing, Rachel, through the VoiceOver Network is, like you said, empowering people to follow their dreams. And the best part about what you're doing is it's a global community. So it is not restricted to a country.
Yeah.
And I have Soni Thakkar writing in that your excitement is contagious, Rachel. And she also says that life lessons happening here. And I could not agree more, because everything that you're saying doesn't just apply to your career as a voiceover artist, but it is indeed a life skill, you know, and which is amazing. I'm seeing a lot of interesting comments from people who are watching, and they're agreeing with you, and it's amazing. Blah 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 blah. Someone says, "VO job, nope. VO career, nope. VO business, yes," with the fire emoji. So that's Lakshya Bhatnagar. That's amazing. Rachel, you think something like that? You think that can be blueprint to adapt to a country like India? Because India is again possibly one of the biggest voiceover and dubbing industry markets in the world.
Yeah.
But not just because of the sheer size of our country, but also because we possibly are the biggest consumers of media and entertainment content. And India is many countries in one country. We just don't have one language. We just in broadcasting, we probably have 25, 30 languages in which we broadcast. And let's not even get into the number of languages that people speak. So when you were speaking about the VoiceOver Network and how it has started off as a passion project, it completely takes me back to India Voice Fest. Because in 2018, when we started India Voice Fest in a country where the man on the road doesn't even understand or realize or imagine that this is even an industry or a career or a business. So for us, we've suffered anonymity for the longest time in India as well, like most other countries. And we thought that a platform like this could bring hundreds and thousands of industry professionals together. And for the last 6 years, I like to believe that this was an idea whose time had come. And when we started off with a bang. And in the year 2020, when the world shut down, we made it a 1 week event, and we had more than 5,500 people joining in from all over the country. So that spoke about the scope of this industry in India. Tell me, do you have members from India? I know for sure that Neha Gargava, who's a dear friend, she's a
Yeah.
fantastic voice, award-winning voice. She's the one who connected us, and
Yes.
I guess I would like to believe she's a part of the VoiceOver network.
She is. Yes.
Do you
Yeah.
have a lot of, do you have a lot of members, a lot of voiceovers from India who are members?
We have a few, we have a handful, but we would love to have more. And there is, I believe in sharing information and empowering people, as I mentioned before. And so members of the VoiceOver Network get access to incredible online resources. There's a members area of the website where you get to come, you get all the recordings from all of our webinars over the last 9 years. And I've been doing those every week and interviewing different casting directors, agents, producers. So there's a huge amount of resources. We've got loads of online workshops as well in our VoiceOver Academy. There's the Facebook group. There's a workout group once a month. There's a voice reel demo critique once a month. There's just tons going on. So yes, I would love lots of you to come and try the VoiceOver Network. So what I'm going to do for you today, I've got a special offer for everybody.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
Please.
So if anybody would like to come and join the VoiceOver Network, it's normally for the Aspire level of membership, it is normally $39 a month. And it's just a monthly monthly rolling subscription, and you can come and try it and you can cancel at any time. There are, as I said, there's thousands of dollars worth of resources. You get loads of discounts. There's just tons going on, and it's an amazing community where everybody helps each other. So what I'm going to do for all you fabulous people today is I have a coupon code which is going to remove the first month's membership completely. So it's totally free to come and join the VoiceOver Network for a month. I'd love you to come and try it, see if it's for you, because I know that it's been the catalyst for so many voice actors, that it's really catapulted their careers and helped them take their voiceover careers to the next level. And so I'd love that for lots of you, and I know for lots of you watching, it will be for you. So so I'd love you to come and try us and see if the VoiceOver Network is for you. So the coupon code is IndiaFest23. So in capitals, so IndiaFest23. And you get 1 month's free membership on the Aspire level of membership. So if you go to thevoiceovernetwork.org, so www.thevoiceovernetwork.org, click on the membership and the Aspire level and just put India Fest 23 in there, it will take off the first month. And that is going to be available for wait a minute, where are we on? Until the 13th, Wednesday the 13th at midnight. So do use that coupon code. Come, give us a try. It's the VoiceOver Network.
That's lovely. Thank you, Rachel. That's a great offer, and thank you from all of us, everyone who's watching right now or who watched the stream in the next 3 days. So there's this beautiful offer from the VoiceOver Network for anyone joining in from India. Just put in the coupon code IndiaFest 2023 and get your first month off. I think this is an incredible offer. IndiaFest 23.
There we go. And any problems, email us, guys. You can email the VoiceOver Network, info@thevoiceovernetwork.org.
That's lovely, and this offer stands for the next 3 days. So make up your mind quickly. And we've put in the website. Sugar Mediaz has put in the website ID URL as well, and that should really help. Thank you, Rachel. I'm hoping that a lot of people from India who are watching right now or who will watch in the next few days, we will also put this out, and maybe if we get enough interest, we might request you to extend the validity of the offer, so we can do that. And love. Great, that's great, Rachel. We have, I guess, this was my next question, anyways, and I have Lakshya Bhatnagar who is asking us the same question. Let's address the elephant in the room. I guess the elephant in every room, in every country in the voice industry.
Yes.
The two word demon or so. Artificial intelligence. So how is the situation with AI in the UK, and what are you guys doing to combat it?
So yes, AI is that elephant in the room, and it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's been something that's kind of been a bit of a dirty word in the voiceover industry for years, and everyone's like, "Shh, don't talk about it." And now it's happening. And the last year, it's like, okay, guys, we can't just pretend it's not. It really is here. I think there's lots of things happening, and I think it's it is looking positive. I don't think being scared and getting upset is helpful. There are a few reasons why I think voice actors are going to be okay. Now, there is going to be voiceover work that will go to the AI. Okay, so that's we just need to accept that. The low end stuff, there is going to be stuff that's going to go to AI, but AI will not replace voice actors. A few reasons being, first of all, you need to know what you want, right? When you use an AI, you need to know what to ask the AI in order to get the right results. I've never worked with a director who really knows what they want. So it's true, right? Directors and producers do not know what they want, and that's why they come to voice actors.
What has been a bane of our life for the longest time is suddenly becoming the boon of our life, because our directors and producers never know what they want.
Yeah.
So what do you do? Yeah, absolutely. Okay,
so
that's
how do
one
they get
interesting
what
reason.
they want from an AI machine? And so I think that's we have that over machines for sure. I do also think there's the possibility that it will bring more work into the voiceover industry, because I think people who would never have used a voice actor, who would never consider using a voice actor because they think, oh gosh, that's so expensive, I think will use AI and then will think, actually, I'd like to upgrade to the real thing. So I think there's a possibility that it will increase work in the voiceover industry. So we don't know what's going to happen, right? But I like to be positive. I don't care how advanced the AI machines get, you cannot replicate connection. And as voice actors, we are hired. We're not hired actually for the sound of our voice. Yes, there's an element that's the sound of our voice, but we're actually hired for us. And everything that's happened in your life, good, bad, ugly, happy, the love, the pain, the struggles, all of that has made you the human being you are today. And that influences the way that you communicate. And we are hired as communicators. Now, when we're being truthfully, authentically ourselves, nobody will sound like you. Nobody, because you are completely unique. And I think that that's what's so beautiful about voiceover and about the human voice, is that, and we're using, spiritually, we're using, our chakra. There's a lot of amazing things that happen in order to get a good voiceover read, that connection. And I don't believe that a machine, no matter how advanced it is, will be able to replicate that.
That's absolutely wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. The other day we had a session where we had the co-founder of an AI company called Aural Garage come in, and even he sounded very optimistic. And interestingly, he spoke about a similar word. You used the word connection. He used a word relationship. He said he mentioned that this is the time when voiceover artists need to understand that they are not just hired for their voice, they are hired for the relationship that they have developed with a client or with a product or with a brand, and what they bring in is far more than what a machine can bring in. And yes, there are low hanging fruits which will be sacrificed in a way. There is work that will be done by a machine, but not every work can be done by a machine, and there's no machine in the world that can replace, like you said, the multiple layers of emotions, of intonation, of connection, of what makes a human voice. And I'm so happy to meet you, because I am also one of those supremely optimistic people who believe that it is not really doomsday as we are imagining it to be. But if you upskill yourself, if you make yourself relevant, if you educate yourself, if you make yourself versatile, and if the machines are smart, you need to be smarter.
Yes.
So this is the time, like we were talking the other day, to get out of your comfort zone. And what you are doing, Rachel, at the VoiceOver Network, I think that will play a very big role in times to come, because this is the time for the longest time, voice artists around the world have enjoyed the comfort of living and working in isolation.
Yep.
And I'm sure you'll agree with me, but it must have been very difficult to bring people together. It
Yeah.
has been very difficult for us here at India
Yeah.
Voice Fest, and I'm
Yeah.
sure at the VoiceOver Network or anywhere in the world. So this threat is actually going to be a blessing in disguise, because this is actually going to get people together, because we have no option but to come together and fight this together.
Yes, definitely, absolutely. And it's really important that we unite globally, and I, I've always been a big believer that there are wonderful things happening in voiceover communities around the world, and we need to come together so we can share that with each other, because there's some brilliant things that are happening at SAG-AFTRA in the United States, and in the UK. We can learn from that, and we've got some great things happening in the UK, like we can share with you guys in India, and you guys have got great things happening that you can share. And I think if we can all come together as a global voiceover community and
Yeah.
share, then we all benefit, and it helps everyone. And just going back to the AI thing, the other thing that I meant to mention, this is my other key point, is that changing behavior, getting producers to change the way that they behave, is really difficult. So it actually doesn't matter how cheap or how good the AI becomes, getting producers to change from the way that they currently work and cast to using a machine is going to be almost impossible. So just know that. Please don't panic. And I know there has been, times of panic this year of like people going, "Grr." Now we do need to be very, very careful about. You need to be really careful about the work that you do and the contracts that you sign, and making sure that you do not sign your voice away. That's super important. Contracts and being part of things like the voiceover network, so that you've got people to ask. We have lawyers that are part of the voiceover network. We've got lots of agents and casting directors, and there are always people here, my team, to help you and help you, in your voiceover business and in your career. So so that's super, super important.
Absolutely. Javed voiceover says AI left the chat. And Jyotika, voice artist, she says, such a beautiful hope. I think that's a beautiful word, because this is what I'm really enjoying, that this is becoming a session of hope, of inspiration, from the word go. You've only been talking about how to follow and how to achieve what you love. Someone sometime back wrote that your energy is contagious. Someone wrote that it is amazing to see the passion with which you're speaking, and it is reflecting in the way you're modulating your voice. So I guess that's interesting. And Sony says human voice is the upgrade. That's true. That's true. So Rachel, that's interesting, and I guess the coming year or two is going to be very crucial, because in India we are working on framing regulations to safeguard the intellectual property or the IP of your individual voice. That is going to be important. That is one important element that we are hoping our government will work on. The other thing is to work on a licensing system. In India, I'm not sure how does it work in the UK, but in India, we still do not have a very robust system when it comes to licensing or royalty. So why don't you fill us with details on how does it work in the UK when it comes to commercials, or when it comes to audiobooks or corporate films? How does the licensing work there?
So in the UK, we tend to do something called a buyout. So that's in I know in the US they're very much like there's payments that kind of continue royalties with a lot of broadcast stuff. In the UK, we're very much buyout. So usually you sort of license your voice out for a certain amount of time, and I'm always talking to people about getting as much information from your client as possible. And so often you ask your client, where is this being shown, how many people is it going to be shown to? Oh, we don't know. Yes, you do know, because you're going to be selling that on an advertising place somewhere. So just keep pushing.
You do know.
Absolutely. So keep pushing. My big thing as well is always to, if you have somebody who approaches you, or there is a potential for a big job and you're not sure what you should and shouldn't be doing, go to an agent. Okay, even if you're not represented, go to an agent, because agents know, they know what should be, charged, and they know how to do contracts. And it's a really wonderful opportunity, if you haven't got an agent, to go to an agency that you would like to be represented by, say that you've got this job, can they help you? And you will give them a cut, and they'll be like, of course, because you're just basically handing them money. But it also will mean that then you're more like, they're more likely to say, well, why don't you stay, because you've made us money. So that's quite a nice little little kind of tip there, guys. But yeah, so yeah, we do have in the UK. Well, when we were part of Europe, it was better in terms of the copyright laws and copyright protection. So we do have quite a lot of copyright protection, more than in the US. But having left the EU, it's not quite as strong now. And there is, there's still a lot of work to be done. But I do think that we're living in exciting times, and I do think, I think absolutely the key is to make sure you are surrounded by the right people, and that you don't just do a job because it seems like, oh my gosh, that's $1,000. Wow, that's brilliant. That's gonna, that'll pay my rent for a couple of months or whatever. Know that you need to make sure that in the contracts that you are not selling your voice away, because there are all sorts of things, particularly when you go into the American market. The US market is very exciting, and the money that you can make in the American market is huge. But if you have then sold your voice, let's say, to a small car company, and you think, oh yes, $1,000, brilliant, that's forever, in perpetuity, and then you get offered a BMW commercial in America that could have paid you $100,000 or $200,000, or $1 million, then you're really, so you just need to be careful about where, what you sign, and don't, sign in perpetuity, and get advice and speak to other voice actors.
Absolutely. This is a common caution or a common advice that even at our end, we have an association that is also trying to work very hard. Even at India Voice Fest, we've been trying to educate people about the fact that you need to be educated. You need to upgrade yourself. You need to start learning how to read contracts, and do not fall for a short-term gain to lose rights over your voice forever, because you might just might be the last job that you'll do. So this, I guess, is a constant struggle that that this industry has in every country, and I guess the next few years are going to be defining, because technology is evolving very fast, and governments need to catch up in terms of regulation. But more than the government, I think the artist community has to come together and has to learn how to fight this. So absolutely, I get that, and I appreciate your views on that. Rachel, I want to come to another very interesting point. So when it comes to setting up a home studio, in India, pre-pandemic, very few voice artists had the know-how or the requirement or any reason to set up a home studio. While I would like to believe that in the US, especially, almost 40% of voice artists work out of a home studio, and they really invest a lot into developing a good studio. I know that you have a lovely professional home studio. So why don't you take us through that? Oh my God, this looks very interesting. So why don't you take us through the process, and why don't you give us some wisdom about the importance of investing in a good setup? Because I think we are still looking at it as an expense. And I've been trying very hard to explain to people that we need to change our attitude, because we are a business. So it's like if you set up a store to sell clothes, you will have to set up, need to have good interiors. You will need to have good shelves. You will need to have good lighting. You can't just dump them on a table. So similarly, as a voiceover artist, post-pandemic, now the pandemic taught us that we need to have a studio. And so what are your views on setting up a studio, in terms of the resources, in terms of how do you get yourself to agree to invest in a studio?
So yeah, it's such an interesting one, the home studio, and I want to just start by saying that, guys, when I went to college and did performing arts, and at the end of the 2 years, the teacher said to me, I did very well, apart from, she said to me that I wasn't technically minded. That's what my teacher told me, and you all know what it's like when somebody says something like that and it sticks with you. So then when it came to me setting up a home studio, I was completely like, okay, this is somebody who was told she's not technically minded. Okay. So I really, really struggled. Now, any of you who struggle with, technology and feel like, tech, please know that if I can set up a home studio, so can you. Okay. So just wanted to start off by saying that. Once you get it set up, you don't have to touch it. Okay. It's very, very easy to use. The importance of having a home studio, I cannot stress enough, because as voice actors, you can work with clients anywhere in the world, and you can have agents anywhere in the world. And literally, once you have your home studio set up, the world is your oyster. You can be working with clients in America, in Australia, in France, in Germany. I have clients in Thailand, in Mexico, in Canada. And it really does open up the world. And it means also that you can be earning the money, on that level. So in the UK, the voiceover industry, you will be getting what we earn as our hourly rate, and in same when you work with clients in the US. So you can, it's incredible and very exciting. And knowing that, there are agents who would love to have you on their books. They don't have Indian voice actors, on their books, and they need to. And to think about the fact that in the industry right now, it's all about authentic casting, which is wonderful, and that has really opened things up. And with the pandemic, so casting directors are now they want different voices, they want different accents, and they want authentic voices and authentic accents. And agents need authentic voices and authentic accents on their books so that they can help their clients. So just understanding that and knowing that, wow, so it is actually, you are a bonus to agents, the fact that you have a different accent, that you have other skills, other languages. That is amazing. And those are needed in different parts of the world. So the opportunities are incredible. And I know that, helping Neha and getting her, over in the UK and just, is obviously there are slight differences, and you need to be aware that when you're working with clients in different parts of the world, there are different rates. So finding out what those rates are, so you're not undercutting the local voice actors. Also, thinking about the time zone changes and how you will get paid as well is important. But it's really exciting. It's really exciting. And absolutely, it is an investment. So as a voice actor, we are businesses, and you need to invest in your home studio. Super important. And also you need to invest in your training. You can't, gone are the days. I mean, when we came into the industry, yeah, we were all winging it, right? Okay, we were. We got away with that because there wasn't the competition. But now there's so much competition that you can't get away with just kind of turning up and just winging it. You need to train. And there are so many wonderful opportunities to train with the best. We do workshops. We recently, in fact, we've got another one coming up with the director and casting director of Pokemon. Like, how cool is that? And she's looking for talent. She came on the webinar and she told me she is looking for talent, and they're looking for different accents and authentic casting. And so those are the kinds of opportunities that you want to be able to get your hands on. Now, there's this wonderful sort of thing about luck. People talk about luck. What is luck? What is luck? Luck is when preparation meets opportunity. So you need to be prepared as you can. Get everything ready. Get your home studio ready. Make sure you're training, get your website, your demos, everything ready for those amazing opportunities so that you can grab hold of them with both hands and not let go. The worst that you do not want to be in that position where that amazing opportunity, that dream job, you know, whether it is being in Pokemon or being the lead role in a AAA video game or being in a Disney movie, that comes along, you want to be able to grab hold of it and be ready for that opportunity. For that, and that's luck, preparation, and opportunity.
Fantastic. Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more. And I'm so glad that we cannot impress upon this more or enough that one needs to be ready. And I think this is one grievance, or this is one concern that I have with many people who are coming into the craft today. Everyone is in a rush.
Yeah.
So I often joke that if you want to be an overnight success, be ready to put in 20 years.
Yeah.
So where, you know, we often joke that when clients ask us, why do you charge so much for a 30-second line or a 10-second tagline? I tell them I'm not even charging you for the 10-second line. It's completely free. It's free for you. Take it. I'm charging you for the 20 years I spent in perfecting my craft to be able to say that 10-second line in 10 seconds without taking the entire day. So I guess what you're saying is so profound that one needs to understand that luck is nothing but preparation meeting opportunity. And the word preparation is probably 90% of your journey is your preparation to be able to make good that opportunity that comes your way. And I hope people who are watching, especially younger people or people who are just entering the craft, I hope this gets into them, that there is no shortcut to success. And people who are gloating over the success of popular voiceover artists today and who are getting carried away by their social media success or by their awards, they need to understand that there's a backstory to every artist. And one of the things that one needs to do today is invest in a good studio, or invest in a good room, invest in a good environment, invest in a good microphone, invest in educating yourself. Because just because I have a guitar doesn't mean that I can play it, because I, for one, cannot. So just because I have a voice doesn't mean that I can sing. So just because you have a very high-end microphone, just because you have a Neumann doesn't mean that you can really make use of it unless you have the right room for it. So Rachel, what would you recommend as an entry level? I'm not sure if you want to take this, but as an entry level studio, if someone who's just starting out and they want to have a good sound, they want to have a simple but a good setup, would there be any recommendation from your side? What would be an entry level equipment that you would recommend?
I mean, there's lots of amazing there's loads of wonderful microphones and interfaces that you can get now. And here at the Voiceover Network, we have partner companies, so you get an amazing discount on our partners' products and services. So Sennheiser have got some beautiful microphones. We've got Audient do wonderful interfaces. The ID14 is really wonderful. Focusrite also have some packages. But when you come and join the Voiceover Network, what happens is we have some amazing. We have the wonderful relationship with a company called Studio Spares, and you get a one-to-one with one of our sound engineers at Studio Spares, and they will help you with your home studio setup, and they'll take you through what gear works best for your voice, because everybody's voice is different. And it also, what's really important with your home studio is, yes, the tech is important, but it's actually the acoustics are super, super important. So
please ask me about it. I've been shouting from every rooftop. Don't bother so much about your microphone. Bother about your room. Bother about your acoustics. Absolutely.
Because sometimes
I guess people,
actually,
I tend to see, I tend to see people putting the cart before the horse and wanting to buy the most expensive microphone without thinking about the space that they have. So please go ahead. Please tell us.
It's so interesting, because actually sometimes you're better off with a cheaper microphone, guys. Because if your space isn't acoustically good and you get a really good microphone, it will make it sound worse. It will sound terrible.
Absolutely.
So having the right acoustics is really important. And I know, worrying about external sounds, and I think this can be a real block for a lot of people about home studios. Oh no, because I've got sounds outside. My first home studio, I was on the junction of a really busy road. There was a bus stop outside. I was under the flight path for Heathrow Airport.
Okay.
An ambulance station down the road. So I had a lot of things to deal with, and I had pillows and a duvet over my head, and I had to stop and start every time a plane went over. So I tell you that story because
Oh, it's the same. So it's the same everywhere. So it's the same story. A pillow and a duvet everywhere.
yeah.
So, but I have a duvet hack that I'll tell you about. But please go
Oh,
on.
nice. But yeah, so you do need to just get started. I do believe in getting started, but doing the best that you can with what you've got. And really the acoustics. So the acoustics and learning about the acoustics, this is where it bounces, the sound bounces and echoes and it sounds terrible on a microphone. So, you might be, investing in something like, so this is called a PVB, a portable vocal booth. And they're amazing. So something like that, might be the thing for you that you can just, put up or there you can get a whole booth made, you can have custom made. But really understanding where you're going to have your booth, your environment, what challenges you have, and speak to experts. You get advice, you are not expected, just so you know, you're not expected to be a sound engineer.
Yep.
You aren't. You don't need to go and do an expensive sound engineer course. Like I press record, I press stop. I do very little editing because I always know there's going to be a sound engineer somewhere on the in the chain. So that's a really important thing just to drop in as well. And you
Yeah,
hear different people
but
saying
a
different
portable
things
voice
about.
booth is a great idea. Yeah, portable voice booth is a great idea.
Yeah.
But so the interesting thing, Rachel, is so India is a very interesting place.
Mm.
We are a very noisy country. We are about 1.4 billion people. So at any point of time, wherever you are, there are a lot of us around, and we speak. And then there are too many vehicles, too many cars, too many bikes. I travel to your side of the world very often, and I often know, and I do notice that what is noisy for you is quaint and silent for me because I come from India. So yes, so I think for us a major concern or a major point of interest uh, is to ensure that the room is quiet.
Yes.
Once the room is quiet, then you move to the next level of ensuring that there's a decent amount of acoustic where the sound doesn't bounce off too much. And even if you're using a duvet, I was telling you that I notice, at least in our part of the world, I notice that people tend to just put it on their head if they're in a hotel room and then they record and then they're still wondering why is the sound muffled. And I tell them that we need to have a basic understanding of acoustic, that the human voice needs to travel.
Yes.
So by closing the area, by just putting the duvet on your head, you are closing the recording area or the acoustic area, and obviously the sound is going to get trapped and it's going to sound muffled. So what I tell them is get it. Every hotel room has a chair. Come on, every hotel room has a chair.
Yes.
Get a chair and keep it at the far end of the bed.
Yeah.
And you sit at the other end and create like a 6 feet long vertical lengthwise area, and then put the duvet over one side of the chair and the other side of the duvet above your head, and you sit on your knees and create a decent enough room with a decent enough volume of air for your voice to travel. And even so, hacks work. Sometimes even these hacks work. Maybe we can't get a studio like you, but a hack would work. But yeah, a studio like what you have would be a nice touch.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we've all done the studios in the hotel rooms. I like to use the ironing board. I get the ironing board out and bring that out.
That's interesting. Yes.
Yeah, it works. But it's so funny. But
a bunk bed in a hostel.
Yeah.
If you land up in a hostel and if there's a bunk bed, and if you're lucky enough to have the lower side of the bunk bed, just put the duvet over from the top, and it becomes like a nice 3 feet by 7 feet voice recording booth, and it works wonders.
Yeah, definitely. There are loads of amazing things.
Loads of amazing
and technology is getting more advanced. And actually, interestingly, saying about AI, now I haven't used this, but I have heard that there's an incredible AI technology that's come out that can clean audio for voice actors.
Are you talking about Enhance by Adobe?
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
I
Adobe
haven't even
Enhance,
looked into it, But yes, and it cleans up all the
It works like a
yeah,
charm. It works like a
yeah,
charm. But again, it depends on where are you using it. If you're
yeah.
using it, if you're going to broadcast it on a podcast or some other such, which is going to be plugged into your ears and people are going to hear it, it's fine. But
Okay.
if you want to use it, if you want to really push it on air, on or for a film or for an advertisement, it might just not work. But yes, the
Yeah.
Adobe Enhance plugin or it works like a dream. Absolutely works like a dream. Yeah. So
Yeah.
there are a lot of interesting. In fact, tonight, India time, 8 p.m., we have Don Barnes, who's
Oh,
who's a very renowned audio engineer, audio expert for helping you get the best voice using plugins and using softwares. In fact, he's joining us, and I'm really looking forward to learn a trick or two or a few techniques from him on how we can get a better recording done in a home studio. So that'll be interesting.
nice. Nice.
But it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing, Rachel. I must compliment you. We started off with introducing you as a voice artist, but the kind of entrepreneurial zeal that you've shown, not just in this session while talking to us, but even through your work and the kind of command that you have over even technical stuff of recording, of setting up a home studio. It's amazing. You literally absolutely multifaceted, and
Thank
we
you.
we I can't tell you enough how delighted I am, because this session, this recording is going to be up there on YouTube and Facebook forever. And that's the best part about India Voice Fest, that all these online sessions, there's no paywall, everything is available free for everyone. And obviously, kudos to people like you who have been so generous, and also stalwarts from the voice industry in India who come in every year. This year, we have almost 40 speakers over
Amazing.
10 days in about 20 sessions, and each one of them is an absolute stalwart and veteran in their own right. And to get a perspective from an international speaker, you represent a different country. While the craft might be the same, but the dynamics of every country where you come from are different, and you bring so much wisdom and insight into a session like this. So I can't thank you enough for that, Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, it's amazing to be doing this. And I've never been to India. So guys, come and join the VoiceOver Network, and then I can come and teach a workshop. I'll come to India and we'll
We
do
would
we'll do an
love that. We
in-person
would
event.
love that. Whenever that happens, consider me as your host,
Yes.
India Voice Fest as your host in the country. I would personally love to host you. And that would be amazing. India is an enigma. We are
Yeah.
not just a country, we possibly are the most amazing country in the entire world. And one visit to India will never be enough. You
Yeah.
will need to make many, many visits to explore different parts of the country. And I consider this as an invite from the voiceover community of India for you, Rachel. And I had something in mind. Why don't we teach you a word or two of Hindi?
Yes, please.
So let's do one thing. Let's get you to say that you are Rachel Naylor, and this is India Voice Fest.
Okay.
Let's get you to say that. So let's start with the first part, which says, "Hello, I am Rachel Naylor." So it would be Namaskar, मैं हूँ Rachel Naylor. Namaskar, मैं हूँ Rachel Naylor. Let's try that.
Namaskar, Mehu Rachel Naylor.
Beautiful, beautiful. 10 on 10. And let's go to the next part. और ये है, and this is, और ये है India Voice Fest.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Is that right?
So it'll be like, और ये है India Voice Fest.
Oh yeah, India Voiced Fest.
Beautiful, beautiful. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. So we got you to speak in Hindi the next time you're here. I'm sure you pick up fast. So you know that
Thank you.
you're very
Thank
fast. So I'm sure.
you.
And Hindi is a beautiful language. We had someone greeting you in Gujarati, by the way. So Gujarati, you would know Gujarat. There are
Yeah.
there are Gujaratis all over in the UK.
Yes.
And so someone said, "Kem cho, Rachel." Kem cho is a beautiful word in Gujarati, which means how are you? So someone said, "Kem
Oh,
cho, Rachel." You
sure.
can say Majama.
Majama.
Majama would mean I'm fine, I'm doing well. So it's a
Oh,
beautiful language. So we have so many languages in the country, and each language is beautiful. But there's no language as beautiful as the language of love and friendship. And what you've done today for us, Rachel, you've spoken the language of love and friendship. So thank you so much. It has been an absolute delight. And before we end this, let me again reiterate, tell everyone that the VoiceOver Network is offering a special discount coupon for people from India. The coupon code is IndiaFest23. You can get it on the voiceovernetwork.org or .org, however you like to pronounce it. So the voiceovernetwork.org.org. You go in there, you go to the member section, and you get a 1 month free membership. I would encourage you, request you. Rachel is doing great work to bring the global voiceover community together. It is a membership-based program, but they have lots of resources, lots of workshops, and lots to learn, lots of people to meet and interact with. It doesn't matter whether you're in India or in any other country. Why don't you, everyone who's watching this, why don't you sign up for the free 1 month membership? And I'm sure at the end of it, you will want to renew it as a paid membership. So you can do that. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just trying to see if there's any other interesting question. People are complimenting you a lot. They're saying this has been a fantastic session. Nice to have you speaking in Hindi, someone says.
Yay.
So that's nice.
Oh, thank you.
Rachel, thank you. And I must on record again thank Neha Gargava, who is a brilliant voice artist and a dear friend. And she's the one who put us together, who connected us. And I hope to remain connected. I hope we will connect in times to come. And I'm looking forward to become a part of the VoiceOver Network, by the way.
Yes, definitely. I know. I'm so excited to have everybody coming and joining.
The next time I'm in London, I'm going to connect with you, and we should catch up over some coffee. And,
definitely.
I love London. I have a very strong connection with London because for the longest time my toiletries come from London. So from a lovely place there. So London is very close to my life and my heart. So the next time I'm in London, I'm gonna ping you. And the next time you come to India, the first time you come to India, you have to let us know. And we would love.
Well, I can't wait to come to India. I'm very excited. So I will make that happen. And guys, as I said before, the more of you that join the VoiceOver Network, the more we'll be able to do something out in India. So that would be fantastic. And also I want to say as well, do feel free to follow me on social media. Rachel.Naylor on Instagram, and I'm on all the other platforms. So do come find me, follow me, message me.
It should not be difficult to find Rachel. Her ID is Rachel.Naylor, the beautiful face. So, and it should not be difficult. Or the VoiceOver Network. I know that the VoiceOver Network is that's how the ID is, if I'm not wrong. It's the VoiceOver Network.
It is. Yes.
It's got those sound waves, right? It's got sound waves as the logo.
Yeah.
Splendid. So that should not be difficult. And thank you once again, Rachel. And you have a lovely day. And from all of us at India Voice Fest, once again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. I look forward to meeting lots of you in person one day. And have an amazing rest of your conference. Congratulations again on what you've created with India Voice Fest. I think it's amazing. I think you're incredible, very inspiring. And I'm honored to be part of it. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, Rachel. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, everyone. That was Rachel Naylor, CEO of the VoiceOver Network. Such a brilliant, inspiring personality, a voice artist, and someone who's helping the entire global voiceover community come together, strengthen ties, and learn and educate and basically get everyone to become better professionals. So this has been, I must tell you that, Rachel, if you're watching this has been an absolutely incredible, invigorating, and a very, very inspiring session. And I'm sure आप में से जितने लोग बहुत प्यारे प्यारे कमेंट लिख रहे हैं ज़्यादातर, और वो बहुत अच्छी अच्छी बातें कर रहे हैं. आई होप यू एंजॉयड दिस सेशन. अब बज रहे हैं 6:25 हो रहे हैं और 5 मिनट में वी आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट द नेक्स्ट सेशन. तो 5-6 मिनट है, आपके पास बाथरूम वगैरह जाना है, जाके आ जाओ. चाय वगैरह किसी ने उबाली है तो पी लो, कॉफी वगैरह किसी को बनानी है तो बना लो, नाश्ता वगैरह करना है तो कर लो, या सेशन देखते देखते भी कर सकते हो. दैट्स द बेस्ट पार्ट अबाउट एन ऑनलाइन सेशन. और सोनल कौशल का सेशन शुरू होगा 5-7 मिनट में, और उनके साथ होंगे मेरे बहुत ही प्रिय हेमांग शर्मा, जिनके बारे में मैं बात करूंगा जब वो ज्वाइन करेंगे. पर इस वक्त मैं भी लेता हूँ एक छोटा सा ब्रेक, मुझे भी जरा फ्री होके आना है और नाश्ता भी करना है. और आप लोग भी छोटा सा ब्रेक लीजिए, पर जाइएगा मत, लौट के आइएगा. वी कमिंग बैक इन 5 minutes. तब तक कुछ आनंद विल प्ले सम प्रोमोस. सो आई विल सी यू ऑन द अदर साइड. बाय बाय.
It's a historical day today. First and foremost, I think it's a fantastic idea.
I would like to congratulate Darrpan on organizing such a wonderful event.
So the whole idea behind this event was to get people together. This is what Hollywood is encashing on.
If you really want it, there's no field like this.
Right from scheduling up till delivering the product, it's always a challenge.
You get paid to interpret the script, not just to voice it. Full kudos to Darrpan and team for pulling off such a fantastic event.
I'm just very happy and proud to be a part of this industry.
पहला कदम ही इतना शानदार है.
Planet Spitty Foundation, initiated by former journalist Portia Putatunda, embarked on an extraordinary journey from offering free tuitions under a tree in Kaza between the years 2020 to 2022 to establishing a self-funded free boarding English medium school in Komek, the world's highest village at 15,500 feet in Spiti Valley of the Indian Himalayas. Enduring severe climatic challenges, Komek remains covered in snow for 6 to 7 months, with sub-zero temperatures year-round. Portia's determination, fueled by personal savings, laid the foundation for this challenging venture. Starting with 40 children under the open sky, the foundation's journey evolved into a 6-room school building, defying the extreme Himalayan conditions. Today, this school not only educates but also shelters 10 underprivileged children, offering them a chance to escape the cycle of poverty and illiteracy. In a place where carrying water uphill for kilometers is a daily reality, Planet Spitty Foundation stands as a beacon of hope. It testifies to the indomitable human spirit and proves that positive change can thrive even in the most challenging environments. India Voice Fest is proud to partner with Portia and Planet Spitty Foundation towards a better future for these wonderful children.
Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome once again to India Voice Fest 2023. आज है इंडिया वॉइस फेस्ट के 6th एडिशन यानी छठे साल इस 10 दिन के प्रोग्राम का चौथा दिन, और आप देख रहे हैं इंडिया वॉइस फेस्ट 2023 को, जिसे कंसीव एंड क्यूरेट किया है योर्स ट्रूली ने, प्रोड्यूस एंड ऑर्गेनाइज किया है शुगर मीडियाज ने। हमारे मेन स्पॉन्सर हैं साउंड एंड विजन स्टूडियोज, एसोसिएट स्पॉन्सर हैं ऑडियो मैजिक, हमारे इंडस्ट्री पार्टनर्स हैं MnM Talkies, Gulmohar Media, G-Corp Media and Aural Arts, और हमारे प्राउड सपोर्टर्स हैं नेशमा अकेडमी ऑफ एक्टिंग एंड वॉइस एक्टिंग, सुरभि जवेरी व्यास, KRG Kreative Studio एंड Skylink फ्रेट फॉरवर्डर्स। दोस्तों 5 बजे आज शाम को हमने शुरू किया आज का दिन, और रेचल नेलर जो एक ब्रिटिश वॉइस आर्टिस्ट हैं और द वॉइस ओवर नेटवर्क की CEO हैं, उनके साथ, और बहुत ही कमाल का, बहुत ही इंस्पायरिंग सेशन रहा। और अब बढ़ते हैं आगे, क्योंकि अगला सेशन बहुत धमाकेदार होने वाला है, क्योंकि हमारे साथ हैं बहुत ही प्यारी इंडस्ट्री की दुलारी, द मोटर माउथ कहलाने वाली सोनल कौशल, हु इज गोइंग टू टेक अ मास्टर क्लास ऑन सोशल मीडिया। नाउ सोशल मीडिया को लेकर अगर मैं कहूं तो हमारी इंडस्ट्री जो वॉइस ओवर इंडस्ट्री है, डबिंग इंडस्ट्री है, आई थिंक इट स्टिल हैज अ लिटिल लॉन्ग वे टू गो इन टर्म्स ऑफ अडेप्टिंग टू सोशल मीडिया। और सोनल कौशल ने वो कर दिखाया है जो आज तक वॉइस इंडस्ट्री में कोई नहीं कर पाया। शी इज क्रिएटेड अ ब्यूटीफुल ब्रांड फॉर हरसेल्फ and it has gone beyond being a voiceover artist. Sonal Kaushal is a well-known voice artist, singer, actor, YouTuber, and a social media influencer who got immense popularity with her voice for the character Doraemon and many, many more. She's voiced a wide range of characters in cartoons, live-action films, television shows, and commercials. Some of her prominent work is for cartoon characters like Chota Bheem, Pikachu, Bubbly in Little Singham, Buddhadev in Band Bud and Budbak. Or after getting a huge success as a voiceover artist, she created her YouTube channel with the name The Motor Mouth. What an interesting name, where she uploaded her voiceover videos, and she currently has over 2.68 million subscribers. Sonal Kaushal is also very active on social media with more than 1.3 million followers on Instagram. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, सोनल कौशल के साथ होंगे मेरे बहुत प्यारे, बहुत अजीज शुगर मीडियाज के दिल, हेमांग शर्मा. Hemang Sharma is a very popular communication specialist. He's been an RJ, he's a voiceover artist, and he also undertakes amazing communication and speaking skills workshops. Hemang Sharma is here with us to moderate this session, and to get the best out of this session from Sonal Kaushal. Can I request Anand to please help us in welcoming Sonal Kaushal and Hemang Sharma? Hi Sonal,
sir.
hi Hemang, कैसे हैं आप लोग?
बहुत बढ़िया. Hi Hemang. Hi sir, thank you so much for such lovely words. Thank you.
I think तारीफ थोड़ी कम की है क्योंकि मैंने सोचा थोड़ी तारीफ बाकी रखता हूं जब सोनल स्क्रीन पर होंगी. So, you know, आप लोग सोनल कौशल को जानते हैं as a very, very popular voiceover artist, dubbing artist, and now an influencer, YouTuber. What I find very amazing is क्योंकि मैं सोनल कौशल को तब से जानता हूँ जब सोनल कौशल द सोनल कौशल नहीं थी और मुझे मुझे उनमें ये स्पार्क दिखाई दिया था. Because what sets her apart from any other successful voice artist is something that I really look up to. She approaches this entire business of hers as a brand. And I've been saying this for the longest time, that the more voiceover artists approach themselves as a brand rather than just a voice, I think we will have many more such influencers in our industry in times to come. And what is amazing, what Sonal has been able to achieve is she has created a brand which is beyond her being a voice artist. She is a brand for parenting today. Can you imagine that? She is a very popular creator, very respected creator. And that is exactly why जब मैंने सोनल से बात की तो मैंने ये suggest किया कि as a voiceover artist तो सोनल के बहुत interviews आते हैं. She's even joined us at India Voice Fest over the years. Sonal has been an integral part of India Voice Fest, and I think हम भी सोनल के इस सफर का छोटा सा हिस्सा रहे हैं over the years.
बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा.
But इस बार मैंने सोचा कि सोनल क्यों ना आपके उस एस्पेक्ट को एक्सप्लोर करें. And she has been very generous. ये नहीं कि नहीं मैं किसी को नहीं बताऊंगी. I'll give it a secret. She said, I want to tell the world my journey as a social media influencer. And अब आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है, आपको लोग देख रहे हैं, आप पर डिपेंड करता है, आप कैसे इसको करते हैं, और वो आपके ऊपर है. She is going to be very generous, and Hemang is here with us. Hemang is an absolute sweetheart. हर साल हेमांग शर्मा इंडिया वॉइस फेस्ट का हिस्सा रहते ही हैं, और बल्कि कई बार तो हेमांग ने इंडिया वॉइस फेस्ट के ग्रैंड फिनाले को ओपन किया है. इस बार किसी कारण हेमांग cannot be in Mumbai, he is in Nagpur, but I'm so happy that we could do this and have Hemang's presence, because Hemang's presence is a blessing for us. So I'm not going to take any more time, और मुझे लगता है कि Hemang is going to be fantastic in nudging Sonal to get the best out of her. So Sonal and Hemang, thank you both of you for joining us. I will leave this chat now. जैसे थोड़ी देर पहले किसी ने लिखा AI left the chat. So now I will leave the chat and Hemang take over, and all the best.
Thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you so much and all the best. बहुत सारी best wishes for India Voice Fest.
बिल्कुल, और हम जब ये सेशन खत्म हो रहा होगा तब मैं लौटूंगा and हम तब थोड़ी बातें करेंगे.
Yes, definitely.
Bye.
Bill, thank you. So
Hi,
it's
Hemang,
time to
how
get
are you?
influenced by the influencer big time. I'm very good, and I'm like ready to be fully influenced. So exciting it is, you know. And
Done.
1.3 million is no joke. You know, that kind of a following takes time, takes effort, takes dedication, and there's a lot of things that go behind the scene that finally reap such beautiful benefits. And when we say followers, it's just not just a number. It's relationships that you've established over the years with so many people influenced by you big time.
Yes.
अब आ गया है टाइम कि हम इसका पूरा फायदा लेंगे, आपसे जानेंगे, सीखेंगे, समझेंगे. शुरुआत कर देता हूँ डायरेक्टली क्वेश्चन से, और सबसे पहला सवाल ये था कि how does it all start? You know, how it all got started. You found your space in the Instagram arena, and पहले तो होता है कि आर्टिस्ट एक तरह से कुछ तो होते हैं, खास करके जो स्टूडियो वाले आर्टिस्ट हैं, हम जैसे वॉइस आर्टिस्ट, वो छुपे रहते हैं चार दीवारों के अंदर. कैमरा का फेस करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती, तो थोड़ा एक कंफर्ट स्पेस होता है. To come in front of the camera is a different ball game altogether. So how did it click? Where was the spark? How it started? And then I'll ask questions further. Tell me.
Okay, so Hemang, Instagram started off very late because Instagram आया ही बहुत बाद में. So this journey actually started with फेसबुक, एंड
Okay.
आई थिंक 10 साल से भी ज्यादा हो गए। एंड हुआ ये कि जैसे जैसे डोरेमोन स्टार्टेड गेटिंग पॉपुलैरिटी, तो लोग मुझसे इंटरव्यू के लिए बोलते थे, और मेरे इंटरव्यूज आते थे मैगजीन में, टीवी पे, यहाँ वहाँ। एंड फेसबुक पर मुझे बहुत लोग अप्रोच करते थे और वो बोलते थे कि मैम इस कैरेक्टर के पीछे कौन सी वॉइस है, उस कैरेक्टर के पीछे कौन सी वॉइस है। एंड व्हेन आई शिफ्टेड टू मुंबई, आई रियलाइज्ड कि यहाँ पर इतने सारे आर्टिस्ट हैं जो इतने सालों से मेहनत कर रहे हैं, एंड उन्हें कोई जानता ही नहीं है। और मुझे ऐसा लगा कि यार मैंने तो अभी शुरू किया है और मुझे इतने सारे लोग जानते हैं और मुझसे क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं उनके बारे में। एंड that is when I started a page on Facebook which was called Voice of Doraemon. I'm sorry, my voice is not in a good shape today, but so that page is called Voice of Doraemon. And वहां पर I think within a month I think 1 लाख फॉलोअर्स हो गए थे उस पेज पे, उस टाइम पे 10 साल पहले। So I realized that this is big, क्योंकि एक महीने
Yeah.
में 1 लाख फॉलोअर्स बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो वो मैंने पेज शुरू किया वॉइस ऑफ डोरेमोन, एंड वहां पर मैं लोगों को रिप्लाई करती थी, ओके दिस इज द वॉइस बिहाइंड दिस कैरेक्टर, दिस पर्सन इज द वॉइस बिहाइंड दैट कैरेक्टर। एंड दैट इज व्हेन आई थॉट कि एक्चुअली माय ब्रदर he told me that Sonal, you should create a YouTube channel and you should interview other voice artists, क्योंकि वो मेरा Facebook पेज हैंडल करता था एंड वो देखता था कि बहुत सारे लोग क्वेश्चंस पूछ रहे हैं और जानना चाहते हैं इंडस्ट्री के बारे में। तो इट वाज हिज आइडिया। इनफैक्ट द मोटर माउथ, ये जो नाम है, इट वाज आल्सो हिज आइडिया। हिज आइडिया वाज कि द नेम शुड बी समथिंग एल्स, नॉट सोनल कौशल, इट शुड बी समथिंग कैची। So that's how I came up with the motor mouth. So yeah, so Facebook पेज शुरू हुआ, उसके बाद YouTube चैनल शुरू हुआ, और उसके बाद आया Instagram.
So Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. It's been a journey, no doubt. Motor Mouth is a very, very interesting name that you came up with, no doubt. And उसके बाद जब आपकी मोटर चली तो ऐसी चली कि बस माशाल्लाह चलती जा रही है, and that's the way it should be. But when we talk about a brand that developed over the years, I'm sure you started realizing as it was growing that there are so many aspects to it. So as a voiceover artist, तो एक aspect है उसमें, फिर आपने और expansion किया. It also includes parenting and more. So when I talk about personal branding, ये idea और उसके ऊपर define करना कि हाँ मोटर माउथ ये content carry करेगा. इसी तरह से अगर आज एक voice artist और जब हम सुन रहे हैं आपको, तो we want to know from you कि what are the things we should decide कि मेरे personal brand को define करने के कई बार है ना खुद को ही factors नहीं पता होते हैं, या ये पॉइंट्स मुझे इवैल्यूएट करने। कैन यू गिव अस 3 पॉइंट्स एटलीस्ट कि अपने से ये 3 सवाल पूछो ताकि हम अपना पर्सनल ब्रांड डिफाइन कर सके।
मैं ना आपके क्वेश्चन को एक और तरह से फ्रेम करती हूँ ताकि लोगों को एक और क्वेश्चन का आंसर मिल जाए कि आपके इंस्टाग्राम बायो में क्या लिखा होना चाहिए।
ओह, दैट्स मोर प्रिसाइज, ऑल द मोर बेटर, श्योर थिंग, अटैक।
बिकॉज़ आजकल इंस्टाग्राम ही सबसे ज्यादा चल रहा है, एंड आई ऑलवेज से, मैं शुरू से बहुत ज्यादा इस चीज पे स्ट्रेस देती हूँ कि वी शुड बी एक्टिव ऑन सोशल मीडिया। आई टेल एवरी वॉइस आर्टिस्ट, इनफैक्ट संकेत से मेरी कितनी बार बात होती है, आई टेल एवरी वॉइस आर्टिस्ट टू बी एक्टिव ऑन सोशल मीडिया। तो इंस्टाग्राम बायो में क्या होना चाहिए, या आप अपने आप को कैसे डिफाइन करेंगे, इसमें आपको अपने आप से डेफिनेटली ये पूछना है कि सबसे पहले इफ यू आर अ वॉइस ओवर आर्टिस्ट और अ डबिंग आर्टिस्ट। तो बहुत सारे लोगों को पहले उसके बीच में डिफरेंस क्या होता है वो भी पता होना जरूरी है, बिकॉज जो न्यू आर्टिस्ट होते हैं, कई जो मेरे स्टूडेंट्स भी होते हैं, उन्हें मैं समझाती हूँ कि वॉइस ओवर एक अलग चीज होती है, डबिंग एक अलग चीज होती है। कई सारे लोग बोलते हैं हमें वॉइस ओवर आर्टिस्ट बनना है, बट बनना उनको डबिंग आर्टिस्ट होता है। तो वो डिफरेंस आपको पहले पता होना चाहिए। सो वो आपकी टैगलाइन होनी चाहिए सबसे पहले कि यू आर अ वॉइस ओवर आर्टिस्ट और अ डबिंग आर्टिस्ट, या फिर अगर आप दोनों चीजें करते हैं तो दोनों चीजें आप लिख सकते हैं, या वॉइस आर्टिस्ट लिख सकते हैं, ताकि जो भी आपकी प्रोफाइल पे विजिट कर रहा है उसको आपके नाम के नीचे आपका टैग सबसे पहले दिख जाए, आपका टैलेंट सबसे पहले दिख जाए कि आप करते क्या है। उसके बाद नेक्स्ट लाइन में अगर आपका कोई ऐसा कैरेक्टर है जो बहुत पॉपुलर है और जिससे लोग रिलेट कर सकते हैं, उस कैरेक्टर का डेफिनेटली मेंशन होना चाहिए आपके बायो में, या आपकी जो भी आप जहां पर भी आप खुद को डिफाइन कर रहे हैं उसका डेफिनेटली मेंशन होना चाहिए ताकि वो सामने वाले की अटेंशन ग्रैब कर ले एंड वो जो भी व्यूअर है वो आपका कंटेंट देखने पे मजबूर हो जाए। एंड तीसरी चीज आई थिंक जो आपको डालनी चाहिए, वो अगर आप कॉमेडी कंटेंट क्रिएट करते हो तो डेफिनेटली यू शुड पुट दैट। फॉर एग्जांपल अभी मैंने हाल ही में 2 दिन पहले अपना बायो चेंज किया, मैं करती रहती हूँ बिकॉज़ आई आल्सो कीप एक्सपेरिमेंटिंग एंड स्टफ। बट मैंने भी पहले वॉइस आर्टिस्ट, यूट्यूबर, इन्फ्लुएंसर एंड पेरेंटिंग टिप्स ऐसे लिखा हुआ था, सो दैट इफ समवन इज कमिंग टू माय प्रोफाइल, बाय चांस मेरी प्रोफाइल पे कोई आता है, कोई एक्सप्लोर फीड से, और वो मेरी प्रोफाइल पे विजिट करता है एंड लेट्स से दैट पर्सन इज अ न्यू पेरेंट, तो हो सकता है कि उनको उन तीनों चीज़ों में से एक चीज़ जो है पेरेंटिंग टिप्स वो क्लिक कर जाए और वो मुझे फ़ॉलो कर ले। तो आप खुद से पूछिए कि आप क्या-क्या कर सकते हैं, आप क्या-क्या करते हैं, आप किस-किस तरह का कंटेंट डालते हैं अपने सोशल मीडिया पे और वो सारी चीज़ें वहाँ पर मेंशन कीजिए। ऑल्सो अगर आपकी कोई अचीवमेंट है जो आई विल से आपको शो ऑफ करना है, बिकॉज़ आपको शर्माना नहीं चाहिए अपनी अचीवमेंट्स को शो ऑफ करने के लिए। तो अगर आपकी कोई अचीवमेंट है वो भी डेफिनेटली वहाँ पर लिखी होनी चाहिए। तो हमारे पास बहुत कम जगह होती है बायो में लिखने के लिए, बट जितने कम शब्दों में जितनी अच्छी-अच्छी चीज़ें, जितनी कैची चीज़ें आप मेंशन कर सकते हो, वो सब करनी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, तो ये तो हो गए हमारे एक तरह से इतने प्रिसाइज़ एंड टू द पॉइंट कि हम प्रैक्टिकली लिख सकें। मैंने पेन ले ली एंड बाय द वे मैंने इंडियन वॉइस फेस्ट की डायरी में पूरा नोट करना शुरू कर दिया है
क्या बात
एंड
है!
आई होप अदर्स
क्या
आल्सो
बात
आर
है!
डूइंग द सेम, सो मेक श्योर यू पुल दिस डायरी आउट क्योंकि दिस इज़ बिकमिंग योर बाइबल एज़ द डेज़ पास बाय। सो व्हाइल आई
यस,
नोट दैट, यस, द बायो उसमें जो प्रोफाइल है, अपने जो एस्पेक्ट्स है वो हम कवर कर रहे हैं। I really
या
love the fact about giving various colors of the rainbow, whatever you are about to present. सवाल यहाँ पे आता है कि जब मैं आपके लिए अगर मैं सोचूं कि
हुँ,
हमारी कुछ गुड हैबिट्स होती हैं, okay, now that is I'm
या
trying to say as a social media influencer, there are certain
हुँ,
habits that you'll have to develop. So what are
यस।
those good habits that you have? What were rather the bad habits that challenged this work and how did you overcome them? So लंबा क्वेश्चन है मगर आप समझ रहे हो कि 3 पहलू आ जाएंगे।
यस,
पहले तो हमारी
यस,
कमियां, दूसरा
या।
उसको कैसे ओवरकम किया आपने या आपके एक्सपीरियंसेस एंड देन we'll be able to jot it down. That's the next stage. So love to know that.
तो मेरी बुरी आदत डेफिनिटली एक ये है कि मैं कंसिस्टेंट नहीं हूँ, जो कि होना चाहिए।
Oh.
एंड बहुत सारे लोग मुझे ये बोलते हैं कि सोनल, तुम कैसे इतना सारा कंटेंट डालते रहते हो? बट एक्चुअली मुझे पता है कि मैं कंसिस्टेंट नहीं हूँ। एंड कंसिस्टेंसी से मेरा मतलब है यू शुड ऑल वंस यू जॉइन सोशल मीडिया, वंस यू आर आउट देयर, यू बिल्ड अ फैमिली एंड दैट फैमिली वांट्स टू सी यू एवरी डे। तो चाहे आप कोई पोस्ट ना करें, चाहे कोई रील ना डालें, बट एटलीस्ट स्टोरी पे बी विजिबल टू योर फैमिली एंड दे आर योर फैंस, दे लव यू, दे वांट टू सी यू। सो ऐसा भी नहीं है कि आप सुबह उठते ही फोटो डाल दो या जो कर रहे हो उसकी फोटो डाल दो, वो भी नहीं करना है, बट यू हैव टू बी प्रेजेंट। सो समटाइम्स अब तो मैं मम्मी भी बन चुकी हूँ, तो मेरे साथ ऐसा हो जाता है कि मैं उतनी कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रह पाती। मेरा यूट्यूब चैनल, उस पे भी मैं उतना ज़्यादा कंटेंट अब नहीं डाल पाती हूँ, जितना मुझे डालना चाहिए। बिकॉज़ ऑफ कोर्स आई हैव अदर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ नाउ। But yeah, this is my bad habit, which I'm still trying to overcome. इंस्टाग्राम पे फिर भी मैनेजेबल है, ओवरकम हो जाता है क्योंकि दिन में आप कम से कम 3 स्टोरीज़ तो डाल देनी चाहिए। तो मैं कोशिश करती हूँ कि मैं वो कर दूँ एंड अगेन फेसबुक एंड यूट्यूब पे भी अब स्टोरीज़ का ऑप्शन होता है, सो डेफिनिटली मैं यहाँ पे सिर्फ इंस्टाग्राम पे ही फ़ोकस करूँगी बिकॉज़ इंस्टाग्राम इज़ द न्यू वर्ल्ड। सो जो भी इन्फ्लुएंसर्स बनना चाहते हैं, अपने टैलेंट को दिखाना चाहते हैं सोशल मीडिया पे, इंस्टाग्राम इज़ द न्यू वर्ल्ड फॉर यू गाइज़। प्लीज़ डू मेक योर पेज पब्लिक फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, अपने पेज को पब्लिक कर दो एंड स्टार्ट बिल्डिंग योर फैमिली। सो या तो ये मेरी कमी थी, और कैसे मैं उसको ओवरकम करने की कोशिश करती हूँ, ये था। और क्या पूछा था आपने?
मैं पूछ रहा था कि कमी हो गई, आपने ओवरकम
हाँ,
कर लिया एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ
या
टाइम। सो
या
देयर हैज़ टू बी अ सर्टेन विज़न टू फॉलो। Like in today's time, like everybody wants to be an influencer,
Yeah.
but we really don't know how to go about it. तो ये तो आपने pinpoint कर दिया कि your profile should be updated. There has to be consistency. मैं note down कर रहा हूँ at least 3 stories per day. बाकी सबने note down नहीं किया तो करते जाओ and make your profile public. But there happens to be these are the practical tips, no doubt. There's another aspect where what's the first thing you need to know as an influencer about yourself and about the world of Instagram, as we are focusing on Instagram because that's that, and Insta पे डाल दिया तो वो Facebook से sync हो जाता है तो at least 2 platform पे simultaneously चल जाएगा. But there are some basics to know as an influencer, how many responsibilities also you have out there. So when did you start feeling responsible about it, and what should be when we say a vision of an influencer? Over to you.
So this is a very good question, Hemang. But सबसे पहले तो इन्फ्लुएंसर हम बाद में बनते हैं, पहले हम बनते हैं, हमें बनना होता है कंटेंट क्रिएटर. उसके बाद जब उस फील्ड में हम सक्सेसफुल हो जाते हैं, फिर हम बनते हैं इन्फ्लुएंसर. बिकॉज इन्फ्लुएंसर का मतलब क्या है? जो दूसरों को इन्फ्लुएंस करे, जो दूसरों को मोटिवेट करे. इन्फ्लुएंसर्स आज सोशल मीडिया पे क्या कर रहे हैं? प्रॉबेबली अगर वो किसी ब्रांड को प्रमोट करते हैं, तो वो एक तरह से व्यूअर्स को इन्फ्लुएंस कर रहे हैं. वो बताते हैं कि मैं ये ब्रांड यूज कर रही हूँ या कर रहा हूँ और ये बहुत अच्छा है, दिस दैट. एंड देन जो व्यूअर्स होते हैं या जो आपकी जो फैन फॉलोइंग है, वो आप पे ट्रस्ट करती है और आपसे इन्फ्लुएंस होके वो चीज वो खरीदती है. दैट्स हाउ यू बिकम एन इन्फ्लुएंसर. बट एक इन्फ्लुएंसर बनने के लिए पहले आपको बनना है कंटेंट क्रिएटर. और कंटेंट क्रिएशन का मतलब क्या है? यू हैव टू मेक गुड quality content for your fans, and that family has to increase every day. इसका भी आपको ध्यान रखना है. तो आपको अच्छा कंटेंट भी डालना है, आपको अपनी फैमिली को भी बढ़ाना है, आपको अपने फैंस को, आपकी जो फैमिली है उसको एंटरटेन रखना है. एंटरटेनमेंट इज द नंबर 1 थिंग. आजकल अगर लोग इंस्टाग्राम पे रील्स देख रहे हैं, तो देखो किसी के पास उतना टाइम नहीं होता है. सब लोग एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए ही देखते हैं. कोई इतना फ्री नहीं है कि हाँ चलो आज कुछ सीखने के लिए या कुछ ऐसा ही कुछ स्पेसिफिक चीज के लिए रील्स देख रहे हो. नहीं, सब लोग मस्ती के लिए रील्स देखते हैं, एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए रील्स देखते हैं. ये चीज दिमाग में हमेशा रखनी है. सो एंटरटेनमेंट इज द नंबर 1 थिंग दैट यू हैव टू गिव टू योर व्यूअर्स. एंड बाकी जो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज की बात है, वो तो बहुत ध्यान रखने वाली बात ये है कि दैट यू हैव टू बी a positive person yourself, to create positive content and to give out positive energy to the world. क्योंकि आज दुनिया में इतनी नेगेटिविटी है कि आपको खुद एक पॉजिटिव इंसान रहना है और पॉजिटिव कंटेंट डालना है और अपनी फैमिली को भी पॉजिटिव रखना है. तो आपका जो कंटेंट होता है वो किसी भी एक रिलीजियस कम्युनिटी को हर्ट ना करे या किसी की इमोशनल फीलिंग्स को हर्ट ना करे. बहुत ही जेन्युइन कंटेंट हो, बहुत ही पॉजिटिव कंटेंट हो. ये सारी चीजें ध्यान में रख के आपको कंटेंट बनाते जाना है कंसिस्टेंटली. एंड दैट इज व्हेन धीरे धीरे जो मेरे साथ हुआ, मेरा एक्सपीरियंस ये है, आपको पता भी नहीं चलेगा दैट यू विल बिकम एन इन्फ्लुएंसर. एंड देन अल्टीमेटली ब्रांड्स विल स्टार्ट कमिंग इन, वेयर द गेम विल चेंज. एंड ऑल्सो आपके पास वॉइसिंग का भी काम इंस्टाग्राम से आने लगेगा. बिकॉज मेरे साथ ऐसा हो चुका है, हो रहा है, होता आ रहा है. सो आपका काम आपके पास आपकी इंस्टाग्राम प्रोफाइल से आ सकता है. ये मैंने समझा है, मैंने एक्सपीरियंस किया है, मैंने जाना है इन ऑल दीज इयर्स. एंड आपके पास ब्रांड प्रमोशन के लिए भी काम आ सकता है. सो बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स खुल जाते हैं once you become a content creator and ultimately an influencer.
Well, so everybody dreaming about just influencing right away, take your time. पहले decide करो content क्या डालेंगे, content creator बनना है. Because see, a big dream, no doubt, is important, but at the same time, you have to start small, and that's when you have to start focusing on the right, precise kind of content. कई बार क्या होता है ना, जैसे आपने कहा, कंटेंट हम क्रिएट करना शुरू कर देते हैं, फिर कंसिस्टेंसी नहीं रहती क्योंकि हमारे पास कंटेंट लिमिटेड होता है. और उसके बाद एक बार लगता है कि अरे इसके बाद मैं क्या कहूँ और मैं क्या वीडियो डालूं. सडनली वी आर लॉस्ट ऑन दैट स्पेस आल्सो. ऐसा आपके साथ कभी हुआ? एंड देन लाइक हाउ डिड यू फिगर द ब्रेक थ्रू सच जिसे क्रिएटिव
बहुत
ब्लॉक
बार
कह
होता
सकते हैं, राइटर्स ब्लॉक जैसे
है।
होता है।
यस, और
टेल मी
ऐसा
मोर अबाउट दैट।
बहुत बार होता है, बहुत बार होता है, और तभी मैं कंसिस्टेंसी छोड़ देती हूँ जब मेरे साथ ऐसा होता है। या फिर देखो, हम सब इंसान हैं, वी आर ह्यूमंस, समटाइम्स वी आर गोइंग थ्रू अ रफ पैच इन आवर पर्सनल लाइफ। तो ऐसा होता है कि अब सोशल मीडिया पे क्या डालें, खुद का ही दिमाग खराब है तो क्या डालें, बट यू हैव टू बी देयर। आपने एक फैमिली खुद के लिए बिल्ड की है, आपने एक फैमिली बनाई है, वो लोग लुक after they look after your mental health at the end of the day, so you have to be there, you have to be present for them. So ये जो क्रिएटिव ब्लॉक है, ये हर किसी के साथ होता है, बट इसे ओवरकम करने के लिए क्या कर सकते हैं? तो जो भी आप कंटेंट बनाएं, उसे सबसे पहले तो अपने टैलेंट के अराउंड ही रखें। फॉर एग्जांपल मेरा जैसे वॉइसिंग टैलेंट है, मेरा कार्टून कैरेक्टर्स वाला वाला जो है वो फोटे है मेरा। तो आप क्या कर सकते हैं, आप ट्रेंड्स फॉलो कीजिए। इंस्टाग्राम पे हर थोड़े दिन में कुछ ना कुछ ट्रेंडिंग ऑडियो होता है, कुछ ना कुछ एक ट्रेंड शुरू हो जाता है, कोई डांस ट्रेंड होता है, कोई कुछ होता है। सो डू नॉट जस्ट स्टिक टू योर वॉइसिंग थिंग। वॉइस का तो पकड़ ही लो एक, बट एक दूसरी चीज भी पकड़ लो, चाहे वो डांस हो, चाहे वो कॉमेडी हो, चाहे वो लाइफस्टाइल हो, चाहे फैशन हो। दो चीजें ले लो एंड देन स्टार्ट क्रिएटिंग कंटेंट, बिकॉज आप अगर वॉइस से रिलेटेड कंटेंट डालोगे तो आप रोज तो नहीं डाल पाओगे। इतने आइडियाज कहाँ से आएंगे, और इतने हिट होने लायक आइडियाज? ऐसा भी नहीं है ना कि हम कुछ भी डाल दें। सो दो चीजें पकड़ लो, एक तो आपका वॉइस का टैलेंट, और दूसरा जैसे मैंने कुछ कुछ ऑप्शंस दिए वो। और ट्राई एंड पुट रिलेटेबल कंटेंट। अब रिलेटेबल कंटेंट डालने से क्या होता है, अ, लोग उसे शेयर करते हैं। मान लीजिए आपने कोई एक रील डाली जो मुझे ऐसा लगा, अरे हाँ यार ऐसा ही तो होता है। आपने एक भाई बहन की रील डाली लेट्स से, एंड मैंने मैंने वो रील देखी और मैंने सोचा हाँ यार ऐसा ही तो होता है, मैं डेफिनेटली उसे अपने भाई के साथ शेयर करूंगी। अब वो मेरे एक भाई हो, तीन भाई हो, बहनें हो, जो भी हो, या मैं अपने दोस्तों के साथ भी शेयर करूंगी, मैं उसे शेयर करूंगी। एंड योर व्यूज इंक्रीज व्हेन पीपल स्टार्ट शेयरिंग योर रील्स। सो ट्राई एंड पुट रिलेटेबल कंटेंट, ट्राई एंड फॉलो द ट्रेंड्स, बिकॉज जैसे जैसे ट्रेंड्स आते हैं वैसे वैसे इंस्टाग्राम का एल्गोरिथम ऐसा है कि ट्रेंडिंग रील ज्यादा थोड़ी पुश होती है। सो ट्रेंड्स को फॉलो करो। जैसे मान लो आपके पास कोई भी आइडिया नहीं है, बट देयर इज अ ट्रेंड, लेट्स से जैसे अभी ये चल रहा था ना, लुकिंग लाइक अ वाव। सो यू आर अ वॉइस आर्टिस्ट, ओके? So let's say there's a very popular character that you have performed recently, and उसकी वॉइस में ये वाला डायलॉग, एंड उसका टाइटल, उसका जो आपका थंबनेल है, वो सब भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। सो इट शुड बी वेरी कैची। आपके टाइटल में होना चाहिए व्हाट इफ, लाइक इफ आई विल मेक अ रील ऑन दिस, आई विल से व्हाट इफ डोरेमोन says this dialogue, and then I will see that dialogue in Doraemon's voice. So ट्रेंड भी आपने फॉलो कर लिया और आपने अपना टैलेंट भी दिखा दिया। ऑल्सो एक और चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है जो अगेन मैंने अपने एक्सपीरियंस से जाना है, और वो ये है कि आजकल किसी के पास फ्री टाइम नहीं होता है, ठीक है? और लोगों की ये जो अटेंशन है ना, वो बहुत महंगी है। तो इंस्टाग्राम रील्स में शुरू के 3 सेकंड बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और अगर वो 3 सेकंड आपने हाय गाइस हाउ आर यू बोलने में वेस्ट कर दिए, तो देर आर मोर चांसेस दैट द पीपल विल स्वाइप अप एंड वॉच अनदर रील। सो जो आपके शुरू के 3 सेकंड्स हैं वो बहुत कैची होने चाहिए, जो आपके रील पे लोगों को रोक दे। तो आपके जो शुरू के 3 सेकंड्स है प्रॉबेबली कैन बी योर टाइटल ऑफ द वीडियो, ताकि लोग वहां पर रुक जाएं। आजकल लोगों की अटेंशन को ग्रैब करना बहुत मुश्किल काम है। सो द फर्स्ट 3 seconds ऑफ योर रील, दे आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
ओहो, दैट इज सो नोटेबल। फर्स्ट 3 सेकेंड्स मैंने तो नोट कर लिया है, बट जैसे अभी एक आप आइडिया दे ही रहे थे तो मुझे ख्याल आया कि लुकिंग लाइक अ वाव एक बार आप अपने किसी कैरेक्टर स्टाइल में सुनाई दे, अगर आपका गला इजाजत देता है आज, तो हम थोड़ा डोरेमोन स्टाइल या जो भी आपको कंफर्टेबल हो,
हाँ हाँ,
लुकिंग
जरूर
लाइक अ
जरूर।
वाव इन दैट स्टाइल, दैट विल बी
देखो
फन
गला तो
जस्ट टू पुट
हम
यू
लोगों
गाइस।
का काम ऐसा है कि गला इजाजत नहीं भी देता तो हमें
हाँ
इजाजत दिलवानी पड़ती है।
ये
And today
बात
when
कही।
I'm here at India Voice Fest, I will definitely do it.
हम्म,
So if Doraemon says this dialogue, how will he say it? He'll say, "So beautiful, so elegant, just looking like a wow."
and that's a wow performance. यार चलो
Thank
symbolic तालियां
you,
डाल दो
thank you.
यार। We love it, you know, and that's I guess you know one of the creative sparks जिसे कहते हैं ना, जो impromptu performances है। कई बार हम लोग बहुत सोच के सोचेंगे ये रील डालनी वो रील डालनी है, but when you're just in front of the camera, you've thought of something else, and there's this momentary creative spark that happens,
Yes,
and you
yes,
perform in a very different way rather than you had planned. ऐसा हुआ होगा आपके
yes,
साथ कहीं, आई थिंक मेजोरिटी
yes.
ऐसी होता है। हाँ, होता है
देखो
impromptu।
ये बात, हाँ बिल्कुल होता है। इनफैक्ट मैं आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ कि जो मेरी इंस्टाग्राम पे सबसे ज्यादा रील्स वायरल होती हैं, वो मैंने एक काइंड ऑफ एक सीरीज बनाई हुई है, नॉर्मल वॉइस वर्सेस किड्स वॉइस। सो दैट आइडिया वाज अ वेरी इम्प्रॉम्प्टू आइडिया। मतलब आई वाज जस्ट सिटिंग एंड मुझे आज भी याद है कि लॉकडाउन का टाइम था एंड मैं एक गाना गा रही थी और मैंने सोचा कि अगर एक बच्चा ये गाना गाएगा तो वो कैसे गाएगा। तो मैं वो बच्चे की आवाज में गाना गाने लग गई एंड मैंने सोचा, और तब टिकटॉक बंद हुआ था और इंस्टाग्राम रील्स लॉन्च हुई थी। तो मेरी आई थिंक शुरू में ही कुछ फोर्थ फिफ्थ रील थी जो फर्स्ट मैंने डाली थी, नॉर्मल वॉइस वर्सेस किड्स वॉइस। और वो इतनी ज्यादा वायरल हुई और लोगों ने उसे इतना पसंद किया, which was again a surprise for me. I was not an influencer then. I became an influencer after I became a content creator. मुझे भी नहीं पता था। I did not know that I was creating a content piece. I was just showing my talent to the world. And that was also not like कि मैं लोगों को दिखाने के लिए कर रही हूँ, मैं अपनी मस्ती के लिए कर रही थी। So yes, sometimes कुछ आप ऐसे ही क्रिएट करते हो और वो आग की तरह फैल जाता है। And that is what you want. You want to be viral. Everybody wants to be viral today. I remember when I created my YouTube channel, it was the main intention to create that YouTube channel was कि मैं वॉइस इंडस्ट्री को सामने लाऊं, मैं वॉइस आर्टिस्ट को सामने लेकर आऊं, मैं उनके टैलेंट को दुनिया तक पहुंचाऊं और जो जो जब तक छुपा हुआ था। So that was my intention. I created that channel. I started putting videos. But then one day, I appeared on the Kapil Sharma show. I performed there, and a lot of people liked my performance, and they started messaging me on Facebook, on my YouTube channel, on my Instagram, everywhere on social media. They started showering so much love, and I thought, यार मैं हर एक को कैसे रिप्लाई करूं? उस टाइम पर मेरे इंस्टाग्राम पे आई थिंक 5000 फॉलोअर्स थे, मेरे यूट्यूब पे 20,000 सब्सक्राइबर्स थे एंड फेसबुक पे शायद कुछ 3 लाख सब्सक्राइबर्स फॉलोअर्स थे। तो मैंने सोचा मैं सबको कैसे एक साथ कैसे सबको रिप्लाई करूंगी। सो आई सैट डाउन एंड इट वाज योगेश रोकड़े फ्रॉम टैलेंट तड़का हु सेड कि मैम आप एक काम करो, आप एक वीडियो बनाओ और अपने यूट्यूब चैनल पे डालो। ही हैज हेल्प्ड मी अ लॉट विद माय यूट्यूब चैनल। So I said, okay. I sat down, I shot a video, I thanked everybody in that video, and he edited that video for me. I put it on my YouTube channel, and the next day, I was viral. So, आपने देखा मेरा इंटेंशन कुछ और था मेरे YouTube चैनल का, मेरा मेन पीस ऑफ कंटेंट कुछ और था, मैं कुछ और करना चाहती थी। I just put a video on my channel, just saying thank you guys, आपने इतना प्यार दिया। And a major part of my success, major क्या, I'll say 99.9% जो मेरा सक्सेस का पार्ट है, it comes from the कपिल शर्मा शो। आज अगर लोग हमारी इंडस्ट्री को जानते हैं, it is because they have seen that reel जिसमें मैं डोरेमोन और छोटा भीम की वॉइस करके दिखा रही हूँ, तो लोगों को पता चला कि ओ ऐसा भी होता है, ओ अच्छा वॉइस आर्टिस्ट नाम की भी कोई चीज होती है। तो आई विल से कि कपिल शर्मा शो की वजह से मुझे जो पॉपुलैरिटी मिली है, आज मैं जहाँ पे भी हूँ, इट इज majorly because of that, majorly, like 100% because of that.
नहीं, that is, I think, you're bringing, I totally agree with that, but at the same time, कपिल शर्मा शो पे बुलाए, उसके लायक बने तब आप वहां पहुंचे ना.
अरे
You've been doing a
हिमांश,
great
लेकिन
job, तब तो
I was
आपको वहां
there
बुलाया.
in the
So
audience. I was there
no,
in the
but it makes a
audience and
whole
I
lot of
performed.
oh, is that it? That's
Yes,
amazing.
yes.
But that's the beauty of it, you know. People suddenly, कई बार होता है, आवाजों को ढूंढ रहे होते हैं और आपका
Yeah.
चेहरा मिल गया and everybody was like, "Yay, finally discovery." But
Yes.
there,
Even today
from the
people
conversation,
meet me. Yeah, even today people meet
देखते
me
ही
and they say, "कपिल शर्मा शो में आए थे ना आप?" And I say yes.
adorable.
So
That's
मैं
adorable.
actually, मेरे parents दिल्ली से आए हुए थे मुंबई, and they are big Kapil Sharma show fans. So I took them to the Kapil Sharma show. I got in touch with Mr. Vijay Vikram Singh, who is the narrator voice of Big Boss. He was associated with the team and he made it possible. So again, उनका भी इसमें हाथ है. I'm getting this opportunity to thank him
Vijay
also.
Vikram, cheers to him as
Yay!
well. Yes.
Yes, yes.
But yeah, I mean, from the conversation which we just had, there's a takeaway I
Yeah.
noted down where after grabbing attention, you mentioned that you have to be impromptu. That means somewhere you have to trust your instinct and go with the flow as well, where exposures you will get, and like as simple as a thank you video which was not meant for virality turned out to be a viral video, is where,
Yes.
because you followed your instinct and you were being yourself there. You were not doing a caricature, you were not doing a character, you just wanted to be in जैसे होता है. I think that's where the
Yeah.
human connect factor comes in. To be a good content creator, you can't be disconnected with your family, as you just mentioned. Am I right on that?
Correct. Correct. Yes. Yes.
तो
And
अब
you don't
जब
have to
फैमिली बन
think a
गई है,
lot. Yeah.
मैं इसी पे
You
आ
don't
रहा
have
हूँ. ये
to
जो
think.
थिंक अ लॉट वाला पॉइंट है ना, इसमें क्या है,
हाँ.
फैमिली बन जाती है. अब फैमिली मींस इतने
हाँ.
सारे रिश्तेदार. अब
हाँ.
रिश्तेदार हैं तो टांग भी खींचेंगे, ट्रोलिंग भी
Yes.
करेंगे, बोलेंगे ये
Yes.
कैसा, वो कैसा, ऐसा क्यों, वैसा क्यों. एंड यस,
Hmm.
you're on a media, on a public platform, trolling is gonna happen. It must have happened with you. How,
Yes.
what was your experience? पहले तो फर्स्ट रिस्पॉन्स एक अलग होता है, उसके बाद हम सोच के रिस्पॉन्ड देते हैं, वो अलग होता है, और जो आगे अब करने जाएंगे वो कैसे इसे हैंडल करें, इसका भी गाइडेंस मिलेगा तो इट विल बी ग्रेट फॉर अस टू ऐड टू द लिस्ट.
Yes. Himang, I thank you for bringing this up because ये चीज बहुत होती है आजकल. And I don't know why people do it. क्यों लोगों के पास इतना टाइम होता है कि लोग ऐसे नेगेटिव कमेंट्स करते हैं. But to all the content creators out there, to all the fellow voice artists out there, I would like to say कि the best इलाज for this is ignore. And अगर आपको कोई ज्यादा ही बग कर रहा है और आपको परेशान कर रहा है, you have an astra in your hand, which is an Instagram feature called block. And that is what I do. I know it's funny,
Convenient.
but that is what I do. I
Right.
block people. Because, see, जब हमने एक फैमिली बनाई है, तो ऐसा भी, मेरा एक फ्रेंड है जिसने हमारी इंडस्ट्री से ही है, एंड ही सेड कि सोनल नेगेटिव कमेंट्स आने दो. पहले मैं डिलीट कर देती थी बिकॉज यू नो I am a positive person, so I like to see positive things. I like to say positive things. I like to hear positive things. I like to read positive things. So मैं पहले delete कर देती थी. So one of my friends said कि अरे why are you deleting? तूने देखा नहीं उस comment के नीचे और 7 comments आए हुए थे where your fans are fighting for you. And that is kind of increasing the engagement on your content. So that is also one way of, you know, if you are powerful enough to ignore the negative comments, let them be there. Sometimes I ignore because उनकी intensity देख के, अगर वो ऐसे ही थोड़ा टुच्चा सा negative comment है, ignore कर दो. But if someone, कुछ लोग बहुत ही पागल होते हैं, तो अगर कोई आपकी फैमिली के बारे में कुछ लिख रहा है, अगर कोई आपको ज्यादा ही बुरा लिख रहा है, block. Straight away block. Never take it personally. Because जब वो, बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस है हिमांग, अगर वो इंसान आपके सामने खड़ा होगा ना, उसके मुंह से एक शब्द भी नहीं निकलेगा. अगर वो इंसान आपके सामने खड़ा होगा, वो एक शब्द भी नहीं बोल पाएगा, बट सोशल मीडिया पे लोग कुछ भी लिख देते हैं. तो आपको इस चीज को ऐसे ही लेना है that you are a content creator, you are an influencer, you are a celebrity. You don't have to fight with them. Just ignore them. If they are bugging you too much, just block them. But at the same time, I also agree कि अगर हम ऐसा कोई कमेंट पढ़ लेते हैं ना, तो बुरा बहुत लगता है. And sometimes it ruins your day. But you have to take it as it is a part of the job. कभी कभी बहुत मूड खराब होता है. मेरे साथ भी ऐसा हुआ है कि मैं पूरा दिन उस चीज के बारे में सोच रही हूँ कि यार उसने मुझे ऐसा क्यों बोला, ऐसा क्यों हुआ, ऐसा क्यों लिखा. बट देन लेटर ऑन आई रियलाइज ये भी धीरे धीरे वाली एक ट्रांजिशन है जो मेरे साथ हुआ है. एंड आई रियलाइज कि हु इज दैट पर्सन जिसने ये नेगेटिव कमेंट लिखा. आई डोंट इवन नो दैट पर्सन, ही डजंट नो मी. सो व्हाई इज दिस थिंग bugging me so much? Why is it bothering me so much? So I have kind of learned with time to ignore these things. But yes, I think that's the best way to handle trolling and negativity on social media.
तो ठीक है, मैंने तो यहाँ कैपिटल्स में नोट डाउन कर दिया है ignore.com. Ignore.com. It's the latest
Yes.
website I'm going to utilize.
मैं आपके
But
साथ
yeah,
एक छोटा सा एग्जाम्पल शेयर करती हूँ हिमांग.
Yeah,
I won't
yeah,
take much time.
definitely.
So I created a YouTube video, I think last year, very recently. And मैंने वो YouTube video अपलोड किया. And थोड़े ही दिन के बाद मेरे पास YouTube से मेल आया कि we have deleted your video because some of the content from the video was created by someone else, and your video has something कुछ तो copyrighted content use किया है आपने, and that is why we are deleting your video. And I got a copyright strike from YouTube, and that is a very serious thing. अगर आपको 3 copyright strikes मिल जाती हैं तो आपका चैनल डिलीट कर देता है YouTube. So that's a very serious thing. It's like YouTube ने आपको चांटा मारा है. And I said, why? I did not do anything. मैंने तो कोई कंटेंट किसी और का नहीं लिया, मेरा खुद का वीडियो था. I was there in the video. What happened? And then मैंने जब देखा तो I realized कि मैंने जो thumbnail यूज किया था उस वीडियो का, that was actually मैंने वो thumbnail लिया था Google से, and that was actually created by some person who was apparently a fan of mine who used to follow me on Instagram. And that person got offended because I used that photograph, and me मुझे पता भी नहीं था कि वो किसने क्रिएट किया है. मैंने वो सिर्फ गूगल से डाउनलोड करके यूट्यूब पे डाल दिया था. एंड देन लेटर ऑन I realized, and again Yogesh Rokde, he jumped in for help, and he told me that it was created by a fan of yours and this was his name and this and that, and he's trying to get in touch with you on Instagram. अब मेरे Instagram पे लाखों मैसेजेस होते हैं तो मैं नहीं देख पाती हूँ. मैंने उसके मैसेजेस में जाके देखा तो इतनी नेगेटिविटी थी. आपने मेरी फोटो चुराई है, आपने ये किया, आपने वो किया है ना. लाइक मैंने मन में सोचा, oh God, I'm so sorry I did this, but I just downloaded it from Google. But इससे पता चलता है कि लोगों के मन में कितनी ज्यादा नेगेटिविटी है कि I mean, this is not understandable. Why would anybody do this? But yes, the world is like that. The social media world is like that, and you have to understand it. So that incident, that experience ruined my day, and my video was deleted. I got a copyright strike from YouTube, although the video had no content from whomsoever. But that video was deleted because of that thumbnail that I downloaded from Google, and that person had uploaded the photo on Google, this, that, blah, 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 and a lot of negativity from that person also. So I blocked him right away. I apologized. I said sorry. I blocked him, and tada bye bye.
ओहो, ये तो बड़ी, so मैं भी खुद इमोशनल हो गया because every creation you put up is like a baby, you know. You have a lot of effort and emotions involved with whatever is being put up on social media. It's not just like blah, कर देते हैं। तो टोटली गेट दैट एंड दैट सॉम्बर एक्सप्रेशन, नहीं आप इतने सीरियस मत हो प्लीज। वो रहती है ना भटिंडा वाली चाची के देवर की जो बहन है, उसको हमेशा इग्नोर ही करते हैं सब। तो
या
समझो जब भी
अरे
कोई
नहीं,
ऐसा ना, वो हमारी
एक्चुअली मेरा
भटिंडा वाली
गला ठीक
चाची।
नहीं है ना, तो मेरी आवाज थोड़ी कांप रही है, बट आई एम नॉट बीइंग इमोशनल। अब मैं थोड़ी सी वैसी हो गई हूँ। इनिशियली आई वाज वेरी, आई यूज्ड टू गेट वेरी टची ऑन दीज थिंग्स कि ओ गॉड मैंने किसी को हर्ट कर दिया। बट वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड लॉट ऑफ टाइम दिस इज आल्सो हैपेंड कि किसी ने मुझे कमेंट किया गंदा सा, मैंने उसको रिप्लाई भी किया, एंड मेरे साथ ऐसा होता है कि मैं नॉर्मली आई एम नॉट अ वेरी, किसी ने पत्थर मारा तो आप ईंट फेंको, आई एम नॉट दैट पर्सन। किसी ने पत्थर मारा आप सॉरी बोल दोगे, वो पिघल जाएगा, आई एम दैट काइंड ऑफ अ पर्सन। और मैंने कुछ लिख दिया तो सामने से ऐसा रिप्लाई भी आ जाता है, ओ सॉरी मैम, हमें सिर्फ आपकी अटेंशन चाहिए थी। आई वाज लाइक व्हाट, आर यू सीरियस? कुछ लोग लिखते हैं we just wanted a reply from you, that's why we wrote it, we did not mean it.
ये स्ट्रैटेजीज देख लो भाई, जो भी ट्रैवलिंग कर रहे हैं ऑनलाइन आने के, सीख लो। ऐसे भी कमेंट्स आएंगे और उनको कैसे हैंडल करना है। सबसे बेस्ट तो ignore.com एंड ब्लॉक, नो डाउट, बट एट द सेम
Exactly.
टाइम बी प्रिपेयर्ड आल्सो। आई थिंक देयर इज नो हार्म इन बीइंग प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर
Yeah.
एनी काइंड ऑफ अ रिएक्शन। आफ्टर ऑल जब हम
Yes.
जाते हैं प्लेटफॉर्म पे तो ये पता ही होता है कि भाई नाउ इट्स ओपन टू द वर्ल्ड एंड दे कैन से व्हाटएवर दे वांट टू। सो वेरी
Exactly.
वैलिड
When
पॉइंट।
influencers, your
अब तक
celebrities
जो भी
and celebrities. Yeah, sorry.
अब तक जो भी मैं पॉइंट्स पूछ रहा था ना, वो ये था कि जो अभी शायद जस्ट अबाउट कंसिडर कर रहे हैं हम ऑनलाइन जाएं या शुरुआत करना चाहते हैं या ये सब जान
Yeah.
के अपनी शुरुआत करेंगे। अब मैं थोड़ा नेक्स्ट कैटेगरी ऑफ लिसनर्स पे जाता हूँ हमारी इंडिया वॉइस फेस्ट की फैमिली के लिए, जहाँ पर वो वॉइस ओवर आर्टिस्ट रहे हैं कई सालों से और सोशल मीडिया पर हैं, पर they want to just increase followers. So I'm talking about a category who's been online, who's there, but they are stuck at the point where followers increase नहीं हो रहे हैं, whether be it any platform, चाहे आप Instagram या Facebook या YouTube बता दो, because YouTube पे जैसे आपने बताया कि you have to be very alert about copyright strike and you might as well be very particular about whatever you're uploading there. अब जब मुझे as an existing artist है जिनके पास तो कई बार brands involved होते हैं, कई बार काफी सारे वो साइन करते हैं एनडीए, ऐसी सिचुएशन में जो एग्जिस्टिंग आर्टिस्ट हैं उनके लिए आपकी कोई एडवाइस है? सो दे माइट जस्ट लाइक, अरे ये तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं था, अच्छा हुआ, थैंक यू सोनल, सो स्वीट ऑफ यू, वाला रिएक्शन मिल जाए।
नहीं, मैं जब पर्सनली भी आर्टिस्ट से मिलती हूँ, मेरे फ्रेंड्स ही हैं, तो मैं सबको डेफिनेटली कुछ ना कुछ तो बताती ही हूँ। आई मेक श्योर दैट आई शेयर व्हाटएवर आई हैव लर्नड। एंड जैसे आपने बोला एनडीए साइन करते हैं, हम लोग एनडीए साइन करते हैं, तो सबसे बड़ी चीज जो हमें ध्यान में रखनी है, वो सबको पता ही होता है, बट बेसिकली आई एम जस्ट रिपीटिंग इट, कि यू डोंट हैव टू डिस्क्लोज योर प्रोजेक्ट, योर वर्क to the world, to the social media before it releases on the platform. So once the project releases, उसके बाद आप पोस्ट कर सकते हो। पोस्ट यानी कि एक पिक्चर पोस्ट कर सकते हो, उसके साथ साथ आप एक रील डेफिनेटली डालो। सो ग्रो करने का जो सबसे आसान और सबसे अच्छा तरीका है वो है रील। आजकल यूट्यूब पे भी अगर आप देखोगे ना, शॉर्ट्स ज्यादा अच्छे परफॉर्म करते हैं एज कंपेयर टू द लॉन्ग फॉर्मेट वीडियोस, बिकॉज पीपल टुडे दे डोंट हैव टाइम टू वॉच 20 मिनट्स 30 मिनट्स वीडियो, दे हैव टाइम टू वॉच अ 10-second रील बिकॉज इट्स अ क्विक थिंग। एंड लाइफ हैज बिकम सच, इतनी फास्ट लाइफ हो गई लोगों की कि लोग फटाफट फटाफट वाला कंटेंट देखना पसंद करते हैं। सो ऑल्सो दिस इज ऑल्सो वन थिंग, योर रील शुड नॉट बी अ वेरी काइंड ऑफ slow paced reel, because people will not like it. They will like it if you will say like this and fast and chirpy and entertaining. So एक चीज जो हम कर सकते हैं, अगर लेट्स से आपने एक प्रोजेक्ट किया है और वो रिलीज हो गया है, उसके बाद एक पिक्चर डालते हैं और पिक्चर के साथ साथ आप एक रील डालिए। उस वॉइस में आपका कोई भी डायलॉग बोलते हुए, और अगर वो स्टूडियो में आप रिकॉर्ड करेंगे तो वो बहुत ही अच्छा होगा। अगर आप अपने घर पे करते हैं तो भी दैट्स ओके, क्योंकि कई स्टूडियोज में शूट करना अलाउड नहीं होता है। तो आप एक डायलॉग बोलते हुए अपनी एक रील डालिए। उसमें अगेन द टेक्स्ट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। टेक्स्ट में लिखा होना चाहिए कि this dialogue in this voice, whatever your project is. So that is again one way of increasing the followers, because जितना ज़्यादा आप content डालोगे, जितने ज़्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचेगा, उतने ज़्यादा लोग आपकी प्रोफाइल तक आएंगे, आपको फॉलो करेंगे. So once we are there on the social media, तो हमारा एक एम तो ये होना ही चाहिए कि अब ये नंबर बढ़ना चाहिए, तभी फायदा है. एंड वो नंबर कैसे बढ़ेगा? जैसे जैसे आप लोग इंटरेक्ट करेंगे अपने व्यूअर्स के साथ, अपने फैंस के साथ, जैसे जैसे आप लोग कंटेंट पीस डालते जाएंगे. So yeah, this is what you can do.
Great, that definitely helped me a lot because मैं उन लोगों में से, वो 15 साल हो गए वॉइसिंग करते हुए. जब मैं लौटा था ना, मेरी इंस्टाग्राम अकाउंट 8 साल पहले खोल दिया था, उसमें एक पोस्ट डाल के छोड़ दिया था. अब 4 साल पहले मैंने एक दिन बैठ के कुछ 40 वीडियोस अपलोड कर दिए. भाई ऐसे लगेगा भाई कुछ तो क्या काम किया है. एंड अगेन उसके बाद फिर से कुछ नहीं अपलोड किया है. सो आई एम वन ऑफ दोस पैसिव इनएक्टिव पीपल ऑनलाइन. एंड आई थिंक दर्पण सर ने मुझे जानबूझ के इसलिए चुना कि सीख भाई, कुछ तो सीख ले, सुधर जाएगा
ये
शायद.
मैम बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं, पता है. हम लोग घर पे कई बार ऐसा होता है कि लेट्स से मैं आपको एक आइडिया देती हूँ अभी बैठे बैठे कि ट्राइपॉड पे कैमरा रखो, या अगर ट्राइपॉड नहीं है तो फोन कहीं पे भी एक जुगाड़ू तरीके से, बिकॉज आई हैव डन ऑल दिस, जुगाड़ू तरीके से सेट कर लो. एंड यू आर अ वॉइस आर्टिस्ट. आई एम नॉट श्योर यू आर अ वॉइस आर्टिस्ट, राइट?
हाँ,
है ना?
तो 15 साल से हूँ, मगर पता नहीं है मुझे भी.
So sorry. अरे I have seen your stage presence is so amazing. मतलब I think last year मैं वहाँ पर थी. Last year I was pregnant, इसलिए I couldn't be there. Last year you were there. I remember.
Yes. I've been there every year
online
from the start.
Yes.
Online hosting
But मैंने आपको stage online hosting भी, मैंने लास्ट ईयर तो मिस कर दिया था ना, मेरी सिचुएशन ऐसी थी. तो मैं लास्ट ईयर की बात इसलिए कर रही हूँ कि मुझे बहुत अच्छे से याद है. So so I was saying कि कैमरा रखो. And what if a voice artist answers a call and then come up with an idea कि if you want to ignore a call and you're a voice artist, तो आपके पास एक ऐसा टैलेंट है जो किसी और के पास नहीं है, तो आप क्या करोगे? कुछ एंटरटेनिंग वीडियो बनाओ इस आइडिया के अराउंड एंड पुट इट अप.
मैं IVRS बोलना शुरू कर दूंगा. You have reached the voice box of Himanshu Sharma. Leave your message and get lost.
That is what people want to see. और उसमें अगर आप एक कॉमेडी का तड़का लगा दोगे ना, it will be a super hit.
Yes, also एक और चीज को बोलते बोलते,
yes, entertainment is very important because that is what people are there for. Instagram पे लोग entertainment के लिए ही जाते हैं mostly. I'm talking about the major part of people. एक और चीज जो मेरे दिमाग में बोलते बोलते आई, और since we are discussing it, कि
it's a master class, it's your class, flow.
Yeah. Always use trending audios if possible. अब उसका क्या मतलब है? जैसे आपने कुछ भी कंटेंट पीस शूट कर लिया, उसमें आपकी आवाज है एंड एवरीथिंग, तो अब आप ट्रेंडिंग ऑडियो कैसे डालोगे? ट्रेंडिंग ऑडियो से मेरा मतलब है कोई गाना जो आजकल ट्रेंड कर रहा है. फॉर एग्जांपल अभी एनिमल का जो गाना है वो बहुत ट्रेंड कर रहा है, या फिर वो जो बॉबी देओल की एंट्री वाला गाना है वो बहुत ट्रेंड कर रहा है, ठीक है. बट यू वांट टू यूज दैट ऑडियो, बट यू हैव क्रिएटेड अ कंटेंट पीस जिसमें आपने खुद बोला है. तो उसके लिए भी क्या करना है आपको, मैं थोड़ा बताती हूँ कि आपने वीडियो तो अपनी डालनी है, आपको ट्रेंडिंग ऑडियो सिलेक्ट करना है, बट उस ऑडियो का वॉल्यूम आपको मिनिमम रखना है, लाइक उसका लेवल 2 या 3 पे रखो. तो उससे होगा क्या कि बैकग्राउंड में बहुत लो वॉल्यूम पे वो गाना बजेगा, लेकिन आपने क्योंकि ट्रेंडिंग ऑडियो यूज किया है तो इंस्टाग्राम की तरफ से आपकी रील को पुश किया जाएगा automatically because you have used a trending audio. That is also another trick.
Wow, this is a key. Everybody note down कर लो. ये तो बहुत ही एक तरह का मस्त inner रहस्य types मिल गया है हमें. And thanks Sonal for being so open about it. It's really not easy to share nowadays, but hats off to you. That brings me to another question. कि अभी जिस तरह से Instagram है, they promote certain facts, trending videos है, they work. But इसी पूरे वर्ल्ड में is there any particular aspect that you would like to change on the social media that you think doesn't work in today's time, what works, and what needs to be brought.
Himang, I'm sorry, I lost you in
Realm
the
of
middle.
understanding for
Hello.
us. Are we back?
Yes, yes.
We are back.
So you were saying
So
कि
मेरा
ऐसा कुछ
question
aspect है
short
that
में
I would like to change
on the social media or the platforms or so on and so forth. What is required आज के ज़माने
definitely the
की?
negativity the
Oh.
negativity yes yes
हम्म
मतलब जो लोग इतने ज्यादा नेगेटिव कमेंट्स करते हैं आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट माय प्रोफाइल बट जनरली सोशल मीडिया पे इतनी ज्यादा नेगेटिविटी है स्पेशली इन द कमेंट सेक्शन पीपल आर फाइटिंग व्हाई व्हाट फॉर आप कहीं और बैठे हो जो कंटेंट क्रिएटर है या जो भी डाल रहा है कंटेंट वो कहीं और बैठा है आप उसे जानते भी नहीं हो कई तो छोटे छोटे बच्चे होते हैं उसमें आई फील वेरी बैड I feel very bad. And I feel as content creators, people should be very responsible and very mature. We have to be very mature if we are going out there as creators. And I just want to change this, the negativity. It's very bad. It's very sad to see.
So we all pray for that, no doubt. Especially India Voice Fest की जो फैमिली है वो सब इतने सपोर्टिव हैं एक दूसरे के लिए कि वो तो डेफिनेटली इसे और भी पॉजिटिविटी बढ़ा रहे हैं. And thanks to everybody coming together to just multiply it by leaps and bounds. And as these 10 days will be done, and 17th को जब सब मिलेंगे तो ऐसे झप्पी पाएंगे एक दूसरे को, तरस रहे थे मिलने के लिए, वैसी वाली फीलिंग आएगी. But that brings me to the question कि अभी इतने साल हो गए, बहुत सारे वीडियोस डाले, रील्स डाले, काफी. Is there any particular video, reel that has a very special memory attached to, or something that was very magnetic? And जैसे आपने thank you वाला वीडियो बताया, that was one. But something कुछ होता है ना जिसमें अच्छी या बुरी memories जुड़ी होती हैं. Because I'm sure what we are trying to tap here is not just कि आपके साथ क्या हुआ, but when we are able to connect with an emotion, as people who are learning here, we might be able to utilize the same for our own creative content. So, memory attached to any reel.
So,
Favorite
the number
one
one has to be, yes, the number one has to be the Kapil Sharma show video. Because वो वीडियो है जिसने मुझे इतने सारे लोगों तक पहुंचाया है और वो वीडियो आज भी कई दूसरे लोग अपने पेज पर डालते हैं तो वो आग की तरह फैल जाता है अनस्टॉपेबल वायरल हो जाता है बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है उससे हमारी इंडस्ट्री का फायदा होता है सो आई नेवर गो एंड से कि अरे ये मेरा वीडियो है पुट इट डाउन दिस दैट नथिंग लाइक दैट एंड उसके अलावा अगर कोई रील में ऐसी सोचूं जो जिसके साथ इमोशन अटैच्ड है तो ऐसी वैसे बहुत सारी रील्स हैं लेकिन एक अभी जो मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है वो एक व्लॉग है तो आफ्टर आई काइंड ऑफ स्टार्टेड क्रिएटिंग कंटेंट फॉर यूट्यूब उसके बाद आई बिकेम अ व्लॉगर ऑल्सो तो जैसे एक एक सीढ़ी चढ़ते आई became a vlogger. I started putting vlogs on YouTube and I was lucky enough to get so much love on my vlogs also. So normally ना vlogs पे अगर मिलियंस में व्यूज चले जाएं तो वो बहुत अच्छी चीज मानी जाती है व्लॉग्स पे तो वन ऑफ माय व्लॉग्स आल्सो काइंड ऑफ वेंट वायरल एंड वो व्लॉग था उसका टाइटल था कि मेरी आवाज सुनकर बच्चे कूदने लगे एंड उसमें हुआ ये था कि मैं अपने घर गई थी दिल्ली एंड मैं अपने घर में बालकनी में बाहर खड़ी थी एंड दिल्ली में जो घर होते हैं वो काफी कनेक्टेड होते हैं सो मेरे सामने वाली बालकनी में और मेरे एडजेसेंट वाली बालकनी में बच्चे खड़े हुए थे 3-4 बच्चे थे एंड दे स्टार्टेड शाउटिंग अरे सोनल दीदी इसकी आवाज सुनाओ उसकी आवाज सुनाओ एंड आई परफॉर्म फॉर देम ऐसे बालकनी से दूसरी बालकनी में मतलब वो ऐसा कॉन्सर्ट चल रहा था हमारा बालकनी टू बालकनी कॉन्सर्ट एंड आई काइंड ऑफ I wasn't ready for it, but I shot it. कि ये भी मैं vlog में डाल दूंगी and people loved it. So that was very unexpected love that I got on that video because I think people connected to it कि अरे ये तो बहुत ही प्यारा सा moment हो गया. So yeah, that is one memory that I just kind of recalled.
अमेजिंग। सो नाउ एवरीबॉडी नोस कि आप जब कंटेंट क्रिएट करें तो ये भी सोचे कि जब जिस तरह का कंटेंट आप शेयर करेंगे तो ऑन ग्राउंड जब आप लोगों से मिलेंगे तो उसमें उनका क्या रिएक्शन होगा, दैट विल स्प्रेड either हैप्पीनेस और पॉजिटिविटी और सम काइंड ऑफ लर्निंग और टेक अवे फॉर एवरीबॉडी टू डू। तो इसी के साथ समय मुझे बता रहा है कि मैं एक जिस्ट दे दूं आज की मास्टर क्लास से। तो पॉइंट्स जो मैंने लिखे हैं फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ द वंस हु जस्ट जॉइंड इन लेटर, वेरी क्विक इन 30 सेकंड्स। मुझे वैसे भी रेडियो की आदत है 90 सेकंड्स में कंप्लीट करने की। सो योर बायो इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सुनर प्लीज करेक्ट मी एंड एड ऑन बाय द एंड ऑफ द आउटलाइन में जो आपकी
Sure,
लर्निंग
sure.
से।
Yeah.
जो बायो है आपका इंस्टा कंप्लीट होना चाहिए। आप प्रोफाइल लिखे, स्पेसिफाई करें आप वॉइस ओवर आर्टिस्ट हैं, डबिंग आर्टिस्ट है, या और भी कोई आप एज एन इन्फ्लुएंसर या टैलेंट आप शेयर करना चाहते हैं। कंसिस्टेंसी चाहिए अपलोड करने के लिए, कम से कम 3 स्टोरीज पर डे इंस्टा पे तो होनी ही चाहिए। मेक श्योर यू मेक योर प्रोफाइल पब्लिक, create content, be a content creator first before you think about or becoming an influencer. Entertainment is the key. People need entertainment. ज़्यादा serious, ज़्यादा slow के कोई फायदा है नहीं। Content should be around your talent, तो ही वो आप continue कर पाएंगे, नहीं तो ऐसा उधार की ली हुई चीज ज़्यादा देर टिकती नहीं है। फॉलो द ट्रेंड्स, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट। और उस ट्रेंड के साथ आप अपने वॉइसिंग के साथ क्या कर सकते हो वो जोड़ो। ट्रेंडिंग में आप ट्रेंडिंग ऑडियो भी ले लो साथ में, भले उसका वॉल्यूम कम होगा, बट जस्ट द फैक्ट दैट योर ऑडियो हैज बीन सिलेक्टेड, इट विल बी मोर प्रोपेल्ड ऑनलाइन। फॉलोड बाय रिलेटेबल कंटेंट एंड शेयरेबल कंटेंट। जो भी आपने कंटेंट डाला वो लोग रिलेट कर पाए, क्योंकि वो रिलेट करेंगे वो शेयर करेंगे। फॉलोड बाय पहले 3 सेकंड्स आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, और मैंने इसको अंडरलाइन करके रखा है यहाँ पे। फर्स्ट 3 seconds आर इंपॉर्टेंट टू ग्रैब अटेंशन, ट्रस्ट योर इंस्टिंक्ट, बी इम्प्रॉम्प्टू, be ready for the exposure, and ignore.com is another very important point here. Beware of copyright strike, because that's obviously utni alertness, awareness chahiye, and go grow faster than just a pic. So अगर आप पिक भी डाल रहे हो तो साथ में एक रील जरूर डालो, उसके साथ टेक्स्ट डालो, एंड along with that इमोशंस जरूर जोड़ना। जो भी काम करोगे दिल से करना, एंड आई थिंक दैट विल बी अमेजिंग। With this, my last question is pending. पहले आप बता दीजिए इसमें आपको कुछ ऐड करना है?
पॉइंट, हाँ डेफिनेटली
प्लीज प्लीज।
मैं कुछ ऐड कर देती हूँ कि ना एक पर्सनल कनेक्ट होना बहुत जरूरी है ऑन सोशल मीडिया। व्हेन यू आर बिल्डिंग अ फैमिली, तो एक पर्सनल कनेक्ट होना बहुत जरूरी है। एंड विद दैट आई मीन कि जब भी आप स्टोरी डाल रहे हो, सो खुद का वीडियो रिकॉर्ड करके डालना एंड टॉकिंग टू देम। अगर आप वीडियो रिकॉर्ड करने में उतने कंफर्टेबल नहीं है तो अपनी एक फोटो खींच के डाल दो। एंड यूज स्टिकर्स। बाय स्टिकर्स आई मीन इंस्टाग्राम पे क्वेश्चंस टैग, पोल्स टैग, वो चीजें होती हैं, उनका हमें यूज करना चाहिए। अब उससे होता क्या है, उससे एंगेजमेंट बढ़ती है। व्हेन पीपल आर एंगेजिंग विद योर कंटेंट ऑन इंस्टाग्राम, ऑन सोशल मीडिया, तो इंस्टाग्राम को लगता है ओके दिस पर्सन इज पुटिंग गुड कंटेंट एंड पीपल आर एंगेजिंग विद द कंटेंट, तो आपके कंटेंट को ज्यादा पुश किया जाता है। सो यूज दीज फीचर्स। जैसे जैसे आप खुद भी एक्सप्लोर करेंगे इंस्टाग्राम को, तो आपको पता चलेगा अच्छा ये भी है, ये भी है, ये भी है इसमें। तो जितनी भी चीजें हैं उनको यूज करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। That is one thing. And another thing that I wanted to add is that trending audio की हमने बात की, but trending audio वो होता है जिसमें ऑडियो के साथ एक एरो लगा होता है। When you see an arrow with the audio, that is a trending audio. You should definitely use that audio.
एरो वाला ट्रेंडिंग ऑडियो, एरो वाला।
Yeah.
चलो परफेक्ट। तो आखिरी सवाल जो था, अभी 1.3 मिलियन लोगों को तो आपको कुछ बताना पड़ेगा ना। आपकी फैमिली सुन रही है आपको अभी, नहीं तो जब ये ऑनलाइन भी जाएगा तब आपको सुनने आएंगे। उनके लिए तो कुछ आपका मैसेज जरूरी है, नहीं तो वो सब नाराज हो जाएंगे हमसे कि हमारे लिए मैसेज नहीं लिया सुनील जी से। सो प्लीज योर मैसेज टू योर फॉलोअर्स, योर फैमिली, ह्यूज वन।
So my message to them will definitely be filled with love, because they are the people who make me what I am today, and they are kind of my motivation today. Uh, I try to keep myself consistent because of them. So they are everything, and I make sure that I thank them whenever I get an opportunity. So here is another thank you, big thank you to each and every one of them.
ये भी वायरल होगा, ये भी वायरल होगा क्योंकि दिल से बात निकली है. And that's what,
Yes.
after all, it is. Thanks a lot,
Yes.
Sonal, for this. And
Thank
with
you,
this,
Iman.
I would request our curator, our guide, our Sarji, as I call him with a lot of love, to please join us, and so that we also get our opportunity to profusely thank you, because these kind
Yes.
of opportunities and exposure and learning available online for everybody to take away is such a big, huge gesture to the entire
Correct.
industry, and especially
Correct.
for the ones
Correct.
who are still wondering how to go about it. Isn't it,
Yes.
Sonal?
Yes. Yes.
So through
You're
that,
absolutely right. And
you would
by the
like
time,
to,
till the time he's coming, I would
hmm.
like to tell you कि पता है मेरे पास मैं दर्पण सर को कैसे जानती हूँ इंडिया वॉइस फेस्ट से पहले
Hmm.
से जानती हूँ एंड इट इज बिकॉज वन डे आई वाज सिटिंग इन अ स्टूडियो रिदम वॉइसेस आई वाज रिकॉर्डिंग फॉर अ प्रोजेक्ट आई डोंट रिमेंबर व्हिच वन वाज दैट and I get a call and I'm just sitting, I'm recording, I get a call, it's an unknown number. Normally, when I'm recording, I do not attend calls, especially from unknown numbers. But that day, I said, okay, hold on, I'm getting a call, can I pick it? And they said, yes. I pick up the call, and of course, there's a very beautiful voice from the other side, and that was Darpan sir. And he said, Ki, Sonal, I'm Darpan, and I'm this. And there's a good news for you. I said, yes, sir. And he tells me that you have been selected as the most popular animation voice in India. And I said, what? This is, I think, I don't remember the year, but 2016 or 17. I'm not sure. When he'll be here, he'll be able to confirm.
Hmm.
But it was that year, and it was his his hard work and his dedication to the industry कि उस टाइम पे भी उन्होंने ऐसा एक स्टेप लिया था और अरीना एनिमेशन के अवार्ड फंक्शन में उन्होंने वॉइसेस को भी अवार्ड दिलवाया था जबकि हमारा कोई लेना देना नहीं था उस इवेंट से बट
Oh, because
he
that
took the
category was
step.
ignored ना, वो category exist नहीं करती थी एक time पे.
Yes,
And
so
whatever
that
we
was the
say,
very first.
voicing,
Yeah, yeah,
and then
please
if
go.
you started, you took off from there, and over the
Yeah,
years, how has the experience been, you know? आज
that
इंडिया
was
वॉइस
my
फेस्ट में आपसे हम मास्टर क्लास ले रहे हैं, वो कैसा महसूस हो
Hemant, that was my very first award in the field of voicing. Okay. And I still remember, I think ये 2015 की बात होगी, 14 या 15 की, 2013 में I shifted to Mumbai. And मुझे मुंबई आए हुए बहुत ही कम टाइम हुआ था. And I was getting an award. I was kind of shocked. It was unbelievable. Um, so उस टाइम पे ऐसा हुआ था and I'm so thankful to Sugar Medias for that as well. And आज मैं मास्टर क्लास दे रही हूँ. ये जो जर्नी है मुझे बहुत बूढ़ा फील करवा रही है. सडनली मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है मैं बहुत बूढ़ी हो गई हूँ. बट नो डेफिनेटली इट्स अ वंडरफुल फीलिंग बिकॉज मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है लोगों के साथ शेयर करने में जो मैंने सीखा है. जब मैं वॉइसिंग की भी मास्टर क्लास देती हूँ तो मैं लोगों को यही बताती हूँ कि आई वाज लकी इनफ सिंस आई started as a child artist. I was 13 years old when I dubbed for my very first character on mic, and it was Doraemon. I was lucky enough that I was a child and people were very patient with me, and I got to learn on the job. But जो करते करते जो सीखा है उसकी वजह से जो मैं लोगों के साथ नॉलेज शेयर कर पाती हूँ एज आई टेक इट एज अ प्रिविलेज एंड मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है लोगों के साथ नॉलेज शेयर करने में. सो एंड एक और बात, आई नेवर मेक नोट्स. So even for today's masterclass, I had just before the masterclass, my husband was asking me, what is it about? And I said, okay, this is about social media. And he said, okay, what are you going to say? I said, I don't know. It's just going to be like, it'll go with the flow. I'll go with the flow. So I said, I don't know. I will just speak my heart out. So I just feel
It's
I'm very
basically
lucky.
responding. No, it's been a part of you. It's part of your system. It comes very naturally
Yeah,
to you. इसके लिए obviously prep का सवाल ही नहीं उठता है. And we could see
correct.
how candid the conversation has been. As वो एक होता है ना कि मास्टर क्लास है, सीरियस रहना है, मुझे लेक्चर देना है, वैसी वाली फील ही नहीं है. और हमेशा
वो
इंडिया
तो होगा
वॉइस
भी नहीं
फेस्ट के ये
मुझसे।
एक फैमिली वाला एटमॉस्फेयर रहता ही है. So
Yes,
the same has been carried further, and we feel at the same time that there's so much to that we have taken away with every session that has been passing by. But
correct,
if
correct.
at this point of time, if this point of time you have now reached a stage where there are 1.3 million followers, and you need to now also juggle with your responsibilities, is there a new vision that you've thought of? And if you've not thought of, what would you like to come up with so that you either branch out or increase the color rainbow that you've been sharing with us online, more aspects of your talents? What
I
would you
lost you
like to
there,
see in
Imang.
the
I'm
future?
sorry.
My question is, what would you like to show us in the future? More colors of your rainbow. Planning to grow
So,
your influence as an influencer.
yeah, so कुछ ना कुछ तो दिमाग में चलता ही रहता है, and I also keep scrolling, and मैं भी ढूंढती रहती हूँ कुछ ना कुछ ideas to put it out there on the social media. So now I'm kind of thinking of getting into comedy content creation and like proper content creation. अभी तक क्या हो रहा है कि मैं खुद ही कंटेंट बनाती हूँ, खुद ही शूट करती हूँ, खुद ही एडिट करती हूँ, खुद ही अपलोड करती हूँ. आई डोंट हैव अ टीम. But now I'm kind of planning to build a team so that I get help, because most of the time of my day now goes with the baby. So I started feeling that I need help. So yeah, I think it's the time to build a team, to create better content, and to create quality content.
Quality is the key, is what I
Yeah.
guess.
Yes,
No,
yes.
so if हम ऐसे कर लेते हैं ना कि आपको तो अभी बहुत सुन भी रहे हैं लोग, तो since you are
हाँ.
also considering of so many directions and so on, हम सबको ये अभी भी बोल देते हैं भाई, what would you like to see shared by Sonal Kaushal on her platforms so that you have more of your questions answered, because you never know, कई बार हमारे फैमिली या हमारे सुनने वाले ही बता देते भाई हमें ये भी जानना है और हमें ये भी जानना है. ऐसा कोई पहलू है जो
Yes.
आपने अभी तक शेयर नहीं किया है?
पता नहीं है माँ, क्योंकि इतना सोच समझ के कभी शेयर नहीं किया है, तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. लेकिन हाँ, मुझे ना एक्चुअली बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं कि कई मेरे फ्रेंड्स वॉइस आर्टिस्ट होते हैं, तो वो बोलते हैं कि यार मुझसे नहीं होता है कि अभी मैं ये खा रहा हूँ, अभी मैं सो रहा हूँ, अभी मैं उठ रहा हूँ. तो आई ऑलवेज टेल देम, यू डोंट हैव टू डू दैट. यू डोंट हैव टू थिंक कि ये चीज ऐसी है. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट. आपकी पर्सनल लाइफ जो है वो पर्सनल है. सोशल मीडिया इज, you just have to connect with the people. Okay, आप मूवी देखने गए हो, क्लिक अ पिक्चर एंड उसमें लिख दो आउट फॉर अ मूवी टुडे. दैट इज इट. ठीक है. या फिर
Oh,
उसके
that's very
मूवी के
important
बाद,
point.
yeah, that one picture, people will, they will just watch, they'll just click and they'll see you, and they will get to know कि okay, आज ये मूवी देखने गए. बस आप उनके एक पूरे दिन में आप उनको दिख गए. दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट.
Hmm.
मूवी देखने के बाद एक रिव्यू डाल दो. एक, अगर आप वीडियो बनाने में कंफर्टेबल नहीं हो, तो अगर आपको मूवी अच्छी नहीं लगी, तो एक सैड फेस बना के फोटो डाल दो, और डाल दो आई डिड नॉट लाइक द मूवी. इफ यू लाइक्ड द मूवी, एक स्माइलिंग फोटो डाल दो, लव द मूवी. दैट्स इट. यू डोंट हैव टू.
That brings me to a very important question actually. जैसे कि आपने बताया कि social media is not your personal life and you don't have to
यस.
like share everything and anything online. Obviously, quality
या.
also gets compromised if you start sharing anything and everything. But then that brings me to a question कि today, in today's times, as anybody who wants to be active on the social media as a voiceover artist, a dubbing artist, a mimicry artist, what are the लिमिटेशंस दैट दे शुड ड्रॉ? क्योंकि कई बार क्या हो रहा है कि मिमिक्री आर्टिस्ट्री में, अगर मैं उस एस्पेक्ट की बात करूं, और एनिमेशन में लोगों को कैरेक्टर्स करने होते हैं, और
हाँ.
एक इम्प्रेशन आ गया है जो नए आ रहे हैं इस इंडस्ट्री में कि बस मेरी आवाज अगर मैं थोड़ी क्वैक कर दूंगा तो मैं कैरेक्टर कर लिया. सो कैरेक्टर को समझना और कैरेक्टर के पीछे होमवर्क वाला आप एक एस्पेक्ट बता देंगे ना, तो बिफोर समबडी डिसाइड्स कि मैं ये कैरेक्टर प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ ऑनलाइन ऑन सोशल मीडिया, दे विल डू द राइट होमवर्क, बिकॉज देयर मेनी वीडियोस वी हैव सीन ऑनलाइन, दे आर डूइंग कैरेक्टर्स, ठीक है, बट उसके पीछे होमवर्क नहीं है, तो कोई एक इफेक्ट नहीं होता उस वीडियो का. So can you guide people on that, because ये अच्छा हुआ सवाल आ गया मेरे माइंड में, and that would be very vital for people who want to present themselves as artists who are going to be dubbing artists for animation specifically, I guess.
So yes, Hemang, animation is a tough job. Animation voice especially, and a lot of kids I see these days, वो लोग क्या करते हैं सोशल मीडिया पे कैरेक्टर्स की, क्योंकि वो बच्चे हैं और प्रॉब्ली कोई मुंबई से नहीं है, कोई बनारस में बैठा है, कोई हरिद्वार में है, कोई केरला में है, अलग अलग जगह पे बैठे हैं, तो वो लोग मिमिक्री करते हैं, बिकॉज ऑफ कोर्स वो इस स्टेज पे अभी वो काम नहीं कर सकते, तो वो मिमिक्री करके वीडियो डालते हैं. कई बच्चों की वीडियो बहुत अच्छी होती है, नो डाउट, एंड कई बच्चों की वीडियो पता चलता है कि उसमें अभी गुंजाइश है, एंड उस तरह की वीडियोस में फिर कमेंट्स नेगेटिव आना शुरू हो जाते हैं कि अरे ये कैसा है, अरे दिस दैट ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला. सो इन दैट केस इफ यू फील कि हाँ आई नीड टू वर्क ऑन द वॉइस, तो फिर घर पे बैठ के आप क्या कर सकते हो, वो ये है कि आप जिस भी वॉइस को मास्टर करना चाहते हो, तो जैसा आपने कहा कि वॉइस को थोड़ा बहुत ही ट्वीक करना इज नॉट द सोल्यूशन, बट सिर्फ आवाज नहीं, उस कैरेक्टर का स्टाइल, उस कैरेक्टर की टोन, उस कैरेक्टर की पिचिंग, उस कैरेक्टर की पेस, हर चीज को समझना बहुत जरूरी है. एंड अगर आपने उसके स्टाइल को कॉपी कर लिया, आपने 50% जंग वहां पर जीत ली. स्टाइल को कॉपी कर लिया, उसके बाद ट्राई करो वॉइस. पहले वॉइस पे जंप मत करो, पहले स्टाइल पे जंप करो, स्टाइल कॉपी हो जाए उसके बाद वॉइस पे जंप करो. That is what I would want to say.
Wow, copy style first, then the voice. मैंने नोट डाउन किया, आप भी कर लो भाई, ये सारे पॉइंट बहुत कीमती हैं, ऐसे एक एक मोती मिल रहा है हमें. एंड एज वी
इसका
बीन
रीजन
लिसनिंग,
बताती हूँ मैं कि वॉइस को बाद में, वॉइस पर बाद में क्यों जाना है, पहले स्टाइल पे क्यों जाना है और बाद में वॉइस पे क्यों जाना है. क्यों? क्योंकि अगर हम वॉइस पे पहले फोकस करते रहेंगे तो हम अपनी आवाज को थका देंगे, एंड फिर हम स्टाइल पे जाने की कोशिश करेंगे तो हम पहले ही अपनी आवाज को थका चुके हैं. पहले आप स्टाइल को कॉपी करने की कोशिश करो. लेट्स से यू वांट टू मिमिक डोरेमोन, ठीक है, तो उसकी जो छोटी छोटी हरकतें हैं, या फिर उसकी जो एक जो वेव हम बोलते हैं कैरेक्टर का, बोलने का जो स्टाइल होता है, हर कैरेक्टर का एक अलग स्टाइल है, तो उसको पहले कॉपी किया जाए और फिर बाद में वॉइस को किया जाए. क्योंकि एनिमेशन में स्पेशली जब हम अपनी वॉइस को चेंज करते हैं, मॉड्यूलेशन करते हैं, तो हमारे गले पर असर पड़ता है. तो इसलिए पहले स्टाइल, बाद में वॉइस.
So if I would like you to share an example when I say idiosyncrasies or nuances of a character, अब डोरेमोन का nuance बताएं और फिर voice बताएं, so that people are able to understand it in a better way practically also with one literal example.
मुझे लग रहा है हम लोग ये सोशल मीडिया मास्टर क्लास से वॉइसिंग मास्टर क्लास पे आ गए, एनिमेशन वॉइस मास्टर क्लास पे आ गए.
नहीं, मैं बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि यही तरह के वीडियो वो डालेंगे ना.
आई वुड लव टू शेयर दिस, क्योंकि मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है ये छोटी छोटी चीजें जो मैंने माइक पर बैठने के बाद सीखी हैं. क्योंकि उस टाइम पर तो कोई इंस्टीट्यूशंस नहीं होते थे, कोई सिखाने वाला नहीं होता था. आई विल अगेन से आई वाज लकी इनफ टू लर्न ऑन द जॉब, and thankfully people were very patient with me because I was a kid. So yeah, जैसे कि छोटे छोटे nuances जैसे मैं बोल रही हूँ for example, अभी 2 दिन पहले ही I was doing a character which is a parrot, and there was one lady sitting inside the studio who was an intern, and apparently she was also my fan, and I was so glad to meet her. And I was doing this character called Piku, who was a parrot. So after I came out, after my performance, she was like, ma'am, isn't this voice very similar to Doraemon? So I said, Doraemon is different, Piku is different. I'll tell you how. So Piku is like, Are Tuki. This is Piku, and Doraemon is, Are Nobita. So you have to understand कि इसकी कैरेक्टर की पिच क्या है सबसे पहले तो. जैसे मैंने आपको डिफरेंस बताया दो कैरेक्टर्स में, तो जो पहला कैरेक्टर था पैरेट, वो ऑफ कोर्स एक पैरेट वाला टोन है उसमें, अरे टूकी, एंड वो हर वर्ड के बाद अरे एक टक ऐसा टच करके वापस आए, अरे टूकी. Getting my point? Whereas Doraemon is a very sweet character. You also have to understand the characteristic. कि ये जो कैरेक्टर मैं कोशिश कर रही हूँ कॉपी करने के लिए, क्या वो स्वीट है, क्या वो स्मार्ट है, क्या वो इंटेलिजेंट है, क्या वो क्लेवर है, क्या वो तेज तेज बोलता है, क्या वो धीरे धीरे बोलता है, क्या वो दोस्तों का दोस्त है, क्या वो चालाक है, क्या वो अतरंगी है. So a lot of things kind of define your character, and then आप एक बार वो definition समझ लोगे तो आपको वो voice portray करने में काफी आसानी हो जाएगी. For example, if there's a negative character, तो आपकी आवाज में वो नेगेटिव पना आप कैसे लेकर आ सकते हो. And I always say to be a good dubbing artist, you just have to be a good copycat. I'll repeat that. To be a good dubbing artist, you have to be a good copycat. जब आप डबिंग करते हो कोई भी इंग्लिश प्रोजेक्ट, कोरियन प्रोजेक्ट, जापानीज प्रोजेक्ट, whatever language project you're dubbing it in Hindi, you just have to copy as it is. So उनका स्टाइल, उनकी वॉइस, उनके पॉजेस, उनकी पिच, everything you just have to copy. It's like आपको एक केक मिल गया है सजा हुआ, आपको बस इस पे कैंडल लगानी है, जलानी है, and it will be ready. So yes, this is what I want to say.
Amazing. So all the people who are planning to influence online, अब उनको सारे points मिल गए हैं. ये points note down भी हमने कर लिए हैं और आ गए हैं हमारी सर जी, जो जिसके लिए हम काफी बेताबी से इंतजार कर रहे थे कि
सर आपके इंतजार में हम सोशल मीडिया क्लास से एनिमेशन क्लास पे पहुंच गए थे.
नहीं, मैं ये देख रहा था. मैं I was just being a little greedy because मैंने पूरा सेशन आराम से स्टूडियो में देखा है. And we have a common opinion of all of us who are here that this has been possibly the most generous session when it comes to sharing such important things. And I must compliment Hemang because Hemang ने obviously बहुत अच्छी बातें पूछी. But Sonal, obviously the main compliment हम सबकी तरफ से, including Hemang, will be for you because इतना generously you shared everything about your entire journey, and not just the rosy picture. You also gave a lot of wisdom ke how to remain positive, kyunki social media is not really a bed of roses as some people think.
Yes.
And influencers like you or any other influencer, the struggle is real, the struggle is daily, but again I think consistency is the key. And what I really loved was one of the first things that you said, that सबसे पहले आइडेंटिफाई कीजिए कि आप हैं कौन.
Right.
Until and unless you are not clear about what brand are you, क्योंकि मैं देखता हूँ कि it is people are so vulnerable कि जो उनको अच्छा लगा उनको वो बन जाना है. तो जरूरी नहीं है कि if a Carrie Minati is projecting a certain personality doesn't mean that you should be doing the same.
Correct.
Or if a Sonal Kaushal is doing something as a voice, it doesn't mean that you will do the same, or you should do the same, or you can do the same. So social media today is a science, and not just not just a hobby. It is a science, and then it is also a business, and people need to approach it with that kind of seriousness. And in the last 1.5 hours, Sonal ने इतनी बातें, इतने किस्से शेयर किए कि I think for times to come, this will be a very, very good resource for people who are looking at getting their basics and getting their understanding about the larger picture of what one needs to do to really get their act together. So I'm just trying to measure my words. लोगों का रहता है कि हम पॉपुलर कैसे हो सोशल मीडिया पे, या ऐसे कहते हैं हमारी रील वायरल कैसे जाए. I think that's not the right question. The right question should be how to get yourself, like I say, how to get your act together on social media, and it should begin with first defining who you are. and which is
Correct.
something that you've done brilliantly, Sonal.
Thank you, sir.
The fact that there are so many Me Too's, there are so many Me Too's of you, क्योंकि मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ कि फर्स्ट कॉपी लुई विटॉन की बनती है या फर्स्ट कॉपी प्राडा की या अरमानी की बनती है. So and I think imitation is the best form of flattery. So I see a lot of imitation going around, a lot of flattery going around for you. But
I love it, sir. मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है.
अच्छा,
मुझे
that's
बहुत
good.
अच्छा
अच्छा
लगता
लगना चाहिए.
है.
अच्छा लगना चाहिए.
Yeah. I
Because
don't
जैसे
feel.
कहते हैं ना कि हाँ, जब हमारी इंडस्ट्री में कहते हैं कि अगर आपकी आवाज की कोई नकल उतार रहा है तो बुरा मत मानिए, समझिए that you have arrived.
Yes, yes, बिल्कुल. I would like to share something here कि जब मैंने ये चीज शुरू की थी, I started putting. मैंने शुरू कैसे किया था फेसबुक पे. मैं जैसे मैंने बताया वॉइस ऑफ डोरेमोन पे मैं एक कोलाज डालती थी जिसमें एक साइड पे मेरी फोटो होती थी, एक साइड पे मेरे प्रोजेक्ट की फोटो होती थी. एंड दैट इज हाउ आई यूज्ड टू टेल द वर्ल्ड दैट आई एम द वॉइस ऑफ दिस कैरेक्टर, दिस इज माय अपकमिंग प्रोजेक्ट, दिस दैट. So a lot of people from the industry, they said, Sonal, why are you showing off? I said, because I want to share it. And they said, no, this is not the way. Because पहले से ऐसा नहीं चलता आ रहा था. This was something new for everybody. Social media was new for everybody. But thankfully, I was from this age, so I could understand कि this is okay. Putting it out there is okay. So कई लोगों ने मुझे ये भी कहा कि लोग तुम्हें पहचानने लगेंगे तो तुम्हारी आवाज की वैल्यू कम हो जाएगी.
अच्छा.
But I did not agree with that because a lot of people think कि अगर हमारी आवाज ही हमारा वेपन है और अगर हमें पहचानने लग गए तो फिर वो ऐसा जैसे वो सेलिब्रिटीज अगर किसी वॉइस को डब करते हैं, किसी कैरेक्टर को डब करते हैं तो फिर वो पता चलता है कि ये अच्छा ये इनकी आवाज है. So people thought कि ये सही नहीं है जो तुम कर रहे हो. But I had some other thing in mind and I kind of
I think this
continued.
na Sonal, this to sum it up, I think this is the most crucial thing that आपने अपने मन की सुनी.
हाँ.
क्योंकि लोग तो कहेंगे क्योंकि लोगों का काम है कहना. और
बटिंडा वाली चाची की
तरह जो लोग पाथ ब्रेक करते हैं उनको हमेशा रोका ही जाता है. और हम सबके साथ ही होता है. हम अगर इस प्लेटफॉर्म की, इस मंच की बात करें तो जहां बहुत चाहने वाले हैं, इंडस्ट्री ने दिल खोल के प्यार किया है, प्यार दिया है, साथ दिया है. हर दिग्गज, इंडस्ट्री का कोई दिग्गज नहीं जिसे मैं फोन करूं और जो साथ में हाथ मिलाने के लिए तैयार नहीं होता, क्योंकि उनको दिख रहा है कि ये जो हमारी जद्दोजहद जिंदगी भर की रही है, पहचान की तो रही है, लड़ाई आवाजों की पहचान की ही रही है, और हम उसी लड़ाई को जीतने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं इस मंच के द्वारा. पर ऐसे में भी कई लोग हैं जो शुरू में भी टोकते थे, अब भी टोकते हैं. अब सामने कोई नहीं टोक पाता क्योंकि कहते हैं ना, चढ़ते सूरज को सब सलाम करते हैं. तो सामने कोई नहीं टोक पाता, मगर आज भी लोग हैं जो खुसफुसा कर बात करते हैं. और तो क्या करें, अगर अगर जो विनर्स होते हैं वो लोगों के रुकने से रुकते नहीं हैं और वो बढ़ते रहते हैं, क्योंकि अगर आपको लग रहा है कि आप सही काम कर रहे हैं, then there is no reason. एंड जहां तक सोनल आप कह रहे हो कि मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत एक ट्रेडिशनल थिंकिंग है कि क्यों आप इतनी बात कर रहे हो, क्यों शो ऑफ कर रहे हो. बट आई थिंक देयर इज अ वेरी फाइन लाइन बिहाइंड शोइंग ऑफ and behind showing what you are. So the word off has a very different meaning. There's a very different line between bragging and between being confident.
Correct.
So I think what you are doing is the fact that so many people are talking about it. जैसा कहते हैं love him, hate him, but you can't ignore him. उसी तरह ऐसा हो गया. I think that is what social media influencers are. You can't stop watching them, whether you love them or hate them. But that doesn't apply to you. I think more and more people love you because you're such a charming, positive, happy girl. And all the best to you and for your career, for your life. And we are all looking forward to seeing Sonal and Utkarsh.
Yes.
Her better half, or is Sonal the better half?
We both complete each other. We are the best halves combined.
Beautiful. That's amazing. So Sonal, I'm looking forward to seeing you on the 17th. और अगर आप लोग जो देख रहे हैं, आप लोग भी सोनल कौशल को देखना चाहते हैं, मिलना चाहते हैं, ये मौका अच्छा है. बहुत आसानी से मौका नहीं मिलता है, बट इंडिया वॉइस फेस्ट एक मंच है जहां सितारे भी जमीन पर आते हैं. So if you haven't got your delegate pass, please get it today. And looking forward to seeing you, Sonal, and so many veterans and stalwarts of the industry together. And we'll have a lovely day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for doing
Yes.
this. I really want to once again thank you. And Hemang,
Thank you so
thank
much,
you so
sir.
much for stepping in and being such a wonderful moderator to get the best out of Sonal.
Yes, thank you, Hemang, for those questions because since I said I was not prepared for this, I did not make any notes. Your questions were so apt, and thank you so much, Hemang.
Well, the purpose is served after all. That's what the
Yes.
voice is about, sharing, and then really caring. So thank you again. Thanks from my behalf as well.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Hemang.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So excited
Bye,
to see you
Sonal.
all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yes,
Bye,
absolutely.
sir.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Wonderful. What a wonderful, insightful session. Such a young girl, Sonal Kaushal, but what an achiever. What an achiever, and what gravitas and what sense of maturity for someone of her age to display such maturity and to handle such fame and such popularity in such a level-headed manner. So I think one of the most important thing when you get famous is to remain humble, and Sonal absolutely embodies that quality. So everyone, that was the social media masterclass with Sonal Kaushal, beautifully moderated by Hemang Sharma. And now, in just a couple of minutes, we have, oh my God, we have Dawn and Ashwin already in the studio. Lovely. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, welcome to India Voice Fest 2023. If you've joined in just now, this is day 4 of this 10-day long India's biggest, first and only conference and awards platform for the voiceover and dubbing industry. India Voice Fest is conceived and curated by yours truly, Darrpan, produced and organized by Sugar Mediaz. Our main sponsors are Sound and Vision Studios, our associate sponsors, Audio Magic, our industry partners, MnM Talkies, Gulmohar Media, G-Corp Media, and Aural Arts. Our proud supporters, Neshma Academy of Acting and Voice Acting, Surabhi, Javeri, Vyas, KRG Kreative Studio, and Skylink Freight Forwarders. And it gives me immense pleasure to welcome our guests for the next session, the last session for the evening, and I guess a very, very special one. We have with us, let me first introduce to you my dear friend and an industry veteran and stalwart in his own right, someone I love and admire and respect deeply, Ashwin Mushran. I'm going to request Anand in just a bit to help me get Ashwin on the screen. Ashwin is a popular actor and a voice actor. He's been in the industry for over 18 years and has appeared in many movies and TV series, a very popular face and influencer as well. And as a voice actor, he has voiced and dubbed in numerous movies. One of his most recent work was for Money Heist, where he lent his voice for the professor in Hindi. He has also won a few awards at India Voice Fest. Can I now request to have Ashwin on the screen, please?
Hey, Darrpan.
Ashwin, hi, good evening. How are you doing, and how's it in Goa?
All good. Thanks for the kind word. Goa is great. And with the online word, it doesn't matter because we're all together. So that's fantastic. And thanks for the kind words all the time.
The reason why I also wanted to introduce you first was because I wanted to tell everyone that our very special guest for the evening, who is joining us all the way from the US, from LA, from Los Angeles.
So before you introduce him, you were just on with Sonal, and I agree with her disagreement on a lot of things. So that's similar. But you said there's a fine line between showing off and showing what you can do, and that is exactly Don.
That is exactly Don.
He shows everybody what he
I think that's a beautiful start to Don's introduction. But might I also add that Ashwin is the one who connected me to Don and who introduced me to Don, and what a guy. So we'll come to Don, but before we get him on the screen, let me quickly introduce Don to everyone who's watching. Don Barnes is one of the world's most advanced audio engineers for voiceovers, narration. He's been studying, optimizing, and teaching thousands to produce and voice great audio for over a decade. Don runs a set of large Facebook groups focused on audio with over 25,000 members, from thousands of private lessons with folks who are getting up and running in VO and narration to some of the most experienced voiceover and narration talent in the world. Don has a is a highly sought after coach, speaker, mentor, and loves assisting others to get their best in the voiceover world. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please join me in welcoming Don Barnes on the screen at India Voice Fest 2023.
Hey, Don.
Hello, how you doing?
That's a face that I
Don,
recognize.
good morning. Good morning to you, and good morning to you. And thank you for being up so early and doing this for India Voice Fest.
I'm extremely happy to be here, and I have my calendar. The funniest thing is, I had it wrong by an hour, but I'm an early bird, and I always check in early. And this is a thing that's I've learned from doing tech for decades.
Thank
Is
God for
stuff
that.
goes wrong. So I was up early. I actually even put on my nicer shirt. I at first was thinking, I'll just put on my T-shirt that I normally would have on at. By the way, it's 6:30 a.m. my time.
Oh my
and
God.
one thing I would ask from you two, I don't speak English. I speak American. And sometimes that cannot be understood by people in the part of the world that speak true English. So if I say something, I would expect one of you two to please say, could you clarify that? Or could you assist with that? Or say that again in a different way.
We watch a lot of the American series. And before I started, I want to say, Don ko pakarna mushkil nahi. It's really difficult to get into.
So you know what, Ashwin, can I tell you something? Can I tell you something? That's something that's on my list. So what is on my list is, before we end the session, we're going to get Don to mouth this dialogue in Hindi.
Dialogue. It's a very famous dialogue from a very famous movie.
we had this lovely voice talent, Rachel Naylor from the UK, a couple of hours, and we got her to speak a line in Hindi.
Oh my!
And there is this very popular dialogue from the movie Dawn in Hindi, played by the Indian superstar Shah Rukh Khan, which roughly translates into, it is not just difficult to catch Dawn, it is almost impossible. So we're going to get you to do that. And since you are Dawn, we're going to get you to do that. I'm not that Dawn, because that Dawn is a mafia lord. But we're going to get you to record that in Hindi at the end of the session.
Darpan, I didn't know you were going to do this. I'm sorry for spoiling it in the beginning.
No, not at all. I'm glad you brought this up. I'm happy. You know what, guys? Sorry. So, Don, I spoke to Ashwin because I felt that we cannot have anyone better than Ashwin from the Indian voiceover industry to pick your brain, because he is possibly the most aware tech geek that we have in the industry. The way he invests his time, energy, and we've had so many conversations, some of them sometimes are Greek and Latin to me, while I consider myself to be quite aware, but this guy is another level. And so I thought, let me get Ashwin to grill you, to get the best out of you from this session. So you know what I'm going to do, Ashwin? I'm going to be in the studio at the back end, and I'm going to get you guys to chat, and I'll join you in some time towards the end of the session.
Done. So so I'm going to start off with also again saying that to everybody who's watching and listening, that from what Darpan just said, and if he said that I was learning, investing a lot, I'm a minnow compared to what Don knows, understands about the audio scene. I will also just make an introduction from Don, picked up from all the things that is written about him. Don expert Ears Barnes is one of the world's leading experts in voice recording and production, and his coaching video sessions tools were developed and refined with thousands of hours of private sessions with clients, ranging from beginners to expert level students. And he puts all that experience to work for you. And I know that because I've also taken his courses. And more than just a tech guy, Don started his adult life as a music recording engineer. And I think he used to play the drums as well, and as a performing musician in Los Angeles, with decades of recording, production, and performance experience. And he has a unique perspective on audio tech. Don inspires and laughs with you. He makes a lot of mistakes at times, and when he goofs up, it doesn't matter. Like he said, he said, it happens, I carry on, which makes the path more fun, interesting, and productive as you're working towards excellence, which is, of course, his aim. And nobody knows the VO tech better, and I also really believe that ever since I found him. I'm just amazed at what he knows, and the knowledge that he can impart to other people. And nobody has better ears for maximizing your audio. It's why even our engineers call Don to borrow his expert ears when they have issues they need solved. So that's the introduction, Don.
Okay, so let's dial this back just a little bit though. So I'm a tech guy. That's what I'm known for all over the world. I've worked with crazy numbers of people, but I started my adult life as a performer. And what I will tell everyone, make sure everybody that we're talking to today, your tech part is important, that you end up with something that's above average. You definitely do not want to be the one that's struggling, or somebody notices that your tech isn't as strong as it can be. But at the end of the day, your performance and Ashwin's a performer first. And even if his tech was just okay, he would do pretty darn well in this business. But when you combine great tech that you don't need to think about with a great performer, and you need both, you cannot just have great tech and succeed. So while today we are talking some about the tech, and we'll be talking back and forth about things you can do to improve your tech, note that we're always looking at this from a mindset of what can we do that will take us so that people, the rest of the world, forgets about our tech, and we end up at a point where we're not thinking about our tech. It's just working for us, but our performance is what they're focused on. They either love me, they don't like me. What I want is them to have an emotional connection to me. And let's flip this around. Your audience could care less about what tech you use. So our job is to get it to the point where that's in the background so that we can perform. I don't want to play drums and think about my drums when I was a performer. I want to think about the audience. I want to think about my emotion. So we are talking about tech today. That's our focus. But it's always from the point of view that we are looking at how do we get it out of the way so we can forget about it. And Ashwin's a master at that.
Well, I don't know whether I'm a master, but I think being an actor, and because that's what I was first, and because of acting school, I think coming into the voiceover industry was a little easier because I already understood the performance aspect. I know I can see, even online, I see a lot of people panicking about performance.
Right.
I don't think about that too much because that's already there. So I'm worrying about other things, trying to get that right. But you are right. Including the tech or side by side, that is as important a factor. And I think this is something you also say, people obsess about which mic they have, which cable they have. Well, of course, there are things that make things better, but I think you always say the space is better than the mic you have.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have a Neumann or a Sennheiser and you have a terrible space,
right?
I mean, it's not going to help.
People are obsessed about the equipment, and they're investing crazy amounts of money sometimes in the equipment. And the first thing to take care of is your room and your recording space. And the great thing is, without spending a lot of money, anybody and everybody can upgrade their space. And then as their space gets better, then we are going to look at also over time upgrading some things that will help you, but are not the focus. So the first thing is definitely your space. And then we put the other tools on top of that. That's kind of our foundational level. So if I spent $3,000, I don't know what the exchange rate is, but I spend a lot of money on a top of the line microphone, and I'm in a space that has a lot of reverb, then I have a problem because that mic is going to pick up everything in my room, and I'm not going to sound great. And at the end of the day, what that creates is a distraction. So if Ashwin was doing a scene and a train is going by in the background, then everybody's going to be looking at the train. If a pretty person walks behind him who is not supposed to be there, is not part of the story, then he has this problem that there's a distraction in the frame that everybody else is paying attention to. And so we don't want anybody paying attention to anything but you.
So I also, when I stumbled upon you online, I was on Audacity first, and then I bought a pre-Sonus device, and I got Studio One Artist free, right? Because so I loaded that on. I met an engineer friend of mine, a guy called Varun Parikh, who's an engineer in Bombay, and he said, "Why don't you try Studio One? It's pretty good." So I gave that a shot, and of course I had no idea what was going on. So I discovered you first from your YouTube videos. So I learned my punch. I learned how to generally record in Studio One. I learned my punch and roll from all those, and that's when I also decided to take one of your courses from your site, vojumpstart.com, which completely changed my life as far as audio editing goes. And like you said, I just put in chains. I just do my recording, and I just export it. Earlier, I used to drag in a plugin, do this, the next one. Now I'm just like, yeah, it's there. Maybe I'm going to tweak the mix tool here or something like that. So that made my life unbelievably easier. And what you really do is you just provide an easy framework for voice actors to work with, for them not to worry about this stuff. And I was just amazed at how much I learned from you.
Well, I do have a wife who's somewhat famous here in the States, and a son who also, both of them, my adult son's 14,000 voiceovers, my wife's 7,000 voiceovers, and crazy numbers of audiobooks. And both of them are non-technical, and they don't care. And the point is to set it up. Now, just as a background, every product that you could use, some are better than others. What's your favorite food, Ashwin?
Well, I mean,
what do you like?
Indian, what do I like?
What would you have for dinner tonight if you could?
If I could, I mean, I like butter chicken. So yeah.
Okay.
I'm Indian.
So
yeah.
It's good. So the thing is that I'm ignorant. I know nothing about that. Butter chicken. I don't know good, bad. So for me, I could go to a gas station here in Los Angeles. I'm close to Hollywood. If they happen to have butter chicken and I try it, I'm going to go, yuck, maybe, or great. But I have nothing to compare it to. And because I don't have anything to compare it to, I'll bet you, because it's one of your favorites, you know where you can get great. What's the difference? And what is the difference between great butter chicken and just okay butter chicken? Do you know?
It's only if I've tried another one.
Okay. So here's the funny thing. I don't think you and I are chefs. So I don't really care. I want to eat it. I don't know, but over time, I'll bet you've developed, here's good stuff. Here's just okay stuff. So if I don't know, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go find you. I'm going to go to the places that you recommend first. I'm going to try it there and okay, this is what it can be. And then as I try other places, I have a frame of reference. I know what's decent. And that's how it works with the tools in this business. Everybody's looking, we don't want to spend any money, and we do not want to waste any money. Correct. So there's a couple great tools, like you were smart enough to purchase an interface, and this piece of software came with it. By the way, right now, worldwide, there's a sale going on for interfaces from the company that I like, Studio One. That's my baby. And there's an interface that's at the cheapest that will be all year long. It's amazing. It's the one that's sitting on my desk. It's what I'm talking through today, and it's at the lowest price. But that's beside the point. I spend my time going through all the different tools, same as a food critic might spend their time going through all the butter chicken they can find in their area and say, this one's great in this way, this one's great in that way. I don't always know, but I do know what I like. And then as I go through people, and as long as there's consensus around things where you figure out over time what works and what doesn't, then life is good. So I'm never going to know good butter chicken, but I know good chocolate. I know good coffee.
Yeah.
I know good pizza. I know, and so here's the question for everybody that you're working the voiceover thing. If you're not familiar with the other options that are out there, find somebody who knows. And as always, everything's easier when I have a good mentor. And you may not be able to have Ashwin directly because he's so busy, but that's why you're here at this festival, in that you can find the people that fit with you, and not everybody fits with everybody. But one of the biggest business things that all of us can do is find the people who really, really know, and then stand on their shoulders. I do that all the time. I've always done that. I will always do that. And I highly recommend that you do the same thing as well. Find the people that are already where you want to be and find out how they got there. What are they doing? And you're just, if you're I'm talking to all the people that are already here. So it's your competitors that aren't here that are missing it. But you have a chance to get some great, great insights and find somebody and a group of people that you can learn from, because it just makes the journey so much easier. And I did the same thing.
Well, that's sort of what I did, because when I initially spoken to you such a long time ago, I remember once you were really kind enough, I posted online on Facebook saying I got a problem with the interface, and you just popped up saying, "Are you home?" I know it's late at night in LA, it's morning here, and you came on, try to fix it, and I just thought that was incredibly nice of you. But when the pandemic hit, and all us people who thought we were hotshot voiceover artists suddenly realized that we knew nothing, because we used to just walk into a studio and we used to just record in front of all these fantastic mics and go, yeah, done, leave, and the engineer did everything.
Right.
And suddenly there's a world out there asking for your voice and saying, hey, I need to sound like radio. I need to sound like TV. I need to sound, you're like, sorry, what? Because you only recorded raw audio all your life and you left. And that beautiful sound was done by somebody else. So that's where I went kind of scouring the internet, trying to understand what was it I could do, and found all these things. And especially on Facebook, you have a couple of groups. You have the Studio One Narrators group, which is Studio One oriented, and that's fantastic in case any S1 problems and all that. And you have the VO Tech Simplified group, which is fantastic, because even I put up a couple of questions there. I've also answered a couple of questions there. And people are just amazing. You've got fabulous brains who've been working a long time, who are just ready to say, hey, you want this answered? Yeah, no problem. So when you say go look for someone, it's not that hard. If you want to be a little bit anonymous, you can still say anonymous. You can ask your questions. These groups, people are pretty nice. I don't see anybody being nasty at all. And I think they understand when somebody's asking a question, they understand a level that somebody's asking, and they're not condescending to them. Yeah, you can see them.
It's so funny. So we have a pay it forward mentality. Our job, and the reality is, if somebody's a beginner, fine, and if somebody's advanced, fine. The biggest thing is, and you see this in Facebook groups. So VO Tech Simplified, if you're not there, be sure to join that. But our job is to make sure that when somebody has a question, that it's answered with as much grace as possible, but humility. And the fact is, nobody knows everything. What people don't realize is somebody can ask a question, and behind the scenes, I'll go do a little bit of research before I answer, because sometimes they're asking a question from a point of view that I haven't heard before. Now, the strange thing is doing this so long, I usually know I have an idea, but then I'll go research and verify that things are right. So let's talk about kind of some of the options that people have. First, you're going to have something that you're going to record in, and that's going to be, and for me, I have 3 tools that I tend to recommend to people, and that's going to be Studio One, Reaper, and Audition. Those tend to be the most popular, but the ones that have the potential to take you the furthest. Audacity is there, and many people are using Audacity.
I started on it,
Yeah, I did too, by the way. So my adult son, this is over 10. I was a recording engineer when I was a young guy. I cut master records. I did a lot of music production stuff. And I won't go over that background, but I have a lot of background in a traditional recording studio, the type of place that you would have gone in to do your original voiceover work. Then when I got involved in voiceover, it was because of my son. I have an adult son who's almost 40 now. And when he started doing it, he didn't even tell me. He was doing sports broadcasting here in the States, and he was starting to do commercials and things here. People were asking him to do some commercials. He just did it all in Audacity. And I remember thinking, I can learn whatever he's doing, and I'll help him, because he asked for some assistance. He knew I had a recording background. And that's what led me on this path. So I have a year and a half of just beating the heck out of Audacity, and then following it over the years. There is a Facebook group for Audacity, and when it started, me and the guy who started it discussed which groups we were going to start. That group started within a month of some of my bigger groups as well. So anyway, point being, I respect the other tools, but I'm always looking at them, trying to find what would help the voice actor get out of their head, get out of their tech head, and be able to have things set up to where they don't have to think about it. So you do have some tools, and there is a minor investment that everybody is going to have to make in their software in two ways. You do need to invest a little bit to get started. And luckily, I'm into I grew up really single mom. We didn't have a lot of money at that time. So I'm very, very budget conscious. So Studio One, Reaper, those two are both available to you at a low cost. And then, and there are others. People succeed with a lot of different tools. There's not only one. And so I'll help you wherever you're at. And then, of course, after we do that, I have a tendency to almost always add Isotope RX on top of everything.
I was going to come to that. Yeah, but yeah, of course. Yeah.
I'd be using Audacity and RX. That's an entry level, but RX will help Audacity. You should have both. And then Studio One and RX, Reaper and RX, Audition and RX are pretty much where most people are going to go.
And Reaper has a lifetime license of $50 or $60.
It's
a very good price as well. I think it's a steeper learning curve for some things, but I have Reaper as well.
So do I. I mean, I do too. Yeah. There's no one thing. So here's the funny thing: many of you are going to succeed, and you're going to use tools that I don't recommend, and you're still going to succeed. So hats off to you. So there's not one path. I'm not sitting here saying there's only one way to do things. What I am saying though is, if you study the tools, there are better tools. Like there is better butter chicken, and if I know nothing about the other options, then I think my butter chicken in my area is the best.
It's the best.
And it might be good, but for butter chicken, I'm not competing with anybody else when I eat butter chicken. It's just for me. Okay. So the difference when we get into the voiceover world is seek out the tools that give you the least amount of work to do once it's set up, and make sure that you can get excellent sound. And the one unfortunate thing here is that, just like butter chicken, I wouldn't know good butter chicken from bad butter chicken. So whatever you send me, whatever I find locally, I'm going to think, okay, that's what butter chicken is. And then later, so you kind of have the same with tech. Most people don't have ears in the beginning. We all have ears. They don't have refined ears. They don't have seasoned ears. One of the difference between Ashwin, he hears some things from being around this for a long time and being in a great studio. He ended up with a perspective where, when he heard what was done in the final, he's like, wow. He knows his performance, and then when it all comes together, he doesn't have to think about that. And sometimes you need an outside person or a group to have some perspective on what you're doing. Ashwin's had that, and as his perspective from going into studios.
I try and do that, because best perspective is when a client just says thank you, so they like it. That's also, sometimes
that's a big one.
Well, I wasn't happy with that, and they get a message saying I was very happy with that. I'm like, oh, okay, because maybe I'm obsessing about some other things in it. I know your son Donnie, and by the way, everybody's who's watching, Don's son Donnie is an absolute beast at the number of voiceovers he does. And like he said, he's also a sports broadcaster, and he has pretty much finessed his travel setup as well. He shoots voiceovers from hotel rooms. Even I do that. And I know you've also helped him do that. And you've also helped him build his studio. I think he's living in Florida now, or where?
He's in Florida now.
In Florida, yes. And you've got a grandchild, so congratulations on that.
Here's the funny thing, though. So his travel setup, the microphone he's using right now is on sale. I think it's it's $200 US.
It's very expensive in India. Very expensive in India.
It'd be very expensive in India.
In India it's almost $400. But if somebody buys it in the States and brings it for someone, then
okay, well, I'm gonna have to make a trip over there soon. Okay. So
here.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's
the funny thing. So of all the microphones that he could have, that one is a lower price microphone. And what happens is when he travels, he has he travels for sports broadcasting, and he still has to do voiceover sometimes from hotel rooms, which are totally untreated. So he'll call me and show me on the phone the room, and we'll put a blanket over or something. We'll ask room service for extra pillows and extra blankets. They think he's having a sleepover or something, like he's going to have 10 people there, I guess, because they're like, he wants extra blankets and extra pillows. And we're sometimes putting blankets over things and pillows, and he's calling and we're looking at it and going, yeah, you know what, if you took the ironing board, you could take the ironing board and that we're going to put a blanket on the ironing board and put that on the side. And we're going to use the chair there. And he's down on his knees and he's got his mic in front of him. And here's the great thing. Because he has a really good tech setup and he has the right tools, he can record in a hotel room and sound really, really good. Now, I can tell a difference. There is a difference. It's not as nice as his real studio, and it takes effort. But he can do it with an inexpensive mic, with a not perfect setup, and he still can provide something to his clients. That
you can tell the difference because your ears are trained for that. But most people we're sending off the work to wouldn't really know, right? And we panic.
Right.
I think as voice actors, we're constantly panicking about that sound. And sometimes I think we're worrying about too much.
Yeah, absolutely. If you make good butter chicken, I don't care whether you used this oil or that. I mean, I do at one level. I like good quality food, like most of us. Okay. So I'd prefer better ingredients, but I don't know. And for one meal, I'll eat anything that is pretty good. And then if it was at home, then we use the perfect ingredients and we do everything. But life isn't perfect all the time. In the voiceover world, there are moments where you need to get something out or you need to get started and you don't have the perfect setup. So don't let that get in the way. Don't let, I'm not good enough. I got to wait another 2 years. Go out and do it today. Do the best you can with what you have, and then be a constant learner and somebody who's seeking out good mentors. And I've had experience with some people in India. All my favorite learners, for some reason, have come out of India. I've done some business with some people over decades, and as a group of people, and I don't mean to generalize, some of the best learners in the world come out of India. I don't know what you guys do, what's in the water there, but it's amazing. And if you keep the attitude that I've seen, you'll do insanely well. Just don't stop. Don't think that you already have it nailed. Don't think you can't be better. But also, once you get someone that analyzes and helps you get it set up, then please forget about it. As far as start, most of your focus is on marketing. Most of your focus is on performing. The tech stuff should be in the background.
So here's where we come to when you always talk about those extra tools, and you were just talking about RX as well. And I also picked up RX Standard a while ago. It's only I only refined it from things that you had said, learning from a lot of you. I fiddled around it first. But again, for everybody listening and watching, Don, there's a tool in RX Standard which actually almost every studio, if you record in a studio, they will be using that without doubt, and that is the mouth declicker.
Right.
Now, I have an extremely noisy mouth, and when I mean, I'm sure my wife will also tell me that. But I mean, maybe because I'm too loud. But I know, and I used to panic about this because I could hear and I remember it goes hydrate. I used to hydrate all the time. It was still there. But my God, I mean, after I've got my mouth declick, the settings and all that, really, I think I've got 95% of it out of the way. There's only bits in the middle that I can see, and then I use your layering, all the layering stuff that you've taught to remove that. But Don is pretty much mouth declick that we use, and it's invaluable, is because of Don.
Yeah, well, if we go back to 2014, so I'm a little older. I've been doing this a long time. In 2014, my wife Lisa was working on audiobooks full time, and her mouth noise just drove me crazy. And I used to go through. In those days, we had very primitive tools. I had RX, but RX at that time only had something called the classic declicker, the original one. And it was designed for taking records, albums, vinyl records, and moving them to the computer and taking out the pops and clicks that would come from needles as they're going around. And I happened to, by chance, I was asking questions online about RX and how to do something that was somewhat complicated, and a gentleman answered me and then I kind of challenged him. I said, "Okay, I love your answer and it works for me." But I said, I've been searching for this answer for about 3 months, and you're the first person that answered. Where did you find this information? Because I wanted to know how in the world he learned this. I couldn't believe he gave me the right answer because it was really sophisticated. And he sheepishly told me, "Oh, I'm the one that wrote the denoisers." So I met the gentleman who wrote some of the core of RX. And I showed him the problems I was having with mouth noise in terms of the amount of time and the amount of steps I was taking to use the tools back in the day, over 10 years ago. This was in RX4. And he said he was just surprised by how much work I was having to do to remove mouth noise. And then he built he said, "Can you send me samples?" So I sent him samples of my wife's voice over a period of time. And it took about 1.5 years, and then the mouth declicker was born. Now, I had that tool over a year before it went live. It went live in RX6, and I really thought it would make RX5, but management didn't think it would work. So I'm the grandfather. You know, the gentleman that wrote the denoisers also wrote the mouth declicker, but he had good samples. And my wife's voice was the first voice they used, then mine, then 1,000 others over time to get that tool out. Here's the dirty secret. Ashwin, you say you have a noisy mouth. You really don't. Everybody has some mouth noise, and it varies from day to day, week to week, depending on, did you have butter chicken last night? That could cause more mouth noise or less. Hydration. Some people overhydrate. Their mouth is so wet that they actually have additional noise. So it's not one way or another. And so I do. And so just know, if you have the mouth declicker running in RX, it does take care of about 95%. And then there's this weird thing. You don't have to obsess about the last 5%.
Almost, yeah, I know.
Right?
I know. That is something that you always say. And I know that, I guess, being human, we just do. And the other aspect is people always ask you, "Don, how do I remove breath?" You know, and you always tell them, "Why? I mean, you're human. You breathe."
Yeah.
So what is bothering you? Unless something is most people don't. But again, we unless they're people who've recorded for Bunny Studio, who go, "There's a breath." But on the whole, it's the same thing. We just obsess about all these things. I guess we can't help it. But you try and tell people, just relax. Don't worry about it.
Well, there's a balance. And so here's the thing that you do need to do. If I don't know anything about butter chicken, what if I go ahead and I throw let's say instead of chicken, I say it's tofu. You go, well, it's not butter tofu. I mean, if I pretend and I call it butter chicken, then you're certainly going to eat it and say, that's not butter chicken. I mean, I've totally missed butter chicken so you do need to have a reference point. And so when we have the right tools set up, then we're going to be able to have most of it taken out. Once it's close, then here's what happens. During this conversation, I will probably say and I'm going to point it out, and so you can laugh at me. That's fine. I don't say very often because I've edited my live recordings often enough to refine that out. But if I say occasionally, nobody's really bothered by it, especially when we have this interactive conversation. What would bother you is if I say or cool or whatever my nonsense syllable is, then too often, and you notice, then it will bother you. And it's the same with mouth noise and breaths. Once I hear a breath that's too loud, I can't unhear it. And the worst person for hearing breaths is me hearing mine, you hearing yours, everybody hearing their own. Once we start noticing, breaths are like sibilants. People have a tendency to take out too many breaths. People have a tendency to take out too much sibilance. And there are people that could reduce it a little bit. But when they do, for both of those two sounds, people tend to, working on their own stuff, take out too much. So we may need to take out a little, and there are performance techniques for both of those that can be utilized that will get it to where your breath is part of your performance, part of your humanity, part of the warmth of your voice. And if you've ever had a client, my wife's amazing at this, so is my son. They've sent in something and the client said, it sounds kind of mechanical. It sounds kind of
not all the time, but I mean, definitely more times than one expects. Yeah.
It's surprising. And what it comes down to is those clients have never heard what I call naked voice. And so sometimes we will send them, here's a trick, by the way, to earn more business, send them what they order. They order a raw piece of audio. We send them the raw audio, 100%. And then what I send them in addition, if they're new to me, is what I call a context version. And it's my voice, my wife's voice, whatever, your voice with some music in the background. And I just say, hey, I know you have your own background. I know you have your own music, but here's an example of how this voice will sound with good music. And if they're a new client and they hear that first, they're like, oh, that feels really good. And then they're not bothered by the naked voice, but many of them have not heard enough naked voice to hear how it sounds at the beginning and then how it will sound when it's all finished. So we have this interesting thing. If you send them a context version one time, they tend to go, wow, Ashwin sounds great. It feels good. It has the emotion that we want. And then they're happy with the voice that doesn't have that. And then they trust you moving forward that what you send them is going to turn out great, even if they were not impressed at the beginning. And I can tell you, if you take out too many breaths, you do sound mechanical. So there's this balance.
I've done that a couple once. I was being extremely nice. It was a shorter recording, and sometimes the shorter ones I take out the breath if it's a commercial. Because most of the times, and I got back saying, is this AI? I'm like, oh man, they're just hearing it without a breath. I just realized because everything is, without the. So I'm like, so I said, look, here's the raw audio. They go, oh, okay, that's fine. And you were talking about the music bit. I have once in a while sent. From what you said, sent saying, hey, here's a bit of music. But quite often I said to someone when they've gone, I don't know, this sounds too, there's no life in it. Usually they say, when you said raw audio, because they're just used to what they're saying on TV, hearing on TV and radio.
Right.
So I said, well, you're a production company. Have you put music on it?
Right.
I go, no. I said, well, put music on it and then send it to the client. They said, okay, we'll do that. And it kind of worked out fine. But I did that from your suggestion. In fact, I've done Don's VO Jumpstart courses, which taught me all about Studio One, both the entry level course and the advanced. And in one of them, he has one of the modules is sidechain and compression on how to do that for music as well, which you made that completely easy. I just lay down the track and you already have your settings there, and maybe you have to tweak it a little bit, but as soon as I start speaking, the music goes down and it comes up, and I think that's great. So
two things about that.
Those tools are fantastic.
So here's the cool thing. Once you have that set up, you don't have to think about so I have my whole setup. My wife is totally a non-tech person. She's an amazing voiceover. Matter of fact, I guarantee she'd never be in this business without somebody doing her tech to begin with and getting it all set up. She has a theater background. She's an actress. So she's great at that stuff. Hates the stuff, hates all the rest. But she can add music that auto ducks and does all the right things. And she does have to adjust its initial volume because every piece of music is different.
It's different, yeah.
But after that, it's like she doesn't think about it, and she can put that context version out in about 3 minutes. She also has a collection of music that we've developed over the years. We have we have 100 songs that are all set up that she can pick from immediately. And then we have a bigger library that is about 1,000 songs.
You have an entire session saved with all those songs. I know that.
I do. I save. I'm constantly on the lookout for great background music, and I collect it and categorize it so that when I need something, I'll tell you the truth. If I had someone that told me that this spot was going to play in India and they told me where, and it was for maybe an Indian church. Well, we would research and find out what is the most popular music in that area, and we would try to have something that made sense. We would go and get that. I've had something in Africa. There's a church in Africa that hires my wife to do some things, and they wanted music behind it. What did I do? I went out and found some music that is appropriate for their region of the world. Even though it was great music. It wasn't what I didn't even know about this music. I found some great stuff. So point being, it is helpful when you have a sense of, oh, this is a happy spot and this is happy music. And this is a scary spot. What is music that goes with a very serious, scary subject? So there's a lot of things there. Hey, by the way, there are people asking questions in the chat. Should we, I can see that in mind. How about we answer? Is it okay if we go there? Do you have some other?
That's no, absolutely fine. Yeah.
So Amit, I'm going to answer your question. So there's a recommended chain for voice production. You have inherent room noise, which you need to remove. So here's what's going to happen for me almost all the time. We're going to have to bring the volume up because the final deliverable is going to be louder than we record. That's 100% of the time. It's just the way it is. We cannot record loud enough, so there's going to be some volume. So I'm just going to give you my basics and tools. We're almost always going to have some volume going up. We're going to have some good quality compressor, and like butter chicken, there's good butter chicken and there's just okay butter chicken. Compressors are a big deal. And so I'm going to bring the volume up. I'm going to have a compressor and I'm going to have a limiter. And that's the absolute minimum. And that's the sequence that I would have them in as the absolute minimum. And just note, unfortunately, how much compressors work differently depending on how much volume that goes into them. So you run into a few little things. It'd be like, how much salt do I put in my butter chicken? Well, it depends on what butter I used. Did I use salted butter in my butter chicken, or did I use butter that had no salt? And based on those two, so I can't tell you in advance how much salt to add to your butter chicken. I suspect, by the way, I have no idea if butter chicken has salt in it, but I'll bet it does. So those are the things. And then let's talk about the room noise. So if we have a room noise, then there are people that are going ahead and using a gate or an expander to cut out their room noise from their point of view. Unfortunately,
that doesn't change anything in the middle.
Yeah, so while I'm talking, a compressor and expander can't work during the time I talk. Now, when I stop talking, my compressors and my expanders can do their job, and they will bring down the points in between. That can fool newer people into thinking that their voiceover sounds quiet. But unfortunately, if done in many ways, like a good chef would know, if I, instead of use real butter, maybe I use some cheap ingredient to substitute for butter, and I try to get it by aspect, he's going to go, this isn't butter chicken. This is he would notice that it's not as good. So one of the things that happens with the better tools, the better denoisers, not only can they take noise out of the spaces, and that's between phrases, that's what we're talking about when we're using a compressor, not a compressor, when we're using an expander or a gate. You
like to use a downward expander, I think.
I will use a downward expander in a good room. Yeah. So here's the funny thing. I don't use it anymore 100% of the time, but it is in my chain in a lot of things where it's there, but it's at such a low level that people don't realize it may not even be coming on. So it's in my chain. I do use it all the time in a chain. I have it set at a level that will probably do nothing until I talk to somebody and I analyze what they're doing, and I may then bring it in and do a little more. Because here's the problem. If there's noise in my background behind me, well, look I have noise behind me. Visually, I have noise behind me. These are custom sound panels, by the way. So they're just covered in fabric, but but these are sound panels behind me. So now I have noise behind me. So as I move around, you see the noise behind me. And if I had it moving, it might distract you. It may distract you now. You may hate it. By the way, I bought it because I went to the store when I built those things with my mom, and she liked that fabric, and I decided, cool. All right. Yeah, as old as I'm 63, I still listen to my mom sometimes. Okay. So that's how I ended up with it. I was just going to get light blue and dark blue because that's that's kind of me. Anyway, it's the same thing with some of the tools. There are some tools that I put in my chain that people will see I'm using a tool, but they don't realize, am I using it a little or a lot? Am I putting a little salt or a lot of salt? And it does depend on the situation. Just know this. If you're using a gate or an expander to cut out the room noise, many clients who are more advanced that pay better will hear that you have noise behind your voice and then the noise goes away. And contrast is something that the brain picks up on very quickly when it's listening to things. If I'm very loud and very quiet, the brain will pick up on that. That's normal. If my noise goes away when I stop talking and then comes back in the background, many people who are more advanced, a little more advanced, will hear the noise. Or here's the worst one. A client listens to Ashwin and listens to me and pretend this is not true. We were both reasonable about the voice read. His would be great. Mine would be just okay. I'm not a great voiceover artist. But pretend they said, oh, I like some of what he does. I like some of what he does. But he has better tech in the background. They don't know why his tech is taking out the noise both in the spaces and behind his voice. They'll just go, well, I don't know. He sounds better. I don't know why his butter chicken is better. I just know his sound is better. And if we were brothers and we had the similar voice, they still would pick him if he's got his denoisers working to take out things behind his voice as well as what's in the spaces. So what tools you use matter. If you're not sure, I do 15 minutes with people for free where I show them.
I think Lakshya was just asking that as a question for Don. Would you have an option to help build a vocal chain for VO talent? And yes, he would. I mean,
yeah, I do it remotely all the time. I mean, matter of fact, I live on Zoom.
No, I pretty much use Don's vocal chain. I mean, I tweak things around, but I keep certain things. Before I discovered Don's courses and even chatting with him, not all the time, but I used to clip.
Yeah.
When you were exporting, you're like, you've just done 10 minutes of export and it goes clipping your curves. It doesn't tell you where, and you go, where? Ooh, why? And I got to tell you that I don't clip anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I don't bother. I don't bother about it because of the settings I have. I really don't think about it.
Yeah. Well, and you shouldn't have to. Okay.
Yeah.
So Amit, just know, I think I pronounced that wrong. How do you, Gashwin, is it Amit? Amit?
Amit. Yeah, is that
Amit?
There?
Okay,
yeah.
good. By the way,
Amit.
please forgive me. I try to get everyone's name right.
No, it's fine. We're all from over. Nobody's going to say anything. Don't worry.
Okay, well, I just want you to know.
They're not clients.
I want to get it right. I don't always get it right when I read it, and I apologize for that if that comes up. So I do talk to people all the time over Zoom. I do it worldwide. I have some sessions, and hit me up. We'll calendar that. So, and then so by the way, so I have a calendaring link that if you send me a message, you can send me a message. But if you're on Facebook, find me on Facebook. If you're on email, we'll get that. I don't know, but you can get me through my site, that kind of thing. Now, just know, after these sessions, just like Ashwin, I get flooded with messages sometimes because I talk at conferences all the time. If I don't answer within 24 hours, send me something again, and then find me in another channel sometimes. But I just can get flooded because I've been doing this a long time. And so, especially immediately right after, if you send me something today, chances are, so just, if you don't get an answer, it means sometimes it can go to spam. That's one of the biggest. I feel terrible because sometimes I don't respond to somebody.
It happens a lot. It happens to all of us.
They think that I'm just a flake, where it's like, if I knew it was there, I would have definitely answered it. So I just apologize in advance for that. So now
I actually never care if somebody doesn't respond on social media.
Okay.
I don't care. It's okay. There's a lot of other stuff happening. It doesn't hurt me. There's no,
right.
It doesn't bruise my ego. I've sent a message. So either somebody replies or they don't. It's fine. I'm sure there's stuff going on. I just want to tell people, don't worry about things like that.
I do. Well, except for I like people. So I don't want to be rude and not answer it, but it does happen, and things also get caught in spam. So let's talk about what else can we talk about that would be helpful
Yes,
for people?
yes, there's something I want to talk because I know time, and it's about something that I am quite passionate about as well. And I know you are, and it's about punch and roll.
Oh yes. Okay, so people are not, so punch and roll is like butter chicken. You'll get me on a whole rant about this. There's good butter chicken. There's great butter chicken. There's just okay butter chicken. Okay. By the way, someone's going to have to send me a good recipe on butter chicken. Okay. So I want to
organize that. Yeah,
we will do that because I want to learn now. Now I'm curious because I don't know. And in fact, I'm gonna go find a good Indian restaurant. Luckily, I live in a big area here in LA, and there are some great Indian restaurants. But anyway, I'll find some butter chicken, and then I'll let you tell me how it should be. And if you guys know, send me a butter chicken recipe of the best stuff. Okay, we'll try to make it there. So when we're talking about punch and roll, there's good punch and roll, there's better punch and roll. And the reason I ended up with Studio One, the details, and this is true of anything we do, from butter chicken to working on my writing or my speaking, I want the best possible tools. And when we do punch and roll, and at one point we'll need, if you ever want to see a demo, just hit me up and get on my calendar. We'll do the 15 minutes. I'll show you why I use the punch and roll that's in Studio One, because not only, so just know, punch and roll is not all the same. Just because a product says it does punch and roll doesn't mean they did it to the best of its ability. And the details make a difference for your productivity and getting the tech out of the way. For example, if somebody's using Audacity, they put punch and roll in at some point about 4 years ago, roughly. And
4 or 5, because I used it then. I think you press the D key or the O key.
Yes, it's shifty. It's regular. Shifty or control D. I can't remember. But point being that they have one key for regular recording and one key for punch and roll. And then people kind of go, all right, do I punch and roll? Do I do something else? Just regular record? And you made a decision back and forth because you use different keystrokes. I believe that's a basic mistake in a sense. It's not a mistake. First, people will succeed using any tool. It's extra work and things that somebody doesn't need to think about. When I recommend to people, even if you're using Audacity, and you will not in the beginning know the differences as to why another tool might be much stronger about the punch and roll. But one of the things is, no matter which tool you use punch and roll 100% of the time is my recommendation. Why? You will get insanely quick and efficient at doing the same thing that you do 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, Ashwin's case, 60,000 times a year. As you go ahead and record, when you get used to using punch and roll 100% of the time, your stress level goes down because you know it's easy to re-record. Number two, you can get better quality matches if you do the punch and roll right or well. I mean, there are details like everything else. You can do it well, you can do it just okay. So make sure that you're both doing punch and roll full time 100% of the time, and then you're talking and finding the mentors that can help you refine and do it really, really well. Why? Because you want to get so good that when you have an audition come in, you can kick that audition out within 10 to 15 minutes total. And when you do great punch and roll, you'll get to the end and have almost no editing to do. So my son, he did edit. I mean, he would listen to everything about his first 5,000 voiceovers. Today, he's so good at it that about 80% of the time he records. When he makes a mistake, he fixes it immediately with his punch and roll. By the time he gets done, he has nothing to edit because he's done all his stuff.
And the only obsession is the voice actor thinking about all the noises he's made and all that.
Yep.
I mean, either he's okay where RX and the other chains come in. Ideally, you should have finished it. I know, but my head makes me want to listen to things again.
And he did the first 5,000. He did. But what we talked about it afterward, and I said, all right, how many times are you editing something out? And then we looked at what he would edit out on those things, and he did get to a point where 80% of the time, for 80% of the clients, he can just go ahead and run it through RX, and he sends it off without having to audit it again. Because he's so good at the punch and roll. But thousands and thousands. And so when you Don't think that if you're a beginner, in a sense, I mean, I don't mean this in a negative, like you can't do it. You can do whatever you want. He invested over the first 5,000 that he did to make sure everything was as perfect as he could do it. Now he's selective, and what will happen is he gets hired so much that some days the intensity of the work is just, hey, get it out the door as fast as possible.
Amit was just asking. I think you were answering my question, then deviated. So I don't know what we deviated.
Yeah.
To.
So tell us
that
what
could be my fault. Yeah.
Oh no. We're okay. So someone asked here about Logic.
That's Lakshya asking about. I use Logic. I mean, whatever works.
Logic's great. Just note the guy who runs the Logic voiceover group uses Studio One for all his voiceover stuff and uses Logic for all his music stuff. And he has the inexpensive version of Studio One for all, and actually he now has the pro version. He does audio drama, but anyway, he knows Logic really well. He loves Logic, but he still does all his voiceover work in Studio One. And there are some reasons why that group has 300 people and the Studio One group has 4,200 people, simply because Logic's punch and roll is there's some workarounds that you can make it work, but by default, it doesn't do punch and roll as well. And so there are some good reasons. If you ever want, get in a conversation with me, I'll get you in touch with the guy. He runs the Logic group, but he doesn't use it for the voiceover stuff. And it's
Logic is fantastic for music.
It is. It's awesome. It's an awesome program.
Amit, I think I saw your question. I think Don actually did answer it in general. So if you go back with regards to your chain, he's given you a general chain that he uses. With inherent room noise, he just recommends not using a gate. And there's always RX. If you have RX, you move it to RX. You have spectral denoise within that. You have a whole bunch of tools, and nobody would know any different.
Right.
Really,
and really, that's
all. Yeah.
Yeah, because those tools can actually take out noise behind your voice as well as noise in the spaces.
And so when you're looking at something that takes out noise, you just need to make sure that it's removed from within the speaking element as well. Mm-hmm. And who was I think Lakshya saying, is it true that my door is limiting me from delivering better? Again, it's what Don was saying about butter chicken or pizza. You don't know till you tried something else. Audacity worked great for me till I tried Studio One. Now I don't know if there's something better than Studio One. I'm really happy with it because I'm very comfortable. There are people who are true believers in Reaper. They absolutely love, there's Mike Delgado, boot junkie.
Just know.
He's obsessed with a Reaper, and there's people who love Audition. So it's up to you what works for you.
Yeah, and just know. So, I pay for Reaper, and Reaper though is something that takes a lot more work than Studio One to get set up because it's more of a construction kit. It's designed for people, and when I do comparisons, Studio One will win about 80% of the time for people that are starting and they're comparing the two back and forth. And then the dev team, and there are reasons behind the scene. But that's like getting into the details of which butter chicken is better. Never will we get consensus that everybody thinks butter chicken from this place is the only butter chicken and the best. There are multiples. And so Reaper is one of my favorites among the big three. Okay.
Reaper's a favorite. And I understand that there was a time that you weren't an advocate of punch and roll as well. What changed?
Oh, well, here's the embarrassing thing, but this is how most of us are in life. I argued, if you go back over about 10 years in the Facebook groups, you will find me arguing with people that I did not need to do punch and roll because I was such a good editor. I was using Audacity at that point. I actually wasn't doing voiceover at that point. I was just helping my son. And I had gotten to be such a good editor for him because I had my editing experience prior doing music. So I knew sound. I learned the tools, but I used to argue against punch and roll. I would say, I'm such a good editor, I can do it so fast. What I did not understand about this was the fact that I need to have the highest quality match from a performance point of view. And when you do punch and roll well, you will get a better quality match through the punch and roll process.
Because sometimes there are people who come to you 1 year later and we want to pick up 2 lines have changed in this paragraph.
Right.
I mean, and you're like, I'm sorry, what? You know,
Yeah.
And then you might have changed your mic, you might have changed your space, your head's going, but I mean that's where punch and roll comes in to the
Yeah.
best of ability to try and match, because you pick up from the last word, from the last
Yep.
breath, and move it in from that. But they really have come and said that a year later.
Yeah. Anybody that's been in the business a while knows people come back at odd times. It could be a week later, it could be 2 years later, and you have to match. But here's the dirty secret. Because I've worked with people that do audiobooks, and those obviously are long form. There's going to be 10 hours of audio, 5 hours of audio, 15 hours of audio in an audiobook. So I get to hear the same person talking for 15 hours, and I've just done thousands of chapters. It's crazy. I'm sure over 10,000, where I get to hear people that are recording in different methods. And what I guarantee you are the people that sound the most complete are the people that are doing punch and roll, and you can hear the people that are not over time. Now, some of their stuff you can't tell. I mean, they'll have a 5-minute segment where you can't tell, but then you get to a segment where you realize, edit. You can hear them, and it's very subtle. You have to be in a good room with great monitors that's quiet, and so the average audience isn't going to hear it. But the thing is that they also spent more time. And so it's kind of a double loss where they don't realize, like I didn't, and I argued against it. I will just go ahead and say the same thing 3 times if I make a mistake, and I'll edit it out afterward. The problem with editing it out afterward is it takes time. And this isn't even a secret, but most people aren't thinking about it. If Ashley and I, we're both competing for a job, which would never happen, but pretend they were thinking of him and they're thinking of me, and we're working for the same people. And every project, it takes me 2 days later to return it than him. He's returning something the same day, the next day. I'm taking 1 extra day because I do more editing. And if on every project it takes me longer than it takes him, at some point, if he's available, he's going to be the first choice. I may still get a bunch of work. Matter of fact, I won't know. This drives me crazy. I don't know what jobs they didn't choose me for, because either my tech stuff wasn't good enough or my work ethic was such that it took me a week to get something back, and Ashwin's turning it in 2 days. Yeah. Sometimes they don't tell me, well, he's faster than me. His stuff sounds better than yours. Pretend we were brothers and our voicing was pretty close. He's winning the job with this little competitive edge of he has his tools set up. He's able to record faster and cleaner, get better matches, and it all comes in sooner. Well, I don't know. We over here, I'm sometimes disgusted when I order on Amazon and it takes an extra couple days.
I mean, yeah. Or how could they?
Yeah. What's wrong with them that they're going to take a week to deliver my pickleball racket? Okay.
Yeah, wrong. Yeah.
It's something's wrong with this world. And I live in, like many of you, I live in a big city. So I'm spoiled that even a 1-day delivery, when it goes to 2 days, I'm thinking, I'll bet I could find somebody. Do I need so many times I don't need what I'm ordering the next day.
Or it says being delivered between 2 and 9 p.m. You go, why not 2? Why 9? So,
yes. Well, I think so. Think of your clients. Your job is from a working point of view is to figure out how to get this stuff done faster. So I was absolutely arguing with people, and it's so long ago. I have to go find and see if it's still available. I did it about 1.5 years ago, and I could still find. I was embarrassed, but I could still find my thing that went back 9 years ago of me arguing with a guy online about that something else other than punch and roll was just as good. And that I can put out just as good stuff.
To look at that again. In fact, the other night, I had a client who called and said the company needs, it was like an e-learning training module. They said they need it tomorrow. I'm like, okay. And he said it's 5,000 words. I said, oh, but so I guess I did, in this case, I didn't bother. I just recorded it and I sent it because I did not have time.
Right.
So in this case, and then he messaged saying, engineer says it's fine. So I'm like, I didn't QC it myself, but when I have a week, then I do a lot of QCing.
Yeah.
If I have less time, then I just send it off because
Well,
It's the
that's
same
what's
thing.
happened. So that's how it happened with my son. He just got so busy at points that he had to say, I have no choice. I have too much to do. I'm going to send them out. And then he sent out so many. Now, just note, if he gets a job from, he said he's done Microsoft and Nike, and he's done these big major corporations that are worldwide. And if he does one of those projects, he'll usually send it to me and say, hey, can you check this one time? He's smart enough to say, I checked it. I think it's good. Can you check it over? And that's just good business, where if you take something that's really, really high priority, and then of course you're going to take more care with it. They're paying better. They're somebody you want to have repeat business. Now, we want repeat business from everybody. Even I don't care if they're doing just one little project. I want them happy enough that they think of Ashwin delivered. He was awesome. I want to use him again. And the only reason they don't use Ashwin is because he's too busy with somebody else and he can't fit me in right now. That's the kind of mentality we're trying to get everybody to the point where your clients are happy, because not only are you delivering great quality, but you're doing it in a time frame because you're using good tools that allow you to put it out faster than your competitors. And then if they ever have to choose, I want to have you get the nod. You be the one that the client picks first, because you have the right combination of your voicing is great. You're working on the performance. You're working with people like Ashwin and the people here at the festival. I mean, you almost have an embarrassment of riches. You have too many good people that could help you in this business. And I assume because you're here, you're taking advantage and finding some of the best mentors available any place in the world.
Here's another thing, for all of you listening, what Don does with his courses, and because I've also taken them, and also because of he gives a lot of free advice on Facebook and YouTube. Now he's running his live on YouTube as well. So you can go to Facebook. It's also there on YouTube, and it's really, really great information. He also teaches you how to export quicker. When I first started S1, it took me really ages to understand how to export. Now, I mean, with the things I learned from you, I export things so fast. I want this section, boom, gone. I want this, done. It's just changed my workflow and my productivity as far as getting the files out.
Yeah. Listen, I'm typing in the chat here, by the way. Because I see. So I just put my email address there. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay, because somebody has to approve it there. Okay. Anyway, I just put that. So just be careful with that. And so I go to Facebook. Is the fastest way to get me is to find me on Facebook. And my last name is spelled funny, so there's only me and my sons. But you can find me on Facebook, and you don't have to friend me, but you can. Note that I'm almost out of friend space because I've been doing this a long time. So I can't always accept every friend request, but I still will answer your message. If you send a message, I check that. And because my groups have over 25,000 members in them, Facebook is a place I have to go to first, because I've been an admin and run groups for about 10 years there. So if you find me on Facebook, you can almost always message me there, and I'll answer. I almost always answer the same day. It's on my phone. It's all over the place.
And just don't get confused in case you are. Donnie is Don's son.
Yes.
That's Donnie Barnes. And Don is Don Barnes. Donnie doesn't have hair like me, and Don, who's the older one, does have hair. So, I mean, let's skip.
Well, I told everyone at the beginning that I came on an hour early just to check in, and then found out that I was about 5 minutes before showtime. And that was totally so here's the funniest thing. So just take this. This is a lesson. You'll have the same thing. I make more mistakes than most people at a lot of things in life. So what? I also fix them. I'm always like, I want us to deliver our audio earlier than other competitors.
I think that's your driving. I think that's a driving force.
It's one of them. It's one of the things that I want.
Faster. Yeah.
I want to spend less time on the less important things and more time on the more important things. So the focus here is our performance, but we have to have a system. And for example, even this conference, my system was, I'm going to log in a little more than an hour before I am scheduled to log in and just verify things are working right. I logged in and realized, I had made a mistake. But because I want to do this with everything, I'm not perfect about it, but I had made a mistake. I put it in my calendar wrong with the time changes. We're 12 and a half hours apart, and I put it wrong in my calendar. And because of my system of saying, when I'm on any of these sort of things, I'm always going to check in over an hour early and verify that everything on my end is working right. Is my mic working right? I don't assume. I always do it early. That's just part of my process. And I want you to have the same thing with your deliverables to clients. If you deliver early, they're happy. And if I make a mistake, they cut me some grace. So even when I make a mistake, which I do, they go, oh, well, he cares. This time he must have made a mistake, because they know that my mentality is check in early, be early, don't be late. Don't be late on your deliverables. Ashwin, how many times have you been late over the last 2 years for your deliverables to clients?
Never.
See, that's the mentality. That's because
I try. I mean, if I tell somebody 3 days, I get it to them in 2 days, then they're really happy. I'm just saying. But I always try and send something well before the time, so they feel that they've got something before the time, and
okay.
It makes everybody happy. It's like your Amazon delivery. Instead of 9 p.m., you get it at 4 p.m.
Yep.
That's good.
It's always good. So that's what we're talking about, the tech stuff. Don't get overwhelmed by it. Find the good mentors.
I think Lakshya says under promise, over deliver. I don't like the word under promise, but I've never. But just promise and over deliver.
Well, I agree with you too, because here's the one thing. So we end up with. I used to be Mr. Humble, and I still am on one level. But one of the things we're all in the entertainment business, we're in the talent business. And what I can't do is say, oh, I'm just an okay talent, and then say I'm going to deliver excellence to them after. You have to tell them an actor cannot go out in a movie and say, oh, we have an average director with an average cast with a average script. No, they can't. Because no one will show up to watch the movie, even if it's great. You can't say, well, I'm not going to tell anybody that it's good with a good actor. You actually have to say, we have good actors, we have a good movie, we have a good script, we had a great director, we had a great this, and then over deliver as well on that, what you promised them. So you want to promise and over deliver. And it's okay to tell people, listen, I'm really good at what I do. You don't have to say it in those words. We want to be nice. We want to say it in a way that is not. Yeah. And by the way, nothing of this stuff has anything to do with tech, but I'm trying to look at somebody's total performance, and the tech is part of it, and make sure it's doing its job, that you win more jobs.
It's part of the package.
It's part of the package. And always, but I also have to say, we in this business will not succeed if I don't tell someone I'm good at the core part of it. Ashwin will go out and tell people and directors. I mean, he tells them through his actions. But hey, I'm a good actor. He has a resume that shows that he's a good actor, but he will go out and he acts like a good actor when he's not acting, because he knows that they're never going to consider him if he just says, well, I'm kind of an average actor.
Nobody's going to give you. Yeah.
No one will pay attention to you. So it's unfortunate in a sense that we all have to. It was a hard thing for me to learn to say, I'm really good at this. I try not to say that directly myself. It's easier if other people say it, but you do have to say and learn and become good enough that you can be confident. And one of the things that Ashwin, he's a constant learner. That's one thing I know about him, because I've interacted with him for over multiple years. He's a constant learner. He doesn't just say, well, I've arrived, I'm great. He will say he's great, but he also continues to learn next year.
Because every time you've done, and every time you post something, even on Facebook, somebody else does it. There's some great people on the groups. I'm like, I didn't know that. Oh, really? There was a key that did, there's a key that did that. If I'd known that 2 years ago, it made my life easier. So I know there's always something to learn. And you're always trying to, if I listen to audio I delivered 3 years ago, I'm probably going to go, but the clients liked it, because I'm trying to just get things better. But I also I also understand, and I'm sort of coming to terms with this, or um, trying to understand this in the correct way. I'm a talent. I'm a voiceover artist and actor.
Right.
I'm not an engineer at Abbey Road Studios. I know I can do stuff that is good, and that should be good enough, and the rest of the people can make that better.
Right.
So I shouldn't obsess about it being the best thing that went out there. As long as the audio is clean, it's good, and the raw is workable for anybody.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know what you think, but
well, here's what I think.
experience.
My goal is that my clients are in the top 10% when their audio goes out. By using the techniques that I put together, that they're in the top 10% without them knowing whether they are or aren't. They don't need to know though. But I would. So if I were going to I'm stuck on this butter chicken thing. So I'm going to go out and I want to find really good, but so that I have a standard and I know what really good, and so now I have a process. And next year I hope to be invited back, and we'll talk about our butter chicken. How has Don done? Has he found some good butter chicken? And I predict I will. But that means now I'm aware, and that's the first step. I have to be aware. And then number two, I'm going to seek out and find some people that know something about butter chicken. And I'm going to say, where do I find good butter chicken? And then I'm going to do some research, and then I'm going to go try them. And it's the same process with tech. First, you have to be aware that your tech could be better. Seek out some people that really know. And there are a lot of people beside me that are excellent in this business. So I'm happy to help you. There are a lot of other people that are excellent as well.
Yes,
but
yeah.
So point being, but find your mentor, find someone that you like to work with and that you can trust, and that has some seasoning and some experience and sees some of the bigger picture, and use that and stand on their shoulders. And in the beginning, do what they tell you, even if it doesn't make sense short term. And then as you get good, then you can go ahead and go a lot of other directions and add your own seasonings and make it yours. But start with somebody who's already been doing this.
But I can vouch for you, Don, on the basis of the courses I've taken, and I can say yes, it has increased and improved my productivity unbelievably. And the home studio setup in India is still, I believe, it's still a nascent stage as compared to the West, to the US, to Europe, to the UK. We're still learning, and I think it's the pandemic that actually changed all of that. And just knowing all these tech aspects, it's not just the voiceover. All these other things are incredibly important for us, because 90% of what we're sending out is not to the studios that you used to work in. In fact, when I get jobs from production houses, I'm thrilled, because I know I just have to send raw audio, and I know the engineers are going to deal with it. It's actually the best. I'm so happy with those jobs, because it's just the recording, and I can do multiple takes, and I know even if there's a pop out here, he'll fix it. Otherwise I would have to fix the pop and all that. But for the other things, the companies that we work with as voice artists and voice actors don't know any different. They're expecting fully finished audio. And that's why we have to learn all of this, to a certain extent.
Yeah, you learn enough. Learn enough so that you can forget about it. Okay. And at the end of the day, your acting is more important. Your room is more important, but your room is part of your tech setup. So you just get the setup that you can walk in. One of the things that we'll talk about at some point is, how do you lower the friction to go in and record? For example, from the time Ashwin walks in and is ready to record, probably is going to be less than 3 or 4 minutes. If he wanted to record, he's ready to go within 3 to 4 minutes. He has his mic set up. He has his.
I'm ready to go within 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, it's ready.
Okay. Now, somebody newer is going to sit down and they're going to have to adjust their mic and figure out where their mic is and get their so everything should be pre-planned and pre-ready to go and sitting there. And when you have that kind of stuff, now your focus is, all right, what's my script? What's the emotion? What's the message that I want to get to everybody else? Because the rest of that stuff is just in the background. So if ever I can help you, first off, by the way, they're kind of putting up something that implies we're supposed to be done. Yeah. I'll take questions as long as people take questions. I'm happy to go another.
And I'm going to tell everybody that in case they do want to get in touch with Don, what he gives you in his VO Jumpstart courses, you can go VO Jumpstart, his son and him run it, some great courses. He gives you, if you ever decide to use Studio One, and I'm an advocate of Studio One, he gives you some amazing templates, which you just don't have to think about. They have been designed for voiceover, because most of these doors are designed for music.
Right.
And the people who are writing the code, who are designing everything, forget about us who are the voice actors.
Correct.
Don really just gives you that setup that you don't have to. I know each button that I'm pressing. I know exactly what I'm doing now. He saved me countless hours. When I switch my computer on, interface on, my gain is set at a certain level, the chain is out there, and all the templates that he gives you is right there. So please, if you ever think you're S1, get in touch with him. You get in touch with him on his groups, VO Tech Simplified and the S1 Narrators group. He is always there to help, and he's also got amazing information on YouTube and FB, which I learned from before I bought his courses. So, I mean, I've done it without that as well, but at some point in time, I needed
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so let's be really clear. You will succeed with or without getting your tech stuff, totally dialed in the early stages. You can do it all on your own. Cool. There's a ton of great information, but like butter chicken, there's good, better, best. And, if you get your stuff set up right, like I'll bet you don't make your own butter chicken, do you?
No, Don. Yeah. People would pay me not to, but that doesn't mean I like
me
to.
too.
But I'll tell you what, Don. The number of times that we've had this lovely analogy of butter chicken, I think now people are writing in that we need to get Don down to India, to taste some real good butter chicken.
And those,
Because
I've told
take my
you
word
to.
for it. Take my word for it. Take my word for it. The best butter chicken in LA would not stand in front of a
That's
very
true.
regular butter chicken right in India.
Yeah,
So,
and unfortunately,
get you here.
I think somebody
the
said
last
you're all
time-
headed to Zomato or Swiggy. I know people are going to be ordering butter chicken tonight. We just did. I don't know. I don't know about people ordering your courses, but they're going to be ordering butter chicken. We did some good after all. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
thank you, Ashwin,
also...
because that was a lovely shout out. That was a lovely shout out you made for people to look up VO Jumpstart. And
no, I mean,
I don't think
I
Ashwin,
did that.
we need to even mention that.
They can also find.
No, people don't have to. Well, people don't have to do a lot of things, but I think when you have someone as fantastic as Don Barnes, and the last hour and a quarter or hour and a half, in fact, now, I don't think anyone right now in the comment box is even wanting this discussion to end. But then I always feel that all good things, the reason they should come to an end, because then people crave for it. And Don, another amazing thing about, one amazing thing about you is your generosity. So not once did you usually, what happens often is I need to come in at the end of the session, and I need to usually take in these questions. And so today what happened was not only Ashwin, but even you were just reaching out to everyone who was writing, and everyone is feeling very special because this is a very unique, session or interaction at our platform. We've been doing this for the last 5-6 years, and trust me, we've got some of the best people in the trade, not just in India, but some people from the US, from UK. We've had some fantastic speakers, and we continue to do that. But someone like you, you've come in all heart, and you've touched a subject which, like Ashwin was saying, we are still at a very nascent stage when it comes to individual voices. We're still grappling with getting the basics, in place. So I think this is like a blessing, because a lot of people who have watched this session right now, and a lot of them who will watch this in the days and months and weeks to come, I'm happy that they will get introduced to you and to this amazing service, or this amazing thing that you're providing to people to better their voiceover recording game, which I guess we are still grappling with performing as a voice talent. And this is the next level where you're talking about the technical upgradation of your recording. So the plugins and the softwares, everything you mentioned, it's fantastic.
Well, thank you. But I want to emphasize for everyone, I do think it's critically important. I make my living. This is all I do is talk to people about getting their tech. But I also think you need to take it. You're here at this festival. You're going to find some of the best performers in the world here, and you need to be reaching out to them and get your tech stuff to where it's behind you and your room to where it's behind you and it's working, and take advantage of the talent that has been here this weekend, this week, all these sessions. You have all these amazing people. And I think you're here because you're hungry, and find the people here that can help you. There's so many that have already been on, and it's just, you just have almost too much. Okay. But find your mentors. Okay. Do
But
what
Don,
they say to begin with. Okay.
by the way, yeah.
Well, go ahead,
Okay.
Ashwin.
No, Darpan, I know I don't want to button, but Darpan is a master at the traveling voiceover as well.
Okay.
I've seen him set up sections in airport lounges, and
Yeah.
so he travels. So him and Donnie have something in common. He's really mastered that. Yeah, I'm the master of a hotel room setup. He's the master of just anywhere, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. And you just have an embarrassment.
I
of
love
riches,
my, Don, I love my Zoom H4n. I have got
Yeah.
more than a couple of them, and I like you said that each to his own. Some people, something works for someone,
Yeah.
as long as you're giving out good quality. So over the years, I have developed a sense of comfort, a sense of camaraderie with the Zoom H4n, and I absolutely love it. And I think a combination of a decent field recorder or a decent recorder
Yep.
and a decent sensibility about acoustics of a space.
Yes,
I think these two become like the basic ingredients to put out a good enough recording. And obviously, using stuff that you mentioned, you can just take it to the next level.
Yeah. And, so here's the great thing. Darpan's usually is in this great studio space. And then when he's on the road, sometimes something comes up and he needs to be able to produce something. And it may not be 100%, but he's still, because of what he knows, because of the
Good enough
foresight and the effort he's put in advance. So he has his kit with him. He knows the right tools. He sits down and could be in an airport and record something. And his clients are happy because they wanted it today. And they didn't want to wait for him to get back to his studio. No. And everybody here could be at that level if they choose to make the kind of, now he hasn't invested. He's learned and he's invested in tools. And then
you don't have to lose the work.
Voice. Say that again, Ashwin.
You don't have to lose the work.
Right. Because what you don't, I don't want somebody else delivering.
No, the tech today allows you to say, yes, I can do the job.
Yeah. So it's really good. Really good. So you're around a bunch of smart people because you attended this festival. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
And one amazing thing that I also wanted to reiterate. You spoke something about mediocrity, and yesterday we had one of India's legends of ad filmmaking. His name is Prahlad Kakkad. Yeah. He's an absolute. He's the ad guru, the doyen of Indian advertising filmmaking. Yeah. He had a lovely take on mediocrity. He said, "It is a luxury to be mediocre." He said, "Not everyone can afford to be mediocre." So.
Yeah. It is pretty amazing what you can do in this business, and you're just starting. I know. Here's the funny thing: all three of us this next year, if we talk to you, I guarantee you we'll be better. Not because we're great people specifically, but we are lifelong learners. And I just recommend you. The mindset of the people that move up are those that constantly are learning about the craft. And are just not stopping and saying, well, but I do know you're already here at this festival. So I know that you're already the type that's doing the right thing to improve your education. This is a great thing. It's amazing that you put this together. And how many years you've been doing this?
5.
This is the 6th consecutive year.
When we started,
we started in 2018. Yeah. 2018, we started this. 2019, 2020, when the world shut down. We converted this one-day event into a 7-day festival. And this year it is a 10-day event. So it is absolutely crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if I can help with something, any other questions that I can go over with you right now?
You've been very generous, and some people are asking where to find Don. Well, I think that brings me to that very interesting segment where we get Don Barnes to mouth one of the most iconic dialogues in the Hindi film industry.
Okay.
Because someone said where to find Don, let me tell everyone that it is not just difficult to nab Don, it is almost impossible. Let's do that in Hindi. So Don, are you ready for this iconic dialogue?
Are you going to put it on the screen for me? All right. So here's
right
yes.
away. I know. I'm going to prompt you. Let's do it like
Let's
it's
do it.
a voice recording. So let's go. So now let me break it into three parts.
Yeah. We'll type it in as well.
So the first part. So the first part, Don. Let's hear it. The first part is Don ko pakadna.
Say that one more time.
Don ko pakadna. Yeah. So Don ko pakadna.
I can say the first word. Don ko
Don ko pakadna. Pakadna. Don ko pakadna.
Ko pakadna. Don ko pakadna.
Don ko pakadna. Yeah, let's have that once more. Don. Okay, Don ko pakadna.
Don ko pakadna.
Beautiful. Mushkil hi nahi.
Mushkil him.
He nahi.
Mushkil hi nahi.
He mahin.
Nahi. No.
Nahin.
Let's try that. Okay, let's try that. Mushkil hi nahi.
Mushkil hi nahin.
Nahi.
Brilliant.
Nahi.
Nahi. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go to the last word. Namumkin hai.
Namumkin hai.
Namumkin. Kin.
Brilliant.
As in kin, relatives. Mumkin hai.
Mumkin. Mumkin hai.
Namumkin hai.
Nan mumkin hai.
Yeah.
See, I want to know.
Not bad at all. We're going to stitch it all together and we're going to play it out later.
Yeah.
Now you said, if you're doing the old style with Amitabh Bachchan, then you put up your hand and go, Don ko pakadna mushkil nahi.
Yes, I
think that will require some work.
This is the funniest thing. I'm the worst voiceover person in my family. I do a fair amount here because my wife gets smart girl, dumb guy spots. And I don't know why, they seem to like me as a dumb guy. I do really well in these very conversational, very unschooled. So whenever she needs somebody, so she needs excellent, really quality voiceover, she uses my son. When she needs uneducated, just okay voice, where they want that very conversational, misses words, mispronounces little details, I'm her guy. Okay. So I love doing that. I'll do that all day long. And I will try. And I think with the tech stuff, you have the same thing. If what I would do, though, by the way, if we were going to do that and I decide to do it, I'm going to have it written out. I'm going to now learn it. I'm going to now go to Ashwin and say, or Darrpan, whoever's got the time, and say, okay, help me with yeah, help me with this little thing. Help me. Because my perspective is totally from ignorance, meaning that even when I get it right, I don't know that I have it right. And the little details in there that I had wrong, I have no perspective.
Don, I was shooting for a Netflix series called Rana Naidu, and I had to speak some Gujarati in that. So I messaged my Gujarati friends, and they recorded all those lines for me. That's how I did it.
Okay.
So, yeah. People say, hey, you spoke Gujarati. I'm like, sort of. I mean, I learned it.
I don't think your friends are going to call me to speak anything in that language. So that's why I started this whole thing off with, I'm sorry, I speak American. I don't speak English.
In case anybody dances salsa as well, Don teaches partners musicality as well. Yeah, partner dancing. He has another life out there for teaching salsa dancers how to understand music. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to learn to dance all my life, and I learned. But one of the things that I think all the great, and I'll bet you as you listen to people in these sessions, you'll find out that most of them are lifelong learners. And I always love learning something new and having the perspective of a beginner in another area. I'm learning pickleball right now. I don't know if it's big in your area, but I'm working.
It's not. There are a few places, but
okay. So there's this thing called pickleball. Yeah, there's this thing called. So I'm learning it, And now I'm looking for who is going to be my coach, because I can learn it all on my own. And I've been just doing it just enough time to go, okay, I'm going to learn this. And it's so humbling to be a beginner again.
You're learning to stay in the kitchen. Yeah.
That's right. I learn all the, so one of the things that I think many good mentors, a common trait among them is that they are learners, and you will find they almost always have something they're learning, sometimes unrelated to their main business, because they like to learn and they like to grow. And because I have the perspective of, wow, I don't want to feel like an idiot at age 63 while I'm out learning a game that a 14-year-old can play pretty well. But I want to be around people that encourage me and help me through the points so that I don't feel funny. Now, I don't mind learning. I know there's a period of awkwardness. And I will tell you, anybody who's in this business, you will have moments where you are uncomfortable learning. Like I was uncomfortable learning this little thing we just did, obviously, but I'm a better person by going through it, failing, not doing it well. And then if we really wanted, what I would do is I would have someone write it out. I would practice it. I would then come back, have them help me refine the accents, the places that I should have said something slightly different, and then redo it. And I just get better and better at it. It's a process.
And there's always someone there you can reach out to and ask for help. I think that's what Don has been trying to say this entire time, that the help is out there. You just have to ask, and you can search for it. So in case you ever, you're feeling that you don't understand something, you need to learn something, or some things are not going right, there are people out there, and they really, really do help, genuinely.
Yeah. And they're at this festival, okay?
And some of them are at this festival, yeah.
One amazing person is on the screen right now. We're talking about Don Barnes. So
I was going to say Ashwin.
You can book it. You can.
No, he doesn't. Darpan is like Ashwin.
I just say you too, but okay. I appreciate it, and if I can help with something, of course, I'm always happy to do so. So.
Lovely. Thank you. You've done that. You've done that. You've been very generous, Don, with your time and with your wisdom, with your experience.
Yeah, there's a lot more Don can say as well, but yeah, we can do that now.
I know. And Ashwin has been fantastic. Ashwin, thank you so much. I'm so glad that we did this. So and Don, sorry for getting you up and about so early, but it has been a great evening for us. And I hope you have a lovely day ahead. And we will remain in touch. And I hope in the coming time we can be in touch.
I want to come over there. I want to be live with you guys. That's my aspirational thing. That next year I can be over there and be live. Okay, so we'll see if we can work that out. All right, lovely. You guys have a great day.
That would be lovely.
Thanks,
Don.
Don.
Have a great day, Don. Thank you.
See you.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Ashwin. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Darpan.
That was Don Barnes, such a fantastic, generous VO industry professional, a renowned audio engineer. He gave us such precious insights into how to up our voiceover and narration recording game. And I'm sure all of you, I can see all your comments, and I think it has been very, very enriching. And it was very generous of him to give so much time. And thank you to Ashwin Mushran, my dear friend and renowned voiceover artist and actor, to moderate this session, to join in for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this was day 4 of India Voice Fest 2023, a long Sunday evening. Thank you to all of you who managed to catch these sessions live. If some of you did not, I'm sure in times to come, days and weeks to come, you can catch them on our YouTube and Facebook. Tomorrow is going to be another day. Tomorrow is going to be day 5 of India's biggest ever voice industry conference and awards platform. It's a 10-day event. And thank you everyone for joining in. Tomorrow we start at 6:30 and we have 2 very, very interesting power-packed star-studded sessions. The schedule will come out, will be on your screen in just a moment. And do check out our Instagram or Facebook to know more about tomorrow's schedule. I'll see you tomorrow. Till then, have a great evening and a great night. Bye-bye.